to the second part of the Hinge dating app. So in the previous part, if you remember, we had stopped until this point, that is we had finished registering a user and we were able to see that particular user being stored in the backend, that is in our Amazon DynamoDB. So in this particular video, we are going to focus on all of the screens, that is for all of the tabs that are currently empty over here, because we have correctly registered the user. So now the next step is we're going to start designing out each screen, starting off from, let's say, the home screen, where we show all of the different profiles for that particular user based on the user's dating preferences. And we have the second tab, that is your like screen, that is the likes received by the current user that's logged in. And we have the chat screen, and we finally have the profile screen. Apart from that, we have the subscriptions part, as well as buying the roses, and even designing the profile screen as well, that is the profile detailed screen of each user. Okay, so we're going to look into this part in this particular video. So if you find this interesting, please do the like button and also do subscribe for more such content. So let's get started. So first of all, let's implement the endpoint to get all of the matches for a particular user. So now let's say we only have a single user in the app because we have only registered one user, and I also said that I will be adding more profiles to the table. So actually what I've decided is that I'm going to use my previous table itself, that is a table which I used to develop my app. So if I would take you to AWS over here, head back to Chrome and then DynamoDB, and then I'm going to go to explore items, and I'm going to use basically this table itself. This is the previous table, and this table was used to just show to register the user, that is in our previous video. So it can actually take in a couple of minutes. So I think it's going to take in about an hour to manually register all of the users in your app. So if I would show you my users collection, so as you can see, I have a bunch of users and all of the emails are just the test emails over here, which I'll be deleting it once the app is done. Okay, so yeah, with the help of this, I'm gonna first of all initialize our matches endpoint such that once if a user registers, if that particular user is a male, then based on the dating preferences, we're gonna show the female user profiles. If the user is a female, then again based on the dating preferences, we're gonna show the male profiles over here. And if at all we only have a single user in the app, we're gonna show something saying that no profiles are found, right? So first of all, let's initialize the endpoint for this. So it's going to be the get method. So I'm going to say app.get, let's say /matches, and it's going to be the async method with your request and response instead of your callback. So I'm going to say request comma response. So here first of all we need access to the user ID. So basically this endpoint expects a user ID as a query parameter. So I'm going to say const user ID is going to come from your request.query. So the purpose of this endpoint is to basically fetch the potential matches for a given user based on their dating preferences. So let's initialize our try catch block, catch of error. So here I'm going to say console.log error. Okay, here let's show the error, and here let's give the message, that is error fetching the matches. I'm going to say error fetching matches, and let's send the result. I'm going to say result.status of 500 dot JSON of a message being internal server error. All right, yeah, so this was it about your catch block. So now inside the try block, first of all let's validate the input. Okay, so first of all we're going to say user ID is extracted from the query, that is in this format. I'm going to first of all check the condition, that is if at all no user ID, then in that case I'm going to say return result dot status of 400 dot JSON with a message being let's say user ID is required. Alright, so this was the first part, that is validating the user ID. If it is not present, then just return with this particular status code. So now the next step is we need to fetch the user details. So for that, we're going to make use of the get command. So basically a get command is sent to the backend, that is DynamoDB, to retrieve the user details based on the table name, right? So let me initialize that. I'm going to initialize my user params. I'm going to say const user params equals to an object. This in turn is going to take in two things, that is the key as well as the table name. I'm going to say table name. I'm going to use my previous table name. You need to enter your table name over here. I'm going to say users, and let's pass in the key. It's going to be user ID in our case, right? Yeah, so that's pretty much it. So let's initialize our user result after this. I'm going to say const user result equals to await. It's going to be DynamoDB client dot send. As I told, we're going to send the get command. I'm going to say new get command. So import that correctly. That is from this particular dependency, that is AWS SDK / lib DynamoDB. And this in turn is basically going to take in your user params that we have just defined. Okay, so let's pass that over here, user params, and this would basically give you the data, and inside the data there would be something known as item, that is your entire data. You can actually basically console.log user data to find out what exactly is being returned over here. So I'm going to check my condition, that is if at all no user result dot my item. So in that case, I'm just going to say return result dot status of, again, for not 4 dot json with a message being user is not found. All right. Yeah, so apart from that, we're going to extract the user's object. Okay, so basically we're going to transform the user data. So here I'm going to say const user equals to first of all user id. So this is going to be equals to users result dot item dot user id, and apart from that we're going to access the gender. It's going to be equals to user result dot your item dot gender, and we need access to the dating preferences. It's going to be equals to user result dot item dot your dating preferences dot apply the map, and for each preferences just get the preferences over here, else it's going to be an empty array. Apart from that, we're going to have access to the matches over here. So by default it would actually be empty. So I'm going to say user result dot your item dot the matches. Again, we're going to do the similar thing, dot map. For each match, get in the match. So I'm going to say match, or it's going to be an empty array, right? So here basically we are trying to transform the user data, as I said. So here the retrieved user data is reformatted for easier processing. So we're gonna work on these things. So apart from the matches, we're gonna initialize the final one, that is the liked profiles. So this in turn is gonna be user result dot item dot your liked profiles dot map. So for every liked profile that's present, we just need access to the liked profile dot liked user id, liked user id. So we are initializing lp dot liked user id because there would be a field that is a user id inside the liked user id. Yeah, so that's the reason we're going to initialize in this particular format, else it's going to be an empty array. Yeah, so this part is done. So now the next step is we need to prepare the filters. Okay, so we're gonna have a bunch of filters, that is gender filter, exclude filters, as well as your user id. So format once. So the way we're going to show the profiles is that we're going to exclude the IDs, that is the matches of the current user, as well as the liked profiles of the current user, as well as the own profile of the current user that's currently logged in. So these are the three things we're going to exclude, and we're going to include the gender filters that is based on the users dating preferences, right? And apart from that, if at all it is a female user profile, we're going to show the male user profile, and if at all it's a male user profile, we're going to show the female user profile, right? So let's initialize that. So over here, after this part, I'm going to say const gender filter equals to, let's say, user dot dating preferences dot map. So for every, let's say, g, so I'm going to initialize it into this format. So basically over here we're trying to convert the user's dating preferences to the DynamoDB format, which is there in the form of a string. So that's the reason I've added a capital S over here and included just whatever value is there over here, right? That's pretty much. And apart from that, let's initialize our exclude IDs that we're going to exclude. So I'm going to say const exclude IDs is going to be an array of IDs. So here, as I said, we're going to exclude basically three things. That is going to be a combination of matches, liked profiles, and the user's own ID, that is the user's own profile. Okay, so let's do that. So this is going to include whatever is there in the user dot matches. So that's the reason we had transformed this, so we can directly access whatever we need to include. So all of them are basically your IDs, okay? And this is your gender filter that includes your dating preferences. So we're gonna include the user dot matches. We're gonna include the user dot liked profiles. This also is going to be in the form of an ID. And finally, we're going to include the user's ID itself, because we need not see the user's own profile in the matches or in the home screen. So I'm going to say user dot user ID. And over here, we're going to map. I'm going to say dot map. So for, let's say, every ID, again, I'm going to transform it into the DynamoDB format that is in the form of a string. So I'm going to make use of capital S and then pass in the ID over here. So this part is done. So now the next step is we need to scan the database for the matches based on these two statements that we have written, right? So for that, we're going to initialize our scan params. I'm going to say const scan params equals to an object. So this in turn is going to take in three things. That is your table name, your filter expression, that is based on whatever you need to filter out, as well as the expression attribute values. Okay. So first thing is we need to pass in the table name. I'm going to say table name. It's going to be users in my case. So yes, apart from that, pass in the filter expression. So filter expression is going to be this one. So we're going to say user ID, and we're going to say do not include the current user ID. So current user ID, and the next filter is we're going to say contains your gender preferences, and pass in the gender over here. And this is your final condition, that is, and it should not contain. So I'm going to say and not contains your excluded IDs as well as the user ID, right? So here I'm going to say not contains excluded IDs, comma, your user ID. So that's it. So this might be a little complex while writing the endpoints or while writing the filter conditions for DynamoDB, but we will understand as we write each endpoint, right? So now the next step is we need to write the expression attribute value. So based on whatever you define over here, that is with the help of the colon, we need to define that particular value, right? So let's again understand what exactly is happening in the filter expression details, right? So here, this statement that is until here, so this is basically going to exclude the current user's profile. And for this one, okay, this basically includes only users whose gender matches the user's dating preferences. And for this part, we're going to exclude users who are already matched or liked. That's the only thing. Okay. So yeah, as I told, the next part is we need to initialize the expression attribute value. So let's do that. I'm going to say expression attribute values. So this in turn is going to be an object, and as I told, we're going to define each value that we described over here. That's current user ID, gender preferences, as well as the excluded IDs. So let's start off from the current user ID. So I'm going to say current user ID is going to be equals to this, which is there in the form of a string, that is user ID. And apart from current user ID, we have the gender preferences to define. So let's target that. Gender preferences. This is again going to be in the form of a list. Okay. So I'm going to say L. L stands for list. I'm going to say if my gender preferences, or if my gender filter dot length is greater than 0, then in that case I'm gonna have the gender filter being shown, else it is just going to be none. So that none also is going to be in the form of a string. So I'm going to say s and then none over here. So that's it. So the next one is going to be for your exclude IDs. Let's define that. So exclude IDs, this again is going to be in the form of a list, and it is just going to take in this particular IDs to exclude from the table. So I'm going to say exclude IDs. Okay, so that's it. So after that, we're going to make use of the scan command, and then we're going to get the result based on this filters that we have applied. So format once, and here's I'm going to say const scan result. So const scan result equals to await. It's going to be DynamoDB client, DynamoDB client dot send, and this time it's going to be the scan command. I'm going to say new scan command, import that from this particular value, that is AWS SDK /lib /DynamoDB. So actually we need to import this from the client DynamoDB. That's the first suggestion that we're getting. So import that. So this in turn is going to take in your scan params over here. Okay, that's it. So now the next step is we need to transform and return the details into the way we want. So we need to basically parse the results. So I'm going to say const initialize your matches equals to, I'm going to say scan result dot go into the items, and we're going to say dot map. So for each item, we're going to just parse the results into all of these single values. So let's define each one of them. So I'm going to say user ID. So this in turn is going to be your item dot your user ID dot your s, that is to get that particular value, which is going to be there in the form of a string. Okay, so next is your email. It's going to be equals to item dot user ID dot your s, I mean not user ID, it's going to be email dot s. Apart from that, your first name, I'm going to say first name is going to be equals to item dot your first name dot s, since all of these are string values. Then we have your gender. So I'm going to say gender is going to be equals to item dot gender dot s, and then we have the next one, that is your location. That also is going to be equals to item dot location dot s, and then apart from that, looking for is going to be equals to item dot looking for dot s. Next we have date of birth. This also is a string, so it's going to be equals to item dot date of birth dot s. All right, yeah, apart from that, we're going to have the hometown. I'm going to say hometown item dot date of birth dot s. This also is a string. Next we have is the type. So I'm going to say item dot date of birth dot s. This also is a string. Apart from type, we're going to have the job title. So I'm going to say job title item dot job title dot s. Next we have is the workplace. which is going to be equals to item dot workplace dot s. So apart from workplace, we're going to have all of the image URLs. So this in turn is going to be equals to item dot image URLs dot l, go into that particular list, and we're going to map over it. I'm going to say dot map for each URL. So each URL would be in a string format. So for that reason, I'm going to say access the URL dot s, or an empty array. So after that, we're going to have the prompt. So this prompt we need in the array of objects, that is in the form of a question answer type, that is there inside each object, right? So I'm going to say prompts. Okay, I think I made a spelling mistake over here. Each of them should be in a small I because we are targeting this one. So that's my bad. So let's initialize a small I for each of them. So item. Yeah, all right. So for the prompts, I'm going to say item dot prompts dot, again this is an array, so go into the L, that is for the list map. So for each prompt, let's transform it into our value that we want to. So we're gonna have basically the question. So question is gonna be this one, that is your prompt dot, this is basically a map, so it's gonna be dot m dot question and then dot s. Okay, and we have the answer. I'm gonna say answer is gonna be prompt dot m dot answer. To access that answer, which is there in the form of a string, it's going to be dot s, or it's going to be an empty array. Yeah, so that's it. So these are all of your matches. We're just going to send it to the front end part. So here I'm going to say result dot status of, let's say 200 dot json of your matches. So let's format once and then let's save the file. Okay, so yeah, this is your entire endpoint for getting the matches for a particular user that's currently logged in. I know this is a long process of defining endpoints in the DynamoDB part. Yeah, but we're gonna understand how exactly we're gonna do that as we write each of the endpoint. Okay, so now furthermore, let's write another endpoint to get in the user info. Okay, so let's write that. So right below this, again I'm gonna make use of my get method. I'm gonna say app.get. It's gonna be let's say / user info. So this in turn is gonna take in your async method with the request and the response and callback. Okay, so here again we need access to the user ID. So I'm gonna say const user ID is gonna be equals to request dot query, and I'm gonna do the input validation, that is if at all there is no user ID found. So then in that case, let's say return result dot json, not JSON, result dot status of 400 dot JSON with a message being user ID is required, something like this. All right, so after this we're going to initialize our try catch block. So try catch of error, I'm going to say console.log error fetching user details, something like this, and then pass in the error and send down the result. So result dot status of 500 dot json with a message being internal server error. Alright, so now inside of the try block, first of all, let's again initialize our params as we have done previously. So I'm going to say const params equals to an object, pass in two things, that is your table name. I'm going to pass in my table name, that is users, and then pass in the key. So key in turn is going to be your user ID. All right, so initialize your command. I'm going to say const command equals to new get command. This in turn is going to take in your params over here. Let's initialize our result. I'm going to say const result equals to await DynamoDB client dot send of your command. So here we're going to check the condition, that is if at all there is no result dot item. So every time you send some command to DynamoDB, we would obtain the result in this string known as item. So that's the reason I'm checking for item each time. Okay, so if not result of item, I'm going to say return result dot status, not this result dot status of, let's say, 404 dot json with a message being user is not found. All right, that's it. And if we have the result, just send it to the front end part. So here we're going to say result dot status of 200 dot json, let's say with a message being user is not found. Save the file. Yeah, so that's it. So this is your endpoint for getting the user's info, that is the information of the user that's currently logged in. So let's do one more thing. So now let's head back to our home screen and then let's try to get all of the matches for the current user. Let's see if at all we have done everything correctly. Okay, so this is our home screen which is currently empty. So let's initialize few things at the top. So I'm going to say const navigation equals to use navigation, import that. And apart from that, let's initialize a use effect to fetch the user. Okay, so here's, first of all, let's check out our auth context. Hopefully we have set up the user ID and the set user ID, okay, as well as the user info. Yeah, even that is being set up in the previous video, which is good. So let's come back to the home screen. So here I'm going to initialize my use effect to basically get in the user ID with the help of the token, right? So make sure to import let's say both the things, use state as well as use effect. All right, so now inside of the use effect, let's initialize a function. Let's say fetch user. I'm going to say const fetch user equals to async function. So first step is we need to access the token. I'm going to say const token equals to await. We have async storage. Import that. We're going to make use of the get item method, and we're going to pass in the key. So this was the key which was used previously, that is token itself, that is while setting it. And let's initialize our decoded token. I'm going to say const decoded token equals to jwt decode. Import that and pass in your token. So const user id equals to decoded token dot user id, and finally just set the user id over here. So set user id of your user id. So I don't think the state is initialized, so let's actually get it from the use context. So I'm going to say const user id comma set user id equals to use context of your auth context. Import auth context from that particular file, and then initialize your use context hook. So use context just like this, and here I'm going to say set user id to be of your user id, just like this. And let's initialize the function, that is called the function over here on the initial render. So fetch user. Let's try to log the user id, and let's check it out if at all we are getting the correct value or not. I think we also need to import the core.js, I guess. So let's do that. I'm going to say import core.js / stable, then atop. Save the file. So there you go. We do have the user ID over here, that is F91F, and then ending from C5B. Let's check that out. So yeah, I hope this is the one, F91F. Let's check that out again. F9 F91FDE48, F91FDE4. Yeah, so this is the one which is there inside of the users table. So this is the one that is currently logged in. That is with my user profile. This is the email, that is sujananand0@gmail.com, right? Yeah. So now let's come back over here. So now let's actually target the function to get the matches, right? So first of all, let's initialize the command, not the command, let's initialize our function, that is const fetch matches. I'm going to say const fetch your matches equals to async method. Let's first of all initialize our try catch block. So try catch of error console.log of error with that particular error. Inside the try block, first of all, let's fetch all of the matches from the server. So here I'm just going to initialize my response. So I'm going to say const response equals to await initialize Axios, import Axios from Axios. It's going to be the get method, and let's pass in the URI over here. That's going to be make use of backticks initially, HTTP, or let's directly access the base URL. I'm going to say base URL, not this one. From the URLs folder, import it, and it's going to be question mark, not question mark, initially the endpoint, that is going to be /matches. This in turn is going to take in the user ID. So I'm going to say user ID is going to be equals to, I'm going to say encode URI component of your user ID. So format once. So this is going to be your initial response to the backend, and once we get the result, I'm going to say const matches is going to be equals to response.data.your matches. You can actually give a console.log over here. Let's also initialize the state to hold the users. So at the top over here, I'm going to say const users comma set users equals to use state of an empty array initially. Let's scroll down over here. So after getting the matches, I'm just going to say set the users to be of your matches, not user ID, users of the matches. Alright, so let's try to save the file, and let's try to initialize another use effect, and then let's try to call the function on the initial render, right? So use effect over here, I'm going to say fetch matches. So let's actually write in the form of a condition because we need access to the user ID over here. So I'm going to say if my user ID is present, then only go ahead and then call the fetch matches function, and it is dependent upon the user ID. And let's now try to log the matches, that is your users. So I'm going to say matches over here, save the file. Yeah, so we do have an error 400, and even over here it says request favorite status code 500. So let's check this out. So it says invalid filter expression and expression attribute value used in expression is not defined, that is excluded IDs. Okay, let's check that out. Probably the spelling might be wrong, so let's give it one more try. So let's check that out where exactly we've gone wrong. Yeah, so this is the endpoint excluded IDs, and over here we have passed in exclude IDs. Okay, probably that is the issue. Let's give that one more try. Copy this down. So whatever value is there with the colon, the same value should be present over here in the left hand side while you define the value for that, right? So copy that down, and let's try to paste it over here. Yeah, so now it's excluded IDs. Let's save the file. All right, let's come down to the home screen, and then let's give this one more try. So save. Okay, so we do have error again, matches is empty, and then Axios network error. So it says item is not defined, error fetching matches reference error. So let's check that out again. Let's come down to the index.js file. Okay, so let's check where exactly is that item coming from. It is item is not defined. So yeah, we have the item that is starting off from here. Okay, let's give a console message just to check where exactly it's erroring out. Try to save the file. Let's give it one more try. Let's call the function again in the home screen. That is over here. Save. Okay, again we got the error. Yeah, so it reaches that point and it is giving us the error. So let's check that out. Hopefully there is no error over here. And it is executing till here. Probably not sure where exactly is item defined. Okay, error fetching matches. Item is not defined. Okay, yeah, I think I got to know the issue. It's there over here. It should be just small I. Yeah, apart from that, I think there are no capital items because we are only referring to this item and not this one, right? So let's save the file. Let's try to call another function. Let's try to call the function again, I mean, in the home screen. That is there over here. Save. So there you go. Finally, we have all of the matches for the current user that's logged in. And as you can see, all of the genders is going to be woman itself. You can actually search for that. There would be no men over here. As you can see, one over here in the starting point, and you can just press on this. Again one, again one, again another one, again another one, and finally the final one. If you search for men, you should not be able to get that because the current user is a male profile. So next, done. Yeah, we are getting that search because it is actually targeting for this thing, that is MEN. It's present in women as well. So that's the reason we are not able to. So that's the reason we're getting the search for men as well. So yeah, as we saw, we are only getting the female user profiles, which is a good thing. So now with the help of this, we're gonna start styling out the initial part of the home screen. That is, I guess, gonna look like this. Yeah, this one. This is your initial home screen. At the top, we have some design, and then we have the first profile being rendered over here. So let's start styling out the initial part of the home screen, starting from taking each profile from this particular users array. So first of all, let's decide to take a particular profile that is there inside of this particular users array. So by default, we're just gonna take in the first profile that's present at the first place inside the users array. Basically, we're gonna try to take this particular object, that is the first object, right? And we're gonna store it inside of a state. So here I'm gonna say const current profile comma set current profile equals to use state. Initially it would be pointing to, let's say, users of 0, that is the first profile inside of the users array. And let's also initialize the use effect, stating that if all we have the users array, set it to be the first position, that is the first profile. So I'm going to say use effect, and this also would be dependent upon the users array. Here check the condition, that is if at all my users dot length is greater than 0, then in that case set current profile to be of users of 0. Save the file. Let's try to log the user. I'm just going to say current profile over here. Save. So as you can see, now we only have one profile over here, right? So with the help of this, we're going to start styling out the home screen. That's going to look like this. So let's start off over here. So that is in the return block. First of all, let's make use of our fragments, and we're going to make use of the scroll view over here. I'm going to say scroll view, import that from React Native, save the file. So this scroll view is going to have some content container style given. So initially a flex grow of 1, so I'm going to say flex grow 1, and then margin top of 55. Save the file. Yeah, so as you can see, that's looking fine. So here let's initialize a view. This view in turn is going to have another view with basically iron icons. So I'm going to say iron icons Name is going to be this, that is Sparkles Sharp, and we're going to pass in the size. This is going to have 22, and color is going to be black color. So color is going to be black. Let's try to import the iron icons from any one of the previous screens. Let's say this one. Let's try to save the file. So as you can see, we're able to see that icon being shown onto the screen. Let's first of all give the style for the view that's going to contain the icon. So style over here, width of 38, height of 38, and then border radius of 19 to make it look exactly circular, and then background color of this color code, that is D0. So D0, 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 and then we're going to have justify center, align items. Okay, let's try that correctly. Align items of center, format, save. Yeah, so as you can see, that's looking fine. So now apart from that, we're going to have all of the pressables starting from age, height, dating intention, as well as nearby. So below this, I'm going to initialize my pressable, import pressable from React Native as such, start initializing your first text, that's going to be age. Let's copy this down a couple of times. So after age, we're going to have height, then dating intention, then we're going to have the last one, let's say nearby. Okay, so as you can see, we have all of the designs being shown. So first of all, let's initialize the state just to check which current value or which current string is selected. So at the top, I'm going to say const option comma set option. So set option equals to use state. Initially, let's say it would be pointing to age. Okay, let's scroll down over here. Let's give the style for the pressable. I'm going to say style. So this in turn is going to have the border color. I'm going to say border color. So let's give style over here. That is, if at all my option equals to age, we're going to give a conditional styling just for this one, question mark. If this is true, then it's going to be transparent. Else it's going to be this color code, that is 80, 80, and then 80. Format. Apart from border color, we have the next one, border width of 0.7, 0.7, and then we have the padding horizontal and vertical. So I'm going to say padding horizontal of, let's say 10, padding vertical of 8. All right, and then border radius of 20. Background color, again conditional styling. If my option equals to age, question mark, it's going to be white color. I mean not white, it's going to be black. Else it's going to be transparent itself. So black colon transparent. Save the file. So as you can see, by default age was selected, so that's the reason it is showing in black background. Let's initialize style for this, that is the text align center, font size of 14, font weight of, let's say 400, color, if my option equals to age, then in that case it's gonna be white. Okay, else it's gonna be this color code, that is 808080. All right, let's format, save the file. So as you can see, that's looking fine. Now let's initialize the on press on the first pressable and then set the option. If you press on this, take in a function, and here I'm just going to say set the option to be of your age. That is just like this. Let's initialize the same on press and the styles for the remaining pressables. This is going to be equals to height. This is going to be equals to your dating intention. Let's write that spelling correctly. So the next one is going to be finally equals to nearby. That is this one. So nearby, save the file. Let's pass in the same styling and then let's change the value over here. So let's pass it over here as well, over here, and then over here as well. Same thing for the style, that is over here, and for the third one, and for the final one. Format once and then make the change for the condition. This is the first one. This is going to be for your second one. So height, and even for the text as well. The next is going to be for your dating intention. Change the condition correctly. And even over here as well for the text part. And the final one is going to be for your nearby. So copy that out and then change the conditions accordingly. And finally over here, save. Let's try on each one of them. So as you can see, we're able to switch between each of the values. So now let's style it out. Let's target the outermost view that contains all of these four things. That is this view. Initialize style over here, padding of 10, and then a flex direction of row, align items of center, and let's say a gap of 10. Save the file. So as you can see, just like that, we're able to bring out the initial design over here, and we're able to switch between all of the four things. That's good. So now next step is start styling out the profile. That is going to happen just below the view. So let's minimize this for a second, this one, and let's initialize our view over here. So within this view, we're going to have the profile being shown. So this view is going to have a default styling, that is a margin horizontal of 12 as well as margin vertical of 12. Let's initialize our fragments inside. And here, first of all, let's initialize view. I'm going to initialize my another view. Within this view, we're going to have another view being initialized, which in turn is going to show the text. I'm going to access my first name. I'm going to say current profile dot first name. Save. So there you go. We're able to see that being shown onto the screen. Okay, so that's the first female profile inside of the users array. So that's the reason we are showing that. So apart from the text, we're going to have a view which is going to say new here, text, and then new here. Save. Let's initialize the style for the view. So passing the style, background color of this color code, that is 452363. And we're going to provide some padding horizontal. So padding horizontal of 12, and then padding vertical of, let's say, 4, a border radius of 20. Save. Yeah, that's looking fine. Initialize the style for the text. It's going to have a white color. So text align of center and then a color of white. That's it. Format once and then save the file. Okay, so let's pass in the style for this particular point, that is this particular view. That's going to contain these two children. So style over here, flex direction of a row, and then align items of center, and let's provide in a gap of 10. Yeah, so as you can see, that's looking fine. And we need to give a bigger font size for the name over here. Let's target the style. Yeah, so this style is going to have basically font size, a bigger font size, 42, not 42, 22, and then font weight of bold. So bold and then save. Yeah, so as you can see, that's looking good. So yes, apart from that, towards the rightmost part, we're going to have the icon. So let's initialize that. That is over here. Initialize the view, and then end typo. Name is going to be this one, that is dots 3 horizontal. Let's pass in a size over here. Size is going to be 22. Color is going to be black. Make sure to import your end typo over here at the top of the screen. End typo, and even over here. Let's get in that end typo. Save the file. As you can see, we're able to see that being shown onto the screen. So now we need to pass in the style for the outermost view that contains this view and then this particular view. Target the style over here. Give it a flex of row. Align items of center, as well as a gap of 10. Gap of 10. And not a gap, I think we should provide justify space between, because we want it to be pushed towards the rightmost part. So there you go, save the file. So as you can see, we're able to see that initial design being shown and the icon is pushed towards the rightmost part. So let's minimize this internal view, that is this one, and below this we're gonna show the next part. So I'm gonna say another view. This in turn is gonna have a margin vertical. Just to space out a bit, I'm gonna say margin vertical of 15 for this. So let's start off this particular view, which in turn is gonna have the first image being shown of the profile user. So here I'm gonna check the condition, that is, if at all my current profile dot image URLs dot length is greater than 0, and if that's the case, initialize another view, which in turn is going to contain a image. So here I'm going to say image. Make sure to import image from React Native. Image in turn is going to take in the source, which in turn is going to take in the URI, and it's going to be current profile dot image URLs of 0, because if you would check out the backend part, let's say any one of the profile, and then let's say JSON view, image URLs is just an array of strings, and just to access that, we're just going to pass in the image URL itself. Okay, that is going to be current profile dot image URLs of 0. Let's pass in the style so that we could see it onto the screen. So style, it's going to have a width of, let's say, 100%, and we're going to have a height of this one, that is 410, and we're going to have, let's say, resize mode of cover, and let's say border radius of 10. So let's try to save the file. So there you go, automatically we're able to see the first image being shown onto the screen, that is of the current user profile. So let's save the file, and below this we also need to show the heart button over here. So that is going to happen, that is right below the image, that is over here. Let's initialize a pressable. This pressable in turn is going to have the image. Let me just get the link for the image. So I'm just going to paste in the image over here. I'll be sending the link in the description, you can check it out. So save the file. So as you can see, this is the image I'm going to use, and this is the initial styling for the image. Now let's give the style for the pressable over here. So let's target the style. So this in turn is going to have a position of absolute, and we're going to pass in a bottom value of 10, and then a right of 10, and we're going to have a background color of white. Okay, and apart from that, a width of 50, a height of 50, and then we're going to provide in a border radius of 25, justify content of center, and then align items of center. Save the file. So just like that, it went into the correct position, that is towards the rightmost part. So as you can see, it's looking exact same, and then it's looking nice as well. So save. Yeah, so this part is done. So let's again minimize this view, and the next design is gonna come over here. Let's initialize the view for that. So this view again is gonna have a slight margin vertical, just to give it a good spacing. I'm gonna say margin vertical of 15. Okay, so now within this particular view, we're going to show the first prompt of this particular user, that is whatever they have entered. So I'm going to say current profile dot prompts dot map. I'm going to slice just from 0 to 1, just to get the first prompt. So let's not map initially, let's slice first. I'm going to say slice 0 to 1. This would give you the first prompt, and here I'm going to map for every prompt and then the index. Let's return a view. I'm going to initialize my fragments basically, and here I'm going to initialize a view. So this view in turn is going to have two pieces of text, your question as well as your answer. So to access the question, it's going to be prompt.question. That's simple to access, and then initialize your second text, prompt.answer. Save. So as you can see, my self-care routine is you have that answer for that particular question. So let's initialize the style for the text. So font size of 15, font weight of 500, save. Let's target this. This is going to have a larger font size of 24, font weight of bold, and we're going to have margin top of 20. I'm going to use this font family. You can use any font family you're interested in. So this font family only works for iOS, I suppose, and you have different font families for Android as well, so you can explore and then you can add your own font family. So I'm going to use this one, and I'm going to pass in the line height of 30. Save. So as you can see, just like that, our design is looking even more better. So let's target our view over here. So view, this in turn is going to have background of white, so background color of white, some internal spacing, padding of 12, a border radius of let's say 10, and then height of 150, justify content of center. So as you can see, that's looking fine. So now this also is going to have the pressable, that is your heart icon. Okay, I'm just going to initialize the code for that. It's going to be the exact same thing, and just after your view we're going to show this design, that is right after this point. Save. So as you can see, just like that, we're able to see that heart button being shown for the first prompt as well. That's fine, that's looking good. Let's format. So now after this we have the next set of information, that is some basic information regarding the user as we saw in the demo part. So let's minimize this, and after this I'm going to initialize my view part. Okay, let's come back. So within the view, I'm going to have another view over here. This view in turn is going to have a scroll view where we're going to show all of the designs. Okay, so the first one is going to be a view. I'm going to initialize a view. This view in turn is going to have a text which is going to show the date of birth of the user. I'm going to say current profile dot date of birth. Save. So as you can see, we're able to see that being shown on the screen, which is fine. Let's initialize a style for this. It's going to have a font size of 15. So save the file. Okay, so let's initialize another view over here. So the next is for the gender, so it's going to be current profile dot gender. So let's save. So as you can see, we're able to see that being shown onto the screen. And apart from that, we're going to have the next one, that is type. So just copy this down again. So I'm going to say current profile dot type over here. Apart from type, you're going to have the hometown. I'm going to say hometown. Save. Okay, not sure why we are actually seeing the date itself, that is the date of birth, even though we have rendered the type over here. Okay, so let's actually design all of the required things. After hometown, the next thing we have is the job title. I think that's going to come below the scroll view. First, let's fix this issue, why we are not able to see this part. Yeah, so for the scroll view, we're going to provide in the prop that is horizontal, and show horizontal scroll indicator, set it to be false. Save. And for each of the view, let's provide in the styling, let's say margin right of 20. not top, right? Yeah, so as you can see, that's looking fine. So let's target the outermost view, that is this one. Give it a background color of white, padding of 10, border radius of 8. Okay, so yes, that's looking fine. So let's actually check why exactly we're not able to see the type as well as the gender. Let's try to console.log over here at the top. So current profile dot type, save. Okay, so we do have an issue. So even for type, it's showing that. And let's check out the endpoint. Probably there we might have made a mistake. Okay, so there you go. So for type also we have just sent this itself. So even for the hometown it's wrong. So it's going to be item.hometown.s, and even for type it's going to be item.type.s. Save the file. Let's come down to the home screen. Again, save the file over here. Save. So there you go. Now we're able to see that being shown on the screen, which is good. Alright, so now below the scroll view, let's initialize the remaining design. That is, yeah, after this particular view. Okay, so we're gonna have a view over here. This view in turn is gonna have the iron icons. So the name is gonna be bag outline. Size is gonna be 20. Color black. Save. So as you can see, that is being shown onto the screen, and we're gonna have the text over here, which is gonna be current profile dot your job title. Save. So as you can see, software engineer, it's being shown to the screen. Let's target the style over here. Let's provide in flex of row. So flex direction row, align items of center, and then let's say a gap of 12. Margin top, since it's almost touching the top, text of 15, and then border bottom color. So border bottom color of this color code E0 E0 E0, and then a padding bottom, right? So padding bottom of 10. Yeah, so as you can see, that's looking nice. Let's give it a format once, and then let's save the file. Let's also provide the border bottom width. That's not provided. That's the reason it's not being shown on the screen. Border bottom width of 0.8. So as you can see, a light line is being shown on the screen. That's fine. So I'm just going to copy this down a couple of times for the next one. Save. Yeah, so the next one is going to be your locate outline. So I'm going to say locate outline, and here it's going to be dot workplace. Save. So as you can see, Accenture, that's being shown. Let's copy this one more time. So the next one is going to be book outline, and we're going to show let's say the religion. I'm just going to hard code it because we have not set up a screen for this. You can add your own religion over here. Okay, so save. Yeah, that's looking fine. After this, let's initialize the next one, that is your location. So it's going to be home outline. It's going to be current profile dot location. Save. As you can see, that's looking fine. That's the current location of this particular user. So format once, and then copy this view down one more time. After location, we're going to have the next one. Change the icon, search outline, and it's going to be current profile dot looking for. So I'm going to say looking for. Save. So yeah, as you can see, that is looking nice. So apart from that, we're going to have another view that is going to be a hard-coded text which says monogamy. and it's going to be heart outline. Save. Yes, so as you can see, that's looking nice. So let's actually fix the design for the scroll view. It's not looking that good. So just before the scroll view, that is over here, let's provide in a style for this. That is a flex of row, and then align items of center. We're gonna provide some border bottom width of 0.8, and let's provide in the border bottom color. So I'm gonna say border bottom color of this one, that is E0 E0 E0, and then padding bottom of 10. Yeah, so now as you can see, that's looking fine. Let's format once. Okay, yeah, so this was it about yours design that is going to come right after your first prompt. So let's minimize this. That is the entire view, that is this one. So below this, let's initialize the next part of the design. I'm going to initialize the view for this. So pass in the style. This in turn is going to have a margin vertical of 15. So next we're going to show the next two images. Here we're going to show the next two images. I'm going to say current profile dot image URLs, apply the slice method dot slice. We're going to slice in from 1 to 3 dot map for every item and then the index. We're going to show the view. This view in turn is going to have some margin vertical. So I'm going to say style margin vertical of 10, key equals to index. So we can actually get in the design itself. So let's try that correctly. Yeah, we could get the same piece of code, that is this one, image as well as the pressable. That is over here. And let's make the change for the URI. URI is just going to be the item itself. So let's remove this and item. Save. So as you can see, we have the next two images as well, along with the heart button for those particular images, which is good. So format and then save. So this part is done. So now after that, we're going to show the next one. So now this view is going to have the margin vertical. So let's pass in initial styling, margin vertical of let's say 15. Here we're going to show the next part of the prompts. Okay, that is your second prompt. I'm going to say current profile dot prompts dot slice from 1 to 2 to get the second prompt dot map for every prompt that's present. Just render the view. So again, it's going to be similar. Let's get in that code, that is this particular view, as well as your pressable. So let's initialize that over here, and then let's try to save the file. So this is going to be prompt. So there you go. We have the next piece of prompt coming onto the screen. That is your second prompt, and it's looking nice. Save. After this prompt, we're going to have the next image. Let's minimize this. That is this one, and let's initialize a view. So here I'm going to say current profile dot image URLs dot slice. This in turn is going to slice from 3 to 4 to get the next image dot map for every item and then the index. We're going to show the view. This view in turn is going to have the key equals to index, and then style margin horizontal of, not horizontal, vertical of 10. Let's get in the design for the image. That is going to be this one, image and the pressable. Let's come over here and then paste it over here. Save. So as you can see, we have the next image being shown of the user, and after this let's save the file. So after this we're going to have the final prompt being shown. So let's initialize this and let's just paste it after this particular view that is there over here. So instead of slicing from 1 to 2, I'm going to slice from 2 to 3 to get the final prompt. So 2 to 3, and then yeah, apart from that this is going to remain the same. Save. So as you can see, we have the final prompt as well being shown. Okay, so after this we're going to show the remaining 2 images as well. So let's try to minimize this. So this is going to be 15. Let's write that correctly. Yeah, let's minimize this, and then we're going to have a view over here. This view in turn is going to say current profile dot image URLs dot slice. Here we're going to slice from 5 to 7, not 5 to 7, 4 to 7 to get the remaining 2 images. So I'm going to say 4, 7 dot map. So let's say for every item and the index. Over here let's initialize the view. So this in turn is going to have the key. So key is going to be index, and we're going to have the style margin vertical. So margin vertical of, let's try that properly, of 10. Let's initialize the code, that is image and a pressable, this one as well as this one. Minimize this, also minimize this too. Let's come back over here and then show the image. Save. So there you go, we have the remaining 2 images being shown on the screen as well. So as you can see, a profile has 6 images of that particular user as well as 3 prompts, and for each prompt and for each image we have the heart button being shown, which is looking good as well. So this is your entire design for the profile onto the home screen. So now let's scroll down and we're going to design the dislike button. So below the scroll view, I'm going to say pressable, initialize the image. For this I'm just going to get the link for the image. So I'm just going to paste it over here. I'll be sending this link in the description, you can check it out. Let's target the style over here. I'm going to say style. This in turn is going to have a position of absolute. I'm going to say position absolute, and apart from that bottom value, bottom of 15, and then we're going to pass in a left of 12, and we're going to give it a background color of, let's say, white. We're going to give it a specific width of 60, height of 60 as well, and then justify content of center, align items to center as well, so it comes to the centermost part. Yes, apart from that we're going to provide some shadow. I'm going to say shadow color is going to be this, that is 0, 0, 0. Apart from shadow color, we're going to have shadow offset, which in turn is going to be in the form of an object, width of 0 and then a height of 2. Let's also provide a shadow opacity, that is 0.2, 0.2. So after this we're going to provide the shadow radius of 4 and then elevation of 5. Save. So as you can see, we're able to see that button being shown on the screen, but we want it in a circular format. So target the border radius, give it 30 to make it look exactly circular. So there you go, just like that we're able to see the dislike button and it's looking nice. Okay, so format once and then save the file. So yes, we have successfully designed the initial part of the home screen, that is by showing the profiles. So now the next step is, let's initialize the endpoint, or let's actually design the style for sending a like. That is, let's check if at all I've designed that over here. That is, if at all you press on the heart button, you should be navigated to the send like screen, Okay, I think it's not there over here. Okay, so as you saw in the demo video, if you press on this particular hard button, you should be navigated to the send like screen with this particular photo, and you should be given a text input and the roses as well, and we need to implement the send like functionality. So based on whatever image or based on whatever prompt you select, that particular image or prompt should be sent to the next screen, and then you should be able to send a like for that. Okay, so we'll be focusing on that. That is the next part. So let's look into the design of the send like screen. So first of all, let's check if at all we have created our send like screen. Okay, so I don't think it's created, so let's create that first. So inside the screens folder, I'm going to say send like screen.js, so rnfes, and then save the file. So let's make sure we include this into the stack navigator over here, and let's say right after the main, I'm going to say new screen, that is going to be equals to send like. So let's change the component for this. It's going to be send like screen. Import this particular screen from the screens folder, right? So let's save. All right, so now let's come back to our home screen, and we're going to initialize a on press event on each of the pressable, that is each one of the images as well as each one of the prompts as well. So starting off from uh, this particular point, yeah, that is this one, we're going to initialize the on press event on just the heart button that is present, right? So here I'm going to say on press, taking a function, and over here I'm going to say navigation dot navigate to the name of the screen, that's going to be send like in our case. So send like, and we're going to pass in a bunch of information to the next screen. So the first one is going to be type, that is whether this is a type of image or whether this is a type of a prompt. Okay, so this is going to be a type of the image, that's the first one. Apart from this, we're going to pass in the image, that is going to be equals to current profile dot image urls of 0, that's how we access it. And this is going to be the name, that is current profile dot your first name. And apart from that, the user id, so this is going to be just the user id that is already stored inside of state. Okay, and this is your liked user id, that is the person, that is this particular person's user id, that's going to be the liked user id because the logged in user is going to like this particular profile, right? So to access that, it's going to be current profile dot user id. All right, so that's it. So let's save the file. So this is just for the first image that is being shown over here. So let's format once. Let's initialize this one more time. There is this piece of code. Let's scroll down and let me just give the on press to the first prompt that we have. So here again it's going to be similar, navigation.navigate to send like, and we're going to change the type. So this time it's going to be a prompt, and image not required for now. Name is required, current profile dot first name. User id is required, that is user id itself. Liked user id is required, that is current profile dot user id. Apart from that, we need to send the prompt as well, that is in the form of a question and answer. I'm going to say question is going to be equals to prompt dot question. Similarly, answer is going to be equals to prompt dot answer. Okay, so yeah, let's format once and then let's save the file. So now I'm just going to initialize the same piece of code for the images and the same piece of code for the remaining prompts, right? So the first image and the first prompt has been set up, as you can see over here. Let's do the same thing for the remaining part. So let's scroll down, and after this design, this is for the image. So press on the pressable. So come down to the pressable, paste over here. Type is going to be image. Image is going to be item in this case because we have the images from 1 to 3, right? So that's the reason I've just added item, that's going to be your image, and apart from that, this is going to remain as is. Let's copy it down for your prompts now. So copy this down, and yeah, let's scroll down, and after your images, this is for the second prompt that we're going to design, that is over here for the pressable. Paste it. Type is going to be prompt, and then name is going to be current profile dot your first name, and similarly all the other details would be as is, right? So yes, let's again initialize the next piece of code for the images, I believe. Yeah, so the prompt is done. That is, the second prompt is done. Let's write that correctly. Okay, yeah, we have set that up. This is for images. Again, for the pressable, that is your hard button. Initializes code. Again, it's going to be a type of image, and all of this is going to remain as is. So the next one is for the third prompt, I believe. That's the last one. Let's scroll down a bit. Yeah, this is the one. So for the pressable, let's paste it over. Type is going to be prompt, and then we're going to pass these details as is. Let's copy this down for the final time for the remaining two images. So yeah, this is for the prompts, and then yeah, there's the final images slicing from 4 to 7. So for the pressable, paste it over here. So format and then save. So yes, we have set up all of the on presses for all of the pressables, that is all of 6 images and then all of 3 prompts. So now let's give this a try. I'm going to press on the first image. So there you go, we are coming correctly to the send like screen with all of that particular information. So let's start designing the send like screen. So this is going to be super simple. We're going to have the image that we pressed on, and we're going to have an input field, and we're going to have the send like button. Towards the left of send like button, we're going to have the number of roses present. Okay, so let's first of all initialize our safe area view over here. Let's make use of that. So I'm gonna paste it over here as well as over here. Save. So now over here I'm gonna initialize my view. So as of now I'm not gonna focus on the animation part. I'm just gonna implement the liking of the profile, and in the later part of the video we're gonna implement the animations for both the roses as well as the like. So now within the view, I'm going to initialize my text. Before that, let's first of all initialize our route. To get the information, I'm going to say const route equals to use route. So make use of, so import your use route from the React navigation package. Initialize the text. It's going to be equals to root.params.firstname. Not the first name, it's going to be the name. So save. So as you can see, we're able to see that being shown onto the screen. So let's give the style over here for the safe area view. Initially a flex of 1, and it's going to have a background color, that is RGBA in quotes of this color code, that is 240, 240, 240, and then 1. Save. Alright, so format once. So for this particular view, I'm going to give this style. So I'm going to say style over here. It's going to have a margin top of, let's say, auto. And apart from that, margin bottom of auto as well. And we're going to give it a margin horizontal of 25. So save the file. So as you can see, it's looking fine. So once the design finishes up, this is going to come somewhere over here at this point. Okay, so let's target the style, that is for the text that's present. So style over here, we're going to have a font size of, let's say, 22, font weight of bold. Save. Okay, that's looking fine. So now below the text, we're going to first of all check if at all the rooted params type is equals to an image. Then we're going to show the image. If it's not equals to an image, then show the prompts. So just below the text over here, I'm going to check the condition, that is if my root dot params dot the type equals to image question mark. So else in this case, I'm just going to show the view. That means it is in the prompts section. Then that means we need to show the question and the answer for that particular part. So first of all, if it is an image, so here let's first of all render that particular image. So here I'm going to say view, and within the view I'm going to initialize my image over here. Make sure to import image from React Native as such. Pass in the source for this, take in the URI, and over here let's give the style width of 100%. Okay, not over here. For the URI, it's going to be a root.params.image. That's the URI. So root.params.your-image. Let's now pass in the style. So style is going to be equals to, let's say, width of 100%, and then let's say a height of 100 percentage, and we're going to provide it a resize mode of cover. Save the file. Okay, I think my bad. The height should be 350, so it's taking up the whole screen space. So here I'm going to provide it 350. Save. So there you go. Now it's looking fine. So now let's also give the style for basically the view. I think this should be 100 percentage. For the view we're going to give it a height of 350, right? So my bad. So let's pass on the style over here, width of 100 percentage, and then we're going to pass it a height of 350. Apart from that, a slight border radius of let's say 10, and then margin top of 20, and then overflow is going to be hidden. Let's provide a background color of white. So this is going to be 100 percentage as well. Save. Yeah, so as you can see, now it's looking good. So format once and then save the file. And now in the else condition, we need to style it out further. Question and answer, that is, if at all the rooted parameter type equals to a prompt. Here we're going to have two pieces of text. So I'm going to say text over here. It's going to be equal to root dot params dot your prompt dot your question. Let's just copy this down. So it's going to be rooted params dot prompt dot answer for the second part. Save. So now nothing should appear because we have chosen a type of image. Let's pass on the style for this particular view, that is over here. So target the style. It's going to have a background color of white, and apart from that, a padding. So let's select the padding over here. It's going to be padding of 20, and we're going to have the border radius of let's say 10, shadow color of this color code, that is 000, and then we're going to have the shadow offset, width of 0, and then a height of 2. Apart from that, passing the shadow opacity as well as the shadow radius. So shadow opacity of let's say 5, I mean not 5, of 0.2, and shadow radius of 5. Width is going to be 100 percentage, and we're going to pass in justify of center. Okay, and then we're going to pass in margin top of let's say 10, and a specific height of let's say 200. So similarly for the text, let's pass in the style, that is for the question. So font size is going to be 18, and then font weight of 600. And then furthermore, we're going to pass in the color, that's going to be 333, and we're going to provide in a text align. So text align of let's say left, okay, and margin bottom of 10. So I'm going to format once and then save the file. Let's also finish writing the styles for the next part of the text. So style. So here maximum this can have a number of lines up to 3, not more than that, because if that happens, I think it might overflow. Okay. So for the style, font size of let's say 22, and then font weight of bold, and then we're going to say text align of left. So now let's give this a try. I'm just going to go back and then press on a prompt so that this design should be chosen. I'm just going to go back over here. So I'm going to choose let's say the first prompt. So there you go, just like that, we're able to see the prompt being shown on the screen, and it is looking nice as well with the first name being shown over here, right? So below that, we're going to have the text input where we have the option to enter a comment. So that's going to happen right over here. So let's initialize that text input, import text input from React Native as such. So first of all, let's initialize the state to hold the comment. I'm going to say const comment, comma set comment equals to use state, initially an empty string, import use state from React as such. Scroll down for the text input. Let's pass in the placeholder initially. It's going to be add a comment, And furthermore, we're going to say value. So value is going to be equals to your comment, and we have the on change text also. So I'm going to say on change text, take in the text, and then set the comment. I'm going to say set comment to be of the text. So yes, apart from that, let's provide in the style for the text input. So I'm going to say style over here. It's going to have a padding of 15, some internal spacing, and background color of white. Border radius of 8, so border radius 8, and then margin top of 14, and then we're going to say font size. If at all we have the comment, then we're going to say 17, else also we're going to say 17. Save. Let's see how exactly it's looking. So there you go, automatically our text input is looking really nice just below the prompts, so which is looking actually good. So let's format once. So apart from that, below this we're gonna have the likes, and towards the, I mean not the likes, we're gonna have the roses, and towards the right we're gonna have the send like button. So let's initialize that. That's gonna happen right below the text input. I'm gonna design a view for that. Within the view we're gonna have a pressable, import pressable from React Native as such. This pressable is gonna have roses. So I'm just going to hard code the roses for now. Let's say 2, and once when we get the user info, that is once it's implemented, we're going to make it look dynamic. And here next we need access to the iron icon, so I'm just going to copy it down from any one of the other screens, and let's say I'm going to paste it over here. So let's initialize our iron icons over here. So I'm going to say iron icons. So this in turn is going to take in the name of the icon. So let's say it's going to be rose. Pass in the size. I'm going to pass in 22. This is going to be the color. That is A04ABA. Save. So as you can see, that's looking fine. So now let's also initialize the next pressable, that is for your send like button. It's going to have a text which says send like. Okay, so now what we're going to do is, let's save the file first. Let's target the outermost view and then pass in the style for that. So this is going to have a margin vertical of let's say 12, and then a flex of row. So I'm going to say flex direction row. Apart from that, align items of center, a gap of 10. Okay, so it's looking okayish now. So let's initialize the style for the pressable. Give it again a flex of row because it's currently in a column fashion. So flex of row, align items of center, and we're going to provide a background color of this color code, that is EA D8 and then FO, not FO, F0 actually. So apart from the background color, target the border radius. I'm going to give it 30, padding horizontal of 20 or 25, padding vertical of 20, and a gap of 4. Save. So as you can see, just like that, it is looking nice. Let's similarly give the style for your send like button. All right, so let's target the style over here, and this in turn is going to have a background color of this color code, that is DA4ATB. And yeah, apart from that, it's going to have again border radius of 30, padding of 20, and a flex of 1, such that it takes up the entire space until this point. So save. So as you can see, it's looking good. Target the style over here. So this in turn is going to have a text align of center, and then font weight of bold, font weight bold, and then font size of 15. Save the file. As you can see, that's looking good. I think there is an issue with the color. I didn't choose this color when I had built the app, so it's going to be D4, I guess, not DA. Yeah, it's going to be D4 and then a BADB. Save. Yeah, this is the correct color I've chosen. So format and then save. So for this, let's give the style, that is for the roses. I'm going to say style over here, font size 15, font weight of bold. Yep, that's looking cool. Yeah, so this is your entire design for the send like screen, that is without the animation part being implemented. So we're going to do that in the later part of the video, that is once when we implement this part, that is the liking part. So first let's focus on liking a profile. Okay, so now first of all let's initialize the endpoint for liking a profile for a particular user. So for that, let's first of all head over to our index.js file and then let's start coding it out. So let's scroll down a bit, and then over here I'm going to say app dot is going to be the post method, and over here first of all I'm going to say / like profile, and first of all we need to authenticate the user. So if at all the user has a token, then only we're gonna allow the user to like a profile. So I'm going to say authenticate token, and we're gonna have the async method being initialized. So I'm gonna say comma async request and response, and then we're gonna write the code over here. So this is essentially your middleware, just to check that if at all the currently logged in user who's trying to send a like is an authorized user or not. That is by checking the token we're gonna confirm. So let's initialize the function that is const authenticate token. So for this actually you can create a new file, or you can actually initialize it in this file itself. So let's say I'm going to do that over here itself for now. So I'm going to say const authenticate token equals to, it's going to take in the request, the response, and the next value. So here first of all we're going to get the auth header. So I'm going to say const auth header is going to be equals to request dot headers and of your authorization. If there is no auth header found, then in that case we're going to say return result dot a status of 404 dot json, with a message being, so with a message being token is required. Alright, so now the next step is to get the token. I'm going to say const token equals to auth header, and we're going to basically split. I'm going to say dot split, and then with the help of a space, and then we're going to get in the first value. So we're trying to split over here. The reason is because while sending the request, that is once we do axios dot get or post, and we're going to also pass in one more property that is known as the headers. So inside the headers we need to pass in the authorization value, that's going to be equals to bearer and then the token. So we're going to make use of backticks. So it's going to be something like this, that is backticks. So we're going to say bearer, and then we're going to pass in the token value. Okay, so we are only interested in this particular token value, that is to verify, and we do not want this particular thing, right? So that's the reason I'm splitting and accessing the first part after splitting. So once this splits, it is into an array. Okay, and it's going to be something like this, I suppose. So it's going to be like bearer, and the second position we would have your entire token. So to access the first place we're going to say of 1. So that's the reason I've written it like that. Okay, hope you understood that part. So let's come back over here. So after accessing the token, you can actually give a log saying that received token or something like this with that particular token. Okay, apart from that, I'm going to initialize my same secret key I used while registering. So let's scroll up, and then I'm just going to paste that over here. This is the one. So scroll down and then paste it over here. So now we have the jwt.verify method. So I'm going to say jwt.verify. It's going to take in a couple of things, that is the token, your secret key, and the callback, which is going to take in the error as well as the user over here. So here basically we're going to check if at all there is any kind of error found. So if error, then in that case we're going to say return result dot status of 403 dot json with a message being invalid or expired token. All right. And if at all we have the correct result, then I'm just going to say request dot user is going to be equals to user. We're just going to attach the user info to the request by just initializing the statement, and I'm just going to say next. So here we are initializing next just to state that this particular process or implementation is completed, and after that we're just going to say continue with your implementation that is there over here inside of the like profile. So initially, once when we hit the like profile, the first thing that's going to happen is we're going to authenticate this. That's the reason I've written this. And once this is successful, automatically all of the code is going to get executed, whatever is there inside of this piece of block. Okay, so that's it. So now let's scroll down and then let's initialize the function for liking a particular profile in the application. So over here we need a bunch of things, that is basically your user ID. So let's get all of that. So I'm going to say user ID, and then we need access to the liked user ID. We need access to the image. We need access to the comment as well. So comment can actually be an optional thing, that is not compulsory that the user needs to enter a comment while liking a profile. So by default, I'm just going to pass in as null. Okay. And apart from that, we need access to the type, that is if it is an image or if it is a prompt. And apart from that, we need access to the prompt as well. Is going to be equals to request dot body. So let's format and then save. So here first of all I'm going to check the condition, that is if at all my request dot user ID is not equals to the user ID. So this part of the request is going to come from your authenticate token method. Okay, here I'm going to say return result dot status of 403 dot JSON with a message being unauthorized action. All right, yeah, so this is done. And now the next step is we need to check if the required parameters are provided or not. So if not of user ID, or if not like that, if not of liked user ID, or not of image, then in that case we're going to say return result dot status of 404 dot JSON of message being missing required parameters. Let's remove image for now. We're just going to check for two things, that is the user ID or the liked user ID. Save the file. Yeah, so after the input validation is done, now the next step is fetch the current user data, right? So this basically retrieves the user's record from the users table using the get command. Okay, so let's do that. So I'm going to initialize my try catch block now. So try and then initially catch of error. I'm going to say console.log error liking with that particular error. So after that, I'm just going to paste in this piece of code, that is result.status of 500.json with a message saying that internal server error. So now inside the try block, initialize the current user data that we discussed just a while ago. So I'm going to say const user params equals to an object. Okay, so this in turn is going to take in your table name. So I'm going to say table name is going to be users, that's my table name, and passing the key, that's going to be user ID. So again, similarly, let's initialize our user data. So I'm going to say const user data equals to await. I'm going to say DynamoDB client dot send. We're going to say new get command, and it's going to take in your user params. Okay, again we're going to check if at all we have the correct data coming from the backend part. I'm going to say if at all not of user data dot item, then we're going to say return result dot status of, let's say, 404 dot JSON with a message being user is not found, something like this. Alright, so now we're going to implement it in such a way that, as we discussed in the demo part of the video, we're going to have something known as the liking limits of a particular user. That is, once when the user logs in, each day they would have access to only 2 likes. I mean, as of now, only 2 likes. You can increase it to how much ever you want. That is, you can hard code the likes once when they register. So we have hard coded 2 likes as of now, just for testing purposes. That is once when they register. So once the 2 likes are over, they won't be able to send any more likes. They must have to subscribe for sending a like. So it goes like this, that is, each user has a daily limit of likes that resets every 24 hours. So what we need to do is we need to determine the last time that the likes were updated. So we are going to keep track of this particular string, that is likes last updated, and it calculates the time elapsed since. Okay, so if at all your 24 hours have passed, then the likes are reset to the maximum allowed likes, which in our case is going to be 2. And let's say if likes are at 0 and 24 hours haven't passed, then we're going to send a 403 forbidden error, which is returned to the user, prompting the user to subscribe for any kind of plan, right? So that's how we're going to implement it right now. So for that, let's initialize our user. I'm going to say const user is going to be equals to user data dot item, and I'm going to say const likes remaining. So const likes remaining is going to be equals to your user dot likes, just this one. Okay, and yeah, you can actually console.log the likes remaining, console.log likes remaining with this particular value. Let's initialize this variable, that is const likes last updated. Updated is going to be equals to new date of your user dot likes last updated. Dot s, that is to access the string value, or it's going to be an empty 0. Okay, that's it. So you can even console.log this as well. So console.log likes last updated, and here we're going to pass in the likes last updated value, right? So let's first of all, initialize this statement, that is const now equals to new date, that is at this particular point of time. And after this, I'm going to initialize my maximum likes for a user. I'm going to say const max likes equals to 2, that is per day. And I'm going to initialize my 1 day in seconds. Okay, so not in seconds, in milliseconds. So it's going to be equals to 24 hours into 60 minutes. Per each minute we have 60 seconds, so into 60 to convert it into milliseconds into 1000. Okay, so that part is done. So now the next step is we need to check if 24 hours have passed since the last reset. Okay, so I'm going to say const time since last update equals to, it's going to be now minus the likes last updated. Here I'm going to check the condition stating that if at all my time since last update is greater than or equals to 1 day, that is 24 hours, in that case we need to reset the likes if 24 hours have been passed, which is true in this case. Okay, so I'm going to initialize my reset params. I'm going to say const reset params equals to an object. Again, initialize your table name, it's going to be your users, and pass in the key for this. In this case, it's going to be the user ID, and we need to pass in the update expression. So update expression. So we're going to make use of the set method. Okay, I'm going to say set, access the property that we want to change. It's going to be likes property, and we're going to set it to be equals to max likes. I'm going to say max likes over here. So I'm going to say likes last updated is going to be equals to now. Yeah, so this is your update expression, and we need to provide in the values for these two things, that is with the colon, that is max likes as well as your now value. So for that, we're going to make use of the expression attribute values. That's the code for this. So expression attribute values in the form of an object. The first thing that we need to pass is the max likes. So I'm going to say max likes. This is going to be equals to a number. It's going to be max likes dot toString. So this is already set, that is in this line, that is line number 309, so it would be set to 2. Okay, so apart from max likes, we're going to make use of now over here. That is going to be s in the form of a string. It's going to be equals to now dot to ISO string. So format once and then let's save the file. Yeah, so we have initialized our reset params. So after this, I'm just going to say we're going to make use of the update command. I'm going to say const, not const, await DynamoDB client dot send. It's going to be equals to new update command. That's going to come from lib DynamoDB, and it's going to be equals to reset params over here. So after that is done, we need to update the local likes count after the reset, right? So here I'm going to say user dot likes is going to be equals to a number. That's the format, and it's going to be max likes dot to string. So yeah, that's it. So this is one condition, that is if at all the likes are 0 and if at all 24 hours have passed, this is the condition for that. Okay, next I'm going to say else if my likes remaining is less than or equal to 0. So this is the condition where your likes is less than 0 but 24 hours have not yet passed, right? So in this condition, we're going to say we're going to send a 403 forbidden error status code. I'm going to say return result dot status of, let's say, 403 dot JSON with a message being like limit reached. Please subscribe or try again tomorrow. Alright, so that's pretty much it. So that's it. Let's format once and then save the file. So yeah, these are the two conditions that we're going to work on. Apart from that, if at all they do have the likes, okay, then in that case, we are just going to decrement the likes count, and then we're going to proceed with the implementation of liking a particular profile. So the conditions part is done. So now the next step is decrement user likes. So after ensuring that the user can like, the likes attribute is decremented by 1 in the database using an update command. Let's do that. I'm going to say user dot likes is going to be equals to, or we can actually initialize new likes as well. I'm going to say const new likes is going to be equals to likes remaining minus 1. Alright, so that part is done. Next step is we need to update the likes attribute with the new value. I'm going to say const decrement likes equals to, let's initialize the params value, equals to table name. That's going to be equals to users. Alright, apart from that, pass in the key again. In our case, it's going to be the user ID. Alright, and then the update expression. So we're going to make use of set again. We're going to target which property, that is the likes property in the backend. So set likes is going to be equals to your new likes. And in the expression attribute values, we need to provide the value of this particular string that is containing the colon. Okay, so here I'm going to say expression attribute values in the form of an object, initialize the name, that is new likes. So this in turn is going to be new likes itself. So if it is 2, it's going to become 1. If it's 1, it's going to become 0. So format, and after that I'm going to say await DynamoDB client dot send of a new update command, and we're going to pass in the decrement likes params. Okay, so this part is done. So now the next step is we need to construct the like data. So let's say if it has an image, we need to include the image, and if it has a comment, we need to include the comment along with the image, and if at all it's a type of prompt, we need to include that. So let's process the liking part of the action that is going to happen in the front end part. So for that, I'm going to say let new like is going to be equals to two things initially, that is your user ID as well as your type. So here I'm going to check my condition stating that if my type equals to an image. Alright, so over here, if at all this is the condition, that is if at all my type equals to image, first of all I'm going to check if at all there is no image found. Then in that case, I'm going to say return result.status of 404 dot JSON with a message being image URL is required. Okay, something like this. If at all we have the image, then in that case I'm going to say new like dot image is going to be equals to your image. That's it. Again, we're going to write the condition else if your type is going to be equals to prompt. So in this case, we're going to first of all check again if at all we have the prompt dot question and we have the prompt dot answer. So I'm going to say if not of prompt or not of prompt dot question or not of prompt dot answer. If any of this is not present, then return a error. So I'm going to say return a result dot status of, let's say, 400 dot JSON with a message being prompt is required. Okay, that's it. And after that, if at all we have the value, I'm just going to say new like dot prompt is going to be equals to prompt. So new like dot prompt is going to be equals to your prompt. That's it. Let's save the file. So now the next step is additionally we're gonna first of all check if at all any comment is also passed for both of the types, that is for type of image or for type of prompt. Okay, so for that we're gonna say add additional option if provided, that is a comment. So I'm gonna say if comment is provided by the user, I'm just gonna add it to the new like. I'm gonna say new like dot comment equals to comment over here. That's it. So yeah, we have designed our new like structure. It's going to look like this. Okay, so now the next step is we need to update the DynamoDB data in the backend part. So first of all, we need to update the liked users received likes array, and we need to update the current users liked profiles array. So suppose I am the logged in user, so for me the liked profiles should be updated, and suppose this person is the other user who's receiving my like, so for this person the received likes array should be updated. That's what we're going to do now. Alright, so let's define the step 1. So here we're going to try to update the liked users received likes array. Okay, here I'm going to initialize my updated received likes params is going to be an object and pass in again two things, table name users, key is going to be your user ID, and furthermore it's going to take in your update expression. So I'm going to say update expression, so it's going to be this one. We're going to say set target the spelling, that is your correct spelling value, that is for received likes, whatever is there in the backend. So received likes is going to be equals to, I'm going to say list underscore append. Here we are going to say if not exists of your received likes, then it's going to be an empty list. First of all, we're going to check if at all we have the received likes or not. If at all it's not exists, then we're going to add the empty list over here. That's what we are writing. So empty list. Else if we do have that, I think they should come. Okay, I think they should come within over here itself. Okay, else if we have the received likes already, which is true in our case, because while registering itself we are hard coding the received likes with an empty array, right? If all it's present, then automatically just push the new like into this particular received likes array. Okay, that's your update expression. Yeah, so apart from the update expression, we need to pass in your expression attribute values. So expression attribute values, it's going to be an object. So this in turn is going to take in your new like. Okay, as well as we need to pass in the value for the empty list. So by default it's going to be an empty array itself. So let's initialize our new like. I'm going to say new like is going to be equals to your, not over here, yeah, here, new like. And apart from that, pass in the value for the empty list, which is of course going to be an empty array itself. Empty underscore list, it's going to be an empty array. So that's it. So yeah, also apart from this, we need to provide in the return values. I'm going to say return values is going to be updated underscore new. Yeah, so this part is done. Let's initialize the command. I'm going to say await DynamoDB client dot, let's say send, and we're going to say new update command, and this in turn is going to take in your updated received likes params. Okay, so hope you got this part. That is how we are updating the received likes. Okay, so now step 2 is update the current users liked profiles array. So let's initialize step 2 over here. Yeah, so for that I'm going to initialize my params. I'm going to say const updated likes params or liked params equals to, let's say, an object. Again, pass in two things: table name, users in my case, and then pass in the key value that is going to be equals to your user ID. And apart from that, let's give our update expression. It's going to be again set. It's going to be liked profiles. Pass in the same spelling whatever is there in the backend. So update liked profiles equals to list underscore append. So here again we're going to check if not underscore exists of your liked profiles, comma, then we're going to pass in this empty list, else we're just going to push in the liked user ID into this. Okay, that's going to be equals to liked user ID. That is the ID of this person who is present in the prompts part. Okay, so yes, apart from that we need to pass in the next piece of code. Okay, I think I forgot to close the bracket over here. So 1 2 is open, only 1 is closed. We need to close 1 over here as well. Okay, same thing over here. Yeah, so 2 is closed and then 2 is open. Yeah, I think this is fine. So yes, this is the second part, that is set like profiles is going to be equals to list underscore append. If not exists of your like profiles, then pass this value, that's empty list, else it's going to be the liked user ID. That means just push the liked user ID into the liked profiles array. Alright, so this is it about the update expression part. Let's pass in the expression attribute values in the form of an object. The first one is going to be for the liked user ID. So this in turn is going to take in the liked user ID just like this. That is going to come from the request dot body itself. Apart from that, pass in the next value, that is your empty list. So empty underscore list, it's going to be an empty array over here. And again, return values is going to be updated new. So I'm going to paste it over here. So that's it. Apart from that, I'm going to say await DynamoDB client dot send new update command, and it's going to take in the updated likes params or updated liked params. So that's it. So once this is done, we have completed implementing the liking of a profile. So I'm going to say result dot status of, let's say, 200 dot JSON with a message being profile liked successfully. Okay, that's it. So this is your complete endpoint for liking a profile. I know it's pretty long, but it's fine. Okay, so we have implemented the likes limit part, as well as refreshing the likes, that is once we have reached 24 hours, and even decrementing the likes, that is by one if at all they like a profile. And we are updating these two things, that is one is the received likes array, and the second one we are updating is the liked profiles array. So this is your entire endpoint for liking a profile. So now let's give this a try. Let's test this out. So I'm going to come to the front end part and then initialize a on press event on this particular send like button. So once we send like, if at all everything works out correctly, we need to implement that likes part, and then we need to go back to the previous screen, and then we need to show the next profile that is currently present. Okay, let's implement that. So for that, let's head back to our like screen, or not like screen, send like screen, and then let's initialize the on press event on this particular button, that is the send like. Alright, so over here for the pressable, I'm gonna initialize my on press. It's gonna be like profile. So let's go ahead and then define the function that is like profile at the top. So over here, I'm gonna say const like profile equals to async function. And over here, let's first for define the initial try catch block. For this function, I'm gonna say try catch of error, and here I'm just gonna give a error message console.log error with that particular error message. So now inside of the try block, first of all, let's initialize the token. I'm going to say const token equals to await async storage dot get item of your token. So this token is sent in the form of the headers. Okay, so in this particular function itself, the code for animation will come up. So once we implement that in the later point of the video, we're going to write it over here itself. Apart from that, as of now, we're just going to focus on the calling of the endpoint. Okay, so yeah, first of all, get the token. After that, initialize your payload that's going to be sent to the request. I'm going to say const payload equals to user ID. This is going to be equals to root dot params dot your user ID. Apart from that, your liked user ID. This in turn is going to be equals to root dot params dot liked user ID, and we're going to pass in the image. I'm going to say root dot params dot your image, and your prompt as well. Prompt is going to be equals to root dot params dot prompt. All right, apart from that, we're going to say type. It's going to be equals to root dot params dot your type. Alright, so this is your payload for the request that we're going to send. So we're going to only include comment if at all it is not empty or null. Here I'm going to say if comment and if my comment dot trim is not equals to an empty string, then in that case, along with the payload which is present with this particular values, I'm also going to add my comment as well. I'm going to say payload dot comment is going to be equals to comment that is already stored inside of state. Let's put in comment dot trim over here. Okay, so now the next step is initialize your response. I'm going to say const response equals to await Axios, import Axios from Axios. It's going to be the post method. Initialize your base URL. I'm going to say dollar base URL, and let's say / like profile. That's going to be the name, and it's going to take in the payload. Apart from that, we need to pass in the headers. So headers is going to be in the form of authorization, and as I told, we're going to pass in the bearer and the token. That's the way we pass in the token usually. So bearer and then the token. And if you want to log the response, you can do that over here. I'm going to say console.log. This is going to be a response and response over here. That's it. And we're going to check if response.status equals to 200. Go back. Okay, so here I'm going to say if a response dot status equals to 200, then we're going to say navigation. Let's initialize that first. Here I'm going to say const navigation equals to use navigation. So over here, yeah, right over here, we're going to say navigation dot go back. That means go back to the previous screen. So save the file. And also in the home screen, let's also implement this code. That is, we're going to actually check if at all we have come back from any of the screen to the home screen. Then in that case, I'm going to initialize my use focus effect and then use callback. And if at all you have the user ID, then call the fetch matches, because we need to update them because we have come back from the other screen, that is the send like screen. So here initialize, that is import your use callback, and use focus effect is imported. So let's save the file and let's hopefully give this a try, and let's check out what exactly happens. And let's be in this particular backend folder to check for errors, if at all there are any. Let's come to send like screen, and I'm just gonna press on the send like over here. So send like. So there you go, we have received token. So this worked absolutely fine. That means the user is authorized and he is able to like the profile. And we do have some error over here. It says error liking, type error, cannot read properties of undefined, reading S. So let's look into that issue. So index.js, and over here, okay, so we had likes remaining. So let's give an optional chaining question mark just to check if it is not present. Then we're gonna make it as 0. I'm gonna give this one more try. Let's check it out. So send like. So there you go, automatically we came back to the previous screen, and then we also saw the profile being changed, okay, for to the new profile onto the screen. And over here in the receive token, we have the token being received from the backend part. That is, the user was authorized and was able to like the profile, and likes remaining 2 at the initial state, and likes last updated is this date, okay, that is in the ISO string format. All right, so everything's working absolutely fine and we're able to like the profile. So let's check out the backend ones. So let's head over to here. Okay, you've been signed out, sign in again. Yeah, so we have successfully implemented the liking of a profile, which is a good thing. So let's check out how exactly our backend is looking. So yeah, let's press on sign in using root user mail. All right, next. So I'm going to say 421 and then 828, enter. All right, so let's check out our backend. So all right, so first of all, let's come back to DynamoDB and then explore items. Let's first check out the current user profile that is currently logged in. So I think that was this one. That is my user profile. That is the email which I have signed in through. So this is the email. This is the username. Let's come over here. And yeah, so let's actually check out the liked profile. So there you go. We do have the liked profiles over here. And this is the ID of the profile we have liked. So this is working absolutely fine. So A8 F7 is the person we have liked. So let's check that out. A8 F7. All right, and then received likes. Let's check out the JSON view over here. Okay, so for some reason we're not able to see the received likes being updated for this particular person, that is the profile we liked on. So actually let's look into that. Okay, or let's give it one more try. Let's do one thing. Let's come back over here. Let's come to my profile and then let's delete the liked profiles manually. So I'm going to go to my profile, that is this one. So JSON view. So liked is working absolutely fine. So let's remove this. Okay, so I think there is a mistake over here in my received likes, because I only checked the liked profiles for my user profile. So this is my user profile. As you can see, this is my mail. Okay, that's the person who has liked the user. All right, so one issue is, so yeah, liked is working absolutely fine because this is the correct user ID of the other person who is logged in. To whom we have sent the like, this is correct. But for the received likes, it should actually be empty, right? But it is getting filled with this part, that is whatever was there in the prompt. So I think there might be some issue in the endpoint probably. Let's give that a try. So let's check that out. For the received likes, yeah, this is wrong. Okay, my bad. Okay, so as you can see, in both the statements or in both the steps, we are updating the user ID itself, as you can see over here, right? So here we need to update the user ID because the user itself is liking some other profiles, whereas over here in the updated receive like params, we need to update not the user ID but the liked user ID. We need to update the person who is receiving the likes. So I think that was a mistake. So I'm going to say liked user ID. So that should be the value. So format once, save the file. So now let's give this a try. So first of all, let's remove it manually. I'm going to remove till here, minimize this, and then save and close. Let's also go into the ID, that is this one, I believe. Let's check out the, I don't think here there is anything to delete, because yeah, like profiles is empty, received likes is also empty. All right, so I'm just going to do one thing. I think it is already having some received likes because this was implemented when I had previously developed the application. I'm going to check for one part that is received likes. If at all it's present, I'm going to delete that. So as you can see over here, for the liked profiles, we have a bunch of information being liked because this was done for the demo part of the video. I think I have to delete that. And for the received likes as well, as you can see, we have 2 received likes. Let's remove that because I want it to be in a fresh format once I record this video, right? So yep, so let's actually delete this, not the list, not the entire list, but just this one. Okay, and liked profiles is not there. Let's check that. Yeah, liked also is there. Remove this and then save and close. Okay, let's scroll right. Let's first of all delete all of the required received likes. Yeah, this is the only one which is containing the received like. I'm going to remove that. JSON view. So yeah, even liked is containing, so remove that. Apart from that, received likes, go until here and then remove it. Save and close. Yeah, matches. Let's remove the matches. So I'm going to say matches, remove that. So save. Yes, so apart from the matches, yeah, so let's do the same thing for the other one which are containing the matches. That is, yeah, we have 3 matches over here. Let's remove all of them so that we start out with a fresh start with all the profiles being new to the app. So yes, let's remove matches over here. Received likes is empty, as well as your liked profiles is empty. So yeah, you can actually save and close. Let's remove the other matches present. Okay, yeah, so I'm going to do this and then I'm going to come back. So I'm going to delete all of the matches, all of the liked profiles, and then all of the received likes. And yes, apart from that, everything is sorted. Okay, let's do that. I'm going to do that and then I'm going to come back and then I'm going to again give a try for the liking of a user. Now it should correctly work out because over here we have passed in the user ID as the liked user ID, so that it should work absolutely fine. So let me delete all of these and then come back. Alright, so I've just cleared off all of the received likes, matches, as well as the liked profiles for each of the user. Okay, so yeah, I think I forgot for this one. Not sure why that got missed out. Alright, so now all of the user profiles are fresh. That is, all of the received likes, the likes profiles, that is the like profiles, as well as the matches are currently empty. So now let's give this a try. Okay, I think we do have one more match over here. Not sure why this got missed out as well. Okay, so let's also remove this. Yeah, so save. Let's come back to the app over here. I'm just going to try to reload the app so that the previous profile comes over again. So reload. So there you go. We're able to see the previous profile. And as you saw while reloading, initially we had some empty design being shown for a couple of seconds, or let's say for a second. If that should not be shown, we need to implement the loading part. We'll just do that in just a bit after we implement few things. Okay, so yeah, as you can see, we have the profile being shown now. So since in the backend for any profile, everything is currently empty, that is by default the like profiles, the matches as well as the looking for as well, as you can see. So now let's give this a try. So I'm just going to like the photo itself, go to the first photo, and I'm just going to give a comment. Let's say great profile, and I'm going to press on send like. So hopefully now the received like should be updated correctly, because the liked profiles, that is this one, was working absolutely fine, whereas this one was erroring out because of this condition. So I'm going to say send like. So there you go, received likes, likes remaining 2. We came back to the previous screen, and then now we're able to see the correctly updated profile. So now let's verify this in the backend. Previous time we didn't work out correctly, that is for this part, received likes. Let's verify it now. So this is mine, that is this one, F91F. This is my user ID. Let's come to the JSON view. So this is working as expected. So as you can see, liked user profiles, we have the liked user ID, and then we have this particular user ID, which was there previously as well in the previous try, that is A8F7264. So let's check out that particular user ID, A8F72642624, that is this one, and JSON view. So this was erroring out in the received like. So let's check that. Hopefully we should be able to see that. So yeah, so there you go. We have that message. As you can see, I just entered great profile. This is the image I liked. This is the type of image. This is my user ID, and roses is currently 1. Okay, that is fine. Yeah, so and the likes of this particular user is 0, because when I had initially developed, it went from 2 to 0. I had not yet updated that one. Okay, so if you want, you can update it over here for 2. This is the likes of not mine, but this is the likes of the user whom I liked. Okay, this was actually put up when I developed the app initially, so this profile was inserted then. So yeah, that's it. It's working absolutely fine. The received likes also is getting filled up properly fine, which is a good thing. So let's save and close. And if you check out my user profile, that is this one, F91F, you should be seeing the likes being set to 1 from 2. So there you go. Initially it was 2. That is by default it would be 2 to any user. Once you like it, as you can see, it is 1 now. Okay, which is looking fine. Yeah, so this part is done. So now let's first of all, initialize the endpoint to get, not to get, to receive, to show all of the received likes for a particular user. So for that part, let's head over to our index.js file, and after we initialize the endpoint, first let's initialize our login screen so that we could log in with any other user profile. As of now, we need to register to actually come into the main screen, right? So let's initialize the endpoint. I'm going to say app.get, it's going to be / received likes, and it's going to be / your user ID. It's going to be dynamic. For that particular user ID, whoever is logged in, we're going to show the received likes. Again, I'm going to pass in my middleware, that is authenticate token first, and then initialize your async method with the request and the response. So here we need access to the user ID initially. So I'm going to say const user ID is going to be equals to request.params. Initialize your try catch block. So try catch of error, and over here I'm just going to say console.log error getting the likes, something like this. All right, and let's just copy this down and paste it over here. Result.status of 500.json with a message being internal server error. So that's it about the catch block. Inside the try block, we need to fetch the user data from DynamoDB. So it's going to be super similar again. Initialize your params. I'm going to say const params equals to pass in your table name. So table name is going to be users. Apart from that, your key. This in turn, it's going to be your user ID. This should match your user ID, that is of the current person. That is the value we're going to get from here. This should match this. Okay, that's it. And apart from that, we need to pass in one more prop, that is projection expression. So I'm going to say projection expression is going to be equal to received likes, because we need to only fetch the received likes field. So for that reason, I'm going to say received likes. So make sure you enter the same spelling, that is whatever is there inside of your backend. Yeah, so again I've made a spelling mistake, so it should be EI. So received likes. Alright, yeah, that part is done. Let's initialize the data over here. I'm going to say const data equals to await. I'm going to say DynamoDB client dot send, and this is going to be new get command, and we're going to pass in your params over here. Alright, and again we're going to check the input validation, that is if at all my data, if at all not of data item, that means if it is not present over here, then return the result dot status of, let's say, 404 dot json with a message being let's say user is not found. Alright, so that's it. Apart from that, you can log the data if you want to. Else, let's initialize our received likes. So our received likes is going to be equals to data dot access the item, that is where the data is stored, and then access the received likes, or an initial empty array. So here first of all, along with the received likes, we need the user data as well. So I'm going to initialize my enriched likes equals to await. I'm going to say promise.all. So here we're going to say received likes.map. So it's going to be a async method. So for every like that we have, yeah, so over here I'm going to initialize my user params. I'm going to say const user params equals to an object. Initialize your table name, it's going to be users, and apart from that, let's give the key. So the key is going to be the user ID, which should match this particular ID, that is the like.user ID. I'm going to say like.user ID. And apart from that, we need to pass in the projection expression as well, that is whatever information we want from the user, right? So here I'm going to say a projection expression is going to be user ID, and then the first name, then we need access to the image URLs as well, we need access to the prompts as well. That's it. So yeah, after this we're going to say const user data equals to await DynamoDB client dot, we're going to say send, and we're going to say new get command. So new get command of your user params, right? If you want, you can log the data, that is the user data. So console.log user data with this particular user data. So here I'm going to say const user equals to, if at all my user data dot item is present, user data dot item. Yeah, so if this is present, then in that case let's get our details, that is user ID. So this is going to be equals to user data dot item dot user ID, and apart from that, the first name, let's access this detail, that's going to be equals to user data dot item dot first name. Let's also write that else condition, otherwise it's going to error out. So format. Yeah, so apart from the first name, we're going to have the image URLs. So the way we access this is again similar, user dot, not user, user data dot your item dot your image URLs, or it's going to be null. Apart from that, finally the prompts. So I'm going to say prompts is going to be equals to user data dot item dot your prompts. So format. Else, if you do not have that, over here I'm going to say user ID is going to be equals to your like dot user ID, and first name is going to be null, even image URLs is going to be null. So format. Alright, so over here we're just gonna return the like, and we're gonna say user ID is gonna be equals to user. That is basically this particular information. Yeah, so format once and then save the file. So yes, apart from this, we're just gonna send it to the front end part, that is your enriched likes. I'm gonna say result.status of 200 dot JSON with a message being received likes is gonna be equals to enriched likes. So save. So yeah, this part is done. So now let's target the implementation of the login part. So first of all, let's head back to our login screen. So for that, let's actually try to clear out the token, so that automatically when we refresh, we should be able to navigate to the login screen or the basic info screen. So here I'm just gonna manually just gonna say remove token, save, try to reload. Yeah, so as you can see, now it is removed. So even if I insert get item now, automatically you should be still seeing the basic screen itself. So now let's head over to the Stack Navigator first, and let's implement the login part so that we could log out and then log in as well. So login screen, or before that, let's head back to our Stack Navigator over here, and then let's uncomment this now, save, reload. So there you go, we are able to see the login screen. So now let's start designing our login screen, which is going to look something like this. If I scroll up to the topmost part, yeah, so this is your start screen. Once you press on sign in over here, you should be able to see a text input where you would enter the details to login. Yeah, that is basically this one. Okay, so let's design this. So initially we're gonna have, let's say, a safe area view that is over here. So make use of the safe area view and paste it over here, save. All right, so within this I'm going to initialize my view. This view in turn is going to have another view, which in turn is going to have the image. I'm just going to get the link for the image. So I'm just going to paste in the image over here. I'm also going to import image from React Native, save the file. So as you can see, we're able to see this particular image being shown onto the screen. So let's target the outermost view, that is this one. Let's provide some style to it. Height of 200. Background color of this color code, that is 581845. 581845. Apart from that, a specific width of 100%. Save. As you can see, that's looking nice. Target your view that contains the image. So for this, I'm going to say justify center, align items of center as well, and margin top of 25. So format, save. Yeah, so that's looking good. So yeah, below the view, we're gonna have the image, not the image, we're gonna have the text which says Hinge, and then save the file. Let's give the style for this. So this in turn is gonna have a margin top of, let's say, 20, and then a text align of center, font size also given 24. Apart from that, font family is gonna be this one. This is the one which we have used earlier, that is while styling our auth screens. So I'm going to use the same thing. Color is going to be white. Save. So as you can see, that's looking nice. So yeah, below that we're going to have the keyboard avoiding view, starting off from this particular design. So below the text, not below the text, below the view, I'm going to initialize my keyboard avoiding view. And here, let's initialize a view with a text which says designed to be deleted. Save the file. Let's give the style for the view. It's gonna have a text align of center, not text align, align items of center. So align items of center over here. Give the style for this, font size of 20, and then font weight of bold, margin top of 25, color of this color code, that is 581845, and save. So as you can see, that is looking nice. So now let's actually initialize some option just to check which particular option is currently selected, right? So here I'm going to say const option comma set option equals to use state. Let's say initially create account is selected. If you press on this, automatically you should be starting off from the basic info screen. So let's import use state. Apart from this, let's also initialize navigation equals to use navigation. Let's scroll down and then continue the design part. So right after you view, we're going to check if at all your option equals to sign in, and if this is true, then initialize the image. I'm going to say view over here. So this view in turn is going to have the image. I'm just going to get the link for the image. So just paste it over here. Image is already imported. Save. So now nothing should happen because option is not equal to sign in. It is going to be equals to create account by default. Let's give the style for the view. I'm going to say style over here. Initially justify content of center, and then align items of center as well. We're going to give it a margin top as well of 20. Save. So let's format once. Yeah, so just for the design purpose, let's actually press on sign in. Let's actually give this as sign in so that we could actually see what exactly we are designing. So I'm going to say sign in. Save. Yeah, so now as you can see, we're able to see the button being shown onto the screen, which is good. Not the button, the image basically. So yeah, after that we're going to have the view. This view in turn is going to have a margin top and a margin horizontal. So I'm going to say margin horizontal of 20 as well as margin top as well, margin top of 20. Alright, so within the view, I'm going to check if at all my option, if option equals to sign in, then in that case, we're going to show the view. Let's initialize a fragment over here. So let's have a view being initialized. So within the view, we're going to have another view. So this view furthermore is going to have the email and the text input. That is the email text and the text input towards the right. So yeah, let's initialize that. Text, and then it's going to say email. After that, we're going to have the text input, import text input from React Native. Value is going to be word, and then on change text is going to be text. Set the word to be of the text, not the word. Placeholder is going to be equals to user at example.com. Placeholder text color is going to be gray. So placeholder text color gray over here. Let's format once. Let's first of all initialize the state, that is over here, const word comma set word. So this is basically for your email, equals to use state, initially empty. Alright, let's scroll down over here. Yeah, so for the text over here, I'm going to give the style. So this in turn is going to have a font size of, let's say, 14, and it's going to have a color as well, that is 80080, and we're going to have a width of 70. Okay, and for the view, let's give the style, that is for this view, it's going to have a padding of 14, and we're going to give it a background color of white. So background color white, and let's provide in the border radius of 8, flex of row, and then we're going to provide align items of center. So align items center, gap of 15, border color is going to be this color code, E0 E0 E0, and then border width of 0.6. So let's actually write off the else condition because it's not allowing me to format actually, because it senses some error over here. I'm going to initialize my view. Okay, let's format now. So there you go, we have that input coming onto the screen, which is good. Also, let's provide the style for the safe area view. So here I'm going to say style. This in turn is going to have a flex of 1 and then a background color of white over here. Safe. So yes, as you can see, that's looking nice. So let's scroll down over here. For this particular view, a bit of margin top. So I'm going to say style over here. It's going to have a margin top of 14. Safe. Yeah, so that's looking nice. So just copy this down and paste it one more time for the second part of the text input. That is going to be a password. So let's initialize the state for the password. I'm going to say const password comma set password equals to use state initially an empty string. All right, let's make the change for the input over here. So value is going to be password, and on change text, take in the text and then set the password for that particular text, and then secure text entry is going to be true. Save. Yeah, so as you can see, that's looking good. Let's increase this to be 20. All right, so format once, and the placeholder is going to say required. Save. Okay, so apart from that, we're going to have another view over here with two pieces of text which says keep me logged in. So keep me logged in, and another text over here which says forgot password. So I'm going to say forgot password and then save the file. Yep, so that's looking fine. So target the style over here. Initially give it some margin top of 12 and then a flex of row. And then align items of center, and we're going to provide a justify of space between. So as you can see, that's looking fine. So initialize the style for the text, or I don't think that's required because yeah, it's looking fine. So save the file. So now in the else condition, we're going to have some animation being shown, that is over here. So I'm just going to initialize my login.json. I'll be sending the entire assets folder. You can make use of that. Okay. Alright, so I've just pasted all of the JSONs over here that I'll be using further. That is loading.json, loading2.json, login.json, love.json, then rows.json. I'll be sending the entire assets folder. You can download each of the JSON file and then you can use it inside of your source code. So let's come back over here and then make sure to import lottie view, and then let's save the file. So now apart from that over here, let's provide a single view, and I'm going to give it a margin top. So here I'm going to say margin top of, let's say, 40, and here let's initialize a pressable, import pressable from React Native, and within the pressable we're going to have the text which says create account. So create account and then save the file. All right, and we're going to have another pressable as well, that is for your sign in. So just copy this down one more time, paste it over here, copy that correctly. So copy, paste. So this is going to be sign in, save. Okay, so initialize the style over here and pass in the style for this. I'm going to say width of, let's say, 300. Background color, we're going to provide a style. If option equals to create account, then it's going to be this color code, that is 581845, 581845. Else it's going to be transparent. All right, so apart from that, border radius of 6, and then margin left and margin right of auto. So it comes towards the center part. So margin right of auto, and then padding, some internal spacing of 15. Apart from that, border radius of 30. Let's format once. These are the styles for the pressable. Save. Okay, so it's currently transparent because uh, the option that is selected is not create account, it is sign in. So for the text, I'm going to give the style over here, text align of center, color if my option equals to create account. If this is true, then in this case I'm going to say it's going to be white, else it's going to be black. Save. All right, so let's give the same stylings for the remaining pressable. That's for the second pressable. So copy this piece of code and then paste it over here. All right, so here we're going to change the condition. If this is going to be equals to sign in, and yes, the same thing goes for your color part as well. So copy that out and then paste over here. This also, if it is going to be equals to sign in, so sign in, save. So there you go. So since it was sign in option that was selected, we're able to see the background color for sign in. All right, let's give the font size as well. Font size of 16, font weight of bold. Save. Same thing goes for this as well. Yep, so that's looking fine. Let's press on create account. Okay, nothing seems to happen because, yeah, I think we have not yet initialized the on press. Okay, so here I'm going to say on press create account. So let's create the function that is create account at the top over here. I'm going to say const create account equals to a normal function, and here I'm going to say set option to be off your create account and automatically navigate to the next screen, that is the basic screen. So navigation.navigate to the basic info. That's it, save. And once you enter your details and press on sign in, if at all the password and the email is correct, from the backend, if we get the token, we automatically navigate to the main home screen, right? So let's save the file. Let's press on create account. So there you go, the animation worked, that is this one, and we automatically came to the basic info screen to register. And after we press on sign in, so currently nothing happens because we do not have anything set up, that is the login is not yet set up. So we could actually do that. So let's say handle login for this. I'm going to say on press handle login. Let's define the function at the top, that is handle login. Here I'm going to say const handle login equals to a normal function. I think it should be an async function. Async. Here I'm just going to say for now set option to be of your sign in. Save. Let's give that a try. Press on sign in. So as you can see, we have the sign in button and we do have the inputs to enter your email and password, which is looking fine. So yes, this is your entire design for the login screen. So now let's initialize the endpoint for logging in. So let's head over to our index.js file, and then let's say over here I'm going to say app.login, not login, app.post. It's going to be /login, and it's going to have the async method with the request and the response and callback. Here we need access to two things for logging in, the email of the user as well as the password. So I'm going to say const email comma password. It's going to be equals to request.body. All right, and we need to initialize our auth param. So I'm going to say const auth params equals to an object. We need to select the auth flow initially. Okay, so here we need to enable the user password auth in the backend. So I'm just going to write it now. So I'm going to say user password auth, and we need to pass in your client ID as well. I'm going to say client ID. So I'll tell where exactly to get the value and then paste it over here, and I'll tell where exactly to enable this as well, okay, in the backend part. Apart from that, initialize your auth parameters. So auth parameters, this is going to take in your username That's going to be equals to your email, and it's going to take in your password as well. That's going to be equals to your password. So yes, so let's format once. Yeah, so apart from this, let's initialize our try and then catch block. So try catch of error, I'm going to say console.log errors with that particular error message, and here I'm going to say return result.status of 500.json with a message being internal server error. Okay, so now inside the try block we need to authenticate the user with Cognito. So first of all, we're gonna authenticate the user with Cognito using the initiate auth command. So here I'm gonna say const auth command equals to, I'm gonna say new initiate auth command, import that and pass in the auth params to this. Next, initialize your auth result. I'm gonna say const auth result is gonna be equals to await, let's say Cognito client, import that. It's already there in this particular file. We're going to say send off your auth command. Okay, that's it. So this would basically give you a couple of things, that is your ID token, your access token, as well as the refresh token. So I'm going to say const ID token comma access token comma your refresh token as well. So I'm going to say refresh over here. Refresh token is going to be equals to your auth result dot authentication result. Okay, if at all you want to log the access token, you can do that. And here I'm going to initialize my user params. I'm going to say const user params equals to initialize your table name. So here let's pass in the table name. So I'm going to say table name is going to be equals to your users, and over here we need to pass in the index name as well. Currently index is not yet created, let's create that. So index name is going to be equals to, let's say, email index, and we need to pass in the key condition expression. Yeah, so key condition expression is going to be equals to email and your email value. So here let's provide in the expression attribute values, that is we need to provide in the email value, that's going to be equals to your email itself. So here I'm going to say const user result equals to await DynamoDB client dot send of your new query command. So this is going to come from the client DynamoDB, and this in turn is going to take in your user params over here. Yeah, so after this we need to check if at all the items is present and it is not empty. So I'm going to say if not of users result dot items or user result dot items dot length equals to 0. Then in this case I'm going to say return result dot status of, let's say, 404 dot json with error being user is not found. Okay, and yeah, apart from that, assuming each user is unique over here, I'm going to say const user equals to user result dot items of your 0, that's the first position. I'm going to say const user id is going to be equals to user dot user id dot your s. Okay, dot s because we need to access the string over there. So this should be capital, so this should be small u, not capital. So now the next step is we need to generate the secret key. So I'm just going to use the same secret key that is over here. I'm going to scroll over here, and after this I'm just going to initialize a secret key, and I'm going to say const token equals to jwt.sign of your user id is going to be your user id, and apart from that email also I'm going to say email and pass in your secret key over here. Then we're just going to say respond with the tokens to the front end. I'm going to say result.status of 200.json with user id being not user id, we're going to pass in the token, the id token as well as the access token. Alright, so this was done basically to get your user id, right? And if all you didn't understand this part, I'm going to explain from the starting point, that is from the initial login endpoint. Let's save the file. So this is your entire code for logging in. So yeah, this part is done. So I'll explain what exactly to do, that is how to enable your user password auth and where exactly to get the client ID and paste it over here, and why exactly did we write this piece of code, and why exactly did we use dynamodb client dot send, and then why did we use the query command. Okay, so let's look into that. So let's again go through the endpoint over here. So if I would just scroll up over here, so this is the login endpoint. So as you can see, this expects two things, that is from the request.body, that is your email and password. So these are the user's login credentials that is provided during the login process. So now the next step is we need to set up your authentication parameters. So that's the reason I have initialized this object known as auth params. So here we have passed in three things, that is your auth flow. So this is your authentication flow required for your username and the password. Second one is your client ID. I'll tell you where exactly to get the client ID. And the third one is your auth parameters. This is going to include your two things, that is your username and the password. So we have initialized our authentication parameters. So now the next step is we need to authenticate using AWS Cognito. For that we have written two statements. One is your initiate auth command. So here AWS SDK command, we have used that to initiate the user authentication. Next thing is we are making use of the Cognito client, and we are sending the auth command. So here basically this Cognito client sends the authentication request to AWS Cognito. So that's the reason we have written this piece of line over here. So if the request is successful, we would get in all of these three things, that is the ID token, the access token, as well as the refresh token. So if at all you want to console.log the auth result, you can do that. From that, you're going to get in these three values, right? That is your ID token, the access token, as well as the refresh token. So that's the reason I've just made use of the D structure, and then I've taken out the three values. So now the next step is we are basically querying the DynamoDB for the user data, and we are making use of something known as index. So in DynamoDB what happens is you can only have a single partition key. That is, if at all I head back to AWS, that is over here, let's press on this, and I'm gonna choose, let's say, DynamoDB, and I'm gonna press on tables. Alright, so as you can see, we have currently 5 tables as of now in this particular DynamoDB. And as you can observe over here, for partition key, that is the unique key you're going to use for querying, you can only have one. So that is whatever you have provided while creating the table, that is the one you're going to use to query your request, that is for that particular table. So let's say we are interested in the users table. Users collection was just shown initially to describe it, but I'm going to use the users table where all of the users are present. So as you can see, we have the partition key, that is user ID. So here in our request, that is this particular request, the login endpoint, we do not have access to the user ID, as you can observe, right? We only have access to two things, that is the email and the password of the user. So for that reason we are querying based on the email, right? Whereas over here in DynamoDB, it doesn't allow you to query with the help of email. So you need to pass in the user ID. If at all you want to pass in some other parameter, here is where you're going to use the indexing, right? So as you can see over here, indexes, we have added one, that is your email index, as you can see over here. So basically the app uses the email to fetch the user data from the users table in DynamoDB. If at all you want to query based on user ID, that's pretty simple. You can just pass in the table name, pass in the key as user ID, and then you can use it. Since, as I told, DynamoDB doesn't allow more than one partition key, you need to make use of some indexes, right? So that's the reason I've created a new index, that is email index. So based on whatever your table is, you can go to the table and go into the indexes tab, and as you can see, email index is created. So just press on create index, pass in your partition key over here, that is going to be email index. So for you to create your index, just press on the create index button over here. I have created my index, that is email index. The same thing I've passed in the code, that is in your user parameters. Okay, so press on this button, create index, enter your partition key. So here, since we're going to query based on the email, just enter email over here. We need to pass in the index name. Sort key is optional. So index name you need to pass in as email index, and apart from that you can leave everything as default, and then press on create index. Okay, so the same we have created the email index over here. So that's the reason we are querying based on the email, as I explained. So you need to pass in the index name, that is going to be whatever you entered over there, and we need to pass in the key condition expression, that is going to be the email should be matching your email value. So this email value is the value that we need to pass in over here, and this value should be equals to the one that the user is given while logging in. As you can see, I've passed in string, and then I've taken in the value, that is email. So here we are querying not based on the user ID, but we are querying based on the email of the user that the user enters while logging in, that is this one. All right, so yeah, that part is done. So after that, just with the help of the query command, we're going to get all of the results. And again, I'm going to check if at all not of user result dot item, or if at all user result dot items dot length equals to 0, then in that case we're just going to return result dot status of 404 with a message being user is not found. Okay, so apart from that, here we are only interested in the user ID because we need to sign with the help of that. So first of all, const user equals to user result dot items of 0, then const user ID is going to be equals to user dot user ID dot s. So basically you can console.log the entire user result, and then you would be able to find out how exactly to get the user ID. After that, initialize the same piece of secret key, and then with the help of the sign method, I'm going to sign and I'm going to pass in these two values, user ID as well as the email, and then we need to pass in the secret key. That's the syntax. And once that's done, just you need to pass the token to the front end part. I'm going to pass this token and then the ID token as well as your access token, right? So that's it. So hope you understood the login endpoint now and why we are using the email indexing over here. Okay, yeah, so this part is done. So now let's actually initialize the front end function to login. So let's head over to our login screen and let's give this a try. That is there over here. So in the handle login, first of all, we're going to check if at all no word, I think that is the email value, or there is no password. Then in this case, what we're going to do, I'm just going to return from the function. Else, if we have both the values, let's construct our user object. I'm going to say const user equals to an object. I'm going to say email is going to be equals to word, as well as password is going to be equals to password. Both of them have been stored inside of state, as you can see. So now the next step is let's initialize our response over here. I'm going to say const response equals to await. I'm going to say axios dot, let's say post, and let's initialize our base URL. I'm going to say base URL, import that. Okay, it's not yet imported. Let's import it from any one of the screens. Let's say the password screen. Hopefully it's there. Yeah, it's there over here. So let's come back to the login screen, and then I'm going to paste in the base URL over here. So yeah, that's imported, and it's going to be / base URL / login. Not over there, over here. And this in turn is going to take in the user object, that is for the post method. So after this, we're going to get the token from the front end part, from the back end part. So I'm going to say const destructure the value. So I'm going to say const token comma id token, comma your access token equals to use state and initially, I mean, sorry, not use state, my bad. It's going to be equals to response data, response dot data. Okay, so yeah, apart from that, I'm just going to set it into async storage as soon as we receive the token. I'm going to say set, not set, await async storage dot set item, pass in the key, that is the same key that is token, and then the value is going to be the token itself. And I'm also going to set for the remaining things as well, set item id token. So as of now, we are not going to use these three things, I mean these two things, that is your id token as well as your access token. But yeah, we're going to set it into async storage. I'm going to say await async storage dot set item. This is going to be your access token, and over here let's pass in the value that is access token. So that's it. So yeah, this is your function for you know logging in. Let's save the file, let's give this a try. So let's log in as my user code, my user's email. So let's give this a try. I'm going to enter my user email as well as the password over here, and then I'm going to log in. I think actually the font size is small, you can actually try to increase that. Okay, I'm going to press on sign in over here. Alright, so we do have an error. Alright, it says error, invalid parameter exception, two validation errors detected, value empty string at client ID. Okay, I think my bad, I forgot to add that. Okay, I was explaining about the login endpoint and then I forgot to show you guys how to add the client ID. So as you can see, it's empty, and also you need to enable the auth flow, right? So by default, when you create a, what do you say, that pool, that is a cognito pool or a user pool in the in your Amazon cognito, there would be a different option set up. You need to make sure you enable user password auth, that is, you need to enable the allow underscore user underscore password underscore auth. And the client ID, let me just show you that. So let's head back to Chrome, and then let's come back to the main page. Make sure you select your cognito. So currently I'm going to use my previous app's user pool itself, that is Hinge user pool, because over there all of the users that are registered are verified as well. So this was just done to show you how to register your first user. So I'm going to use my previous user pool itself, that is the Hinge, right? I'm going to press on this. So once you go to app clients, you would be able to get your client ID. So make sure you pass in this value, copy that. So for your user pool, you should be able to find in the client ID over here. So copy that string, and then I'm going to paste it over here. Save. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, apart from that, you need to also pass in, not pass in, you need to enable that value. So for that, press on this. So as you can see, we have something known as authentication flows. Press on edit. So here currently it is actually enabled. So as you can see, if I press on username and password, corresponds to allow underscore user underscore password underscore auth. So this should be the value if at all you press on this. So by default, when you would have created this particular user pool, this won't be the value. Something like choice or sign in, something like that would be present. So make sure you press on edit over here, and then make sure you check the second option, that is allow underscore user underscore password underscore auth, to select this particular checkbox. That is the second one. I think by default this or this would be checked in, right? So select the second one, and then you can press on save. Alright, so I'm just gonna give this a try. I have set up my auth flow in the backend as well as passed in my client ID. I'm gonna press on sign in over here. So sign in. Alright, so nothing seems to happen, not sure why. Let's try to reload the app once and then give it a try. Okay, so the sign in actually worked. Okay, so not sure why it didn't log us as soon as we pressed on sign in. Let's do one thing. Let's try to log out, and then again we're going to log in again. Okay, so let's say we're going to initialize a basic logout functionality in the home screen itself for now. That is, let's say on the initial box, that is the first box, that is the icon. Yeah, let's say over here I'm just going to say pressable, and even over here pressable. I'm going to say on press log out, and let's initialize the function over here. So I'm just going to paste in the code for that. It's pretty simple. So const logout is going to take in a function that is clear auth token. Inside clear auth token, we're just going to remove item of the token and then set token to be of empty. So this set token is coming from your let's say the context. Let's get that. I'm going to say token and then set token. Let's save the file. So as soon as I press on this, automatically we should be navigated to the login screen. So there you go, we're currently logging out. Let's give this one more try. So now once I press on login, that is after entering my details, I should be able to see that I am navigated to the main screen. So let's enter the password, sign in. Okay, so nothing seems to happen. I think there is an issue. Let's look into that. Let's log both of the values, email, the password. Let's press on sign in. Okay, so we are getting the email as well as the password, but not sure why we are not able to navigate to the next screen. So let's check out in the front end part, that is in the function. If at all we have set up everything correctly, that is in the login function, handle login. So let's actually, okay, we are not actually getting anything over here, I suppose. Let's actually try to log the token. Save. Let's press on login. Okay, so nothing seems to happen. Okay, if no word or if no password, then return. Let's actually give a console log just to check that it is reaching until here. Okay, so there is some issue with the function. I'm not sure why it is not taking this up. I'm just going to try to reload my app. Alright, so the app has been loaded. So let's try to log out and then let's log in with, let's say, any other user. Okay, so let's say I'm going to log in with my other user. I'm going to say sign in. Okay, so we have the token being generated. Okay, but only once when we reload the app, then itself we are trying to see the home screen. But that should not be the case. That is, as soon as we press on this, that is the sign in button, we should be able to sign in. So let's check out our login function again. So set option of sign in. Okay, then all right, even that is right. Okay, so I think I got to know the issue. We are not setting the token. That is the issue. That's the reason. Once I reload the app, I mean not reload. So once I reload the app, the token would have already been set. So that's the reason, because of the code over here, we are able to see the main stack, right? But once I press on sign in after entering my username and password, it is not taking because I have not set the token over here. So let's do that. Because of that, it is not working, I suppose. So let's say set token to be of your token, and we need to get this particular set token from auth context. So here I'm going to say const token comma set token equals to use state, not use state, use context of your auth context. That's it. Save the file. So now it should work. I'll just try to reload. Okay, use context doesn't exist, so use context. Yeah, let's try to reload the app. Again, I'm gonna log in. So now it should work absolutely fine. Without reloading the app, I should be navigated. So let's give that a try. I'm gonna say sign in. So there you go. Automatically now we are able to come directly to the home screen, that is without reloading the app. And also even this got fixed. I'm not sure why it showed the wrong button previously. Okay, so yeah, we are able to see the cross button correctly. That is good. So yes, this part is working absolutely fine. We're able to log out. As of now, we're just gonna implement the logout for this. After that, in the profile screen, we can give it to any other button. So yeah, this part is working absolutely fine. That is the login functionality. Also, you can actually implement a small kind of loading or activity indicator by the time that token is set. Okay, just to give a nice kind of UI for the user, just to show that it is loading and we would be navigated in just a few moments. So enough. Yeah, previously we had already written the endpoint for getting the received likes, that is there over here. This is like profile, and yeah, I remember, yeah, that is this one. So this one is to get the received likes. All right, so as of now we only have sent a single like from my profile to a particular random person on the application, that is from the users table. So what I'm going to do now is I'm just gonna send likes from different profiles to a single person, and I'm going to log in as that particular person, so that we could implement the likes screen over here, that is the received likes. So by just having one like, it wouldn't look good. That is why I would show you my design over here, that is like screen. So I'm just gonna have a bunch of likes so that we could style out the entire like screen, that is this part, right? So let's do that. So I'm just gonna take in a couple of minutes or about 5 minutes, and then I'm gonna send let's say 5 likes to a single person with different profiles. So that's the reason I implemented the logout. You can log out and then log in as a different profile, send the like, again log out and again log in as some other different profile, again send a like to the same person, and finally let's say after 4 or 5 likes, log in as the person who has received the like, so that we could style out this particular screen, that is your received likes screen. Alright guys, so I've just created a bunch of likes, that is I have sent a bunch of likes to the currently logged in user, that is from different profiles. So the current user has about 4 likes or 5 likes that they have received from the other profiles, right? So yeah, now let's start designing out our like screen. So our like screen is going to look something like this. So if at all you have any likes, we're going to show the likes, else we're going to show no likes are going to be found. Okay, so initially I think at the top you're going to have a big image, that is going to be the first like that's going to be shown. I don't think I've added the screenshot over here regarding that. Yeah, but anyhow, you have seen that in the demo part of the video. In the like screen, initially you're going to show a big like, that is going to be the first like, and if at all you press on that, you would be navigated to the next screen where you handle that like, that is to match with the person, right? So now let's design that. So anyhow, we have already written the endpoint for getting the received likes in the previous part of the video. That is, I think this one, that is after like profile, I guess. Yeah, this is the one that has received likes and then user ID. So the help of this, let's head back to our like screen and then let's start receiving all of the likes for a particular user. All right, so here first of all, let's initialize a use effect, or before that at the top, let's initialize some basic things such as navigation. So I'm going to say const navigation equals to use navigation. Alright, we're not getting the import. Let's import it from any one of the other screens. And apart from that, let's initialize our is loading. I'm going to say const loading, comma set is loading equals to use state. Yeah, let's also import use state from React, and by default let's point it to be true. All right, so over here I'm going to pass in the initial value of true. Okay, that is for the is loading, such that if at all the user comes into the like screen or the likes tab, we're going to show the animation, and once it completes, if at all they have the likes, then show the likes. If at all no likes are present, then we're going to show some other design saying that no likes are found. Okay, so yeah, apart from this, I'm going to initialize my user ID. I'm going to say const user ID equals to use context of your auth context. Not sure why I'm not getting the suggestions to import, so let's import it manually. Let's import our auth context from any one of the screens. Let's say this one. So yeah, save the file. Yes, so apart from this, let's initialize the array to hold the likes. So I'm going to say const likes comma set likes equals to use state, and we're going to point it to be an initial empty array because we can have n number of likes. Yeah, so apart from that, let's initialize a function that is get, not get, fetch receive likes. I'm going to say const fetch receive likes equals to async function. Here let's initialize our try and then catch block initially. I'm going to say catch of error. Here let's give a console message. I'm going to say console.log error with that particular error, and inside of the try block I'm going to initialize my token. I'm going to say const token equals to await async storage, import that dot get item of your key. In this case it's going to be token. All right, so let's initialize the response value. I'm going to say const response equals to await, so await axios, import axios from axios dot get method, and make use of backticks, initialize your base URL over here, import that as well, and it's going to be / receive likes. Make sure you write in the correct spelling whatever you have passed in the backend part, and then this is going to be again dynamic, that is the user ID. So even for this request we are actually authorizing the user. If at all it is an authenticated user, then itself we're gonna show the likes. Okay, so for that reason we need to pass in the headers over here, which in turn is going to take in your authorization. So I'm going to say authorization. Here we need to pass in the bearer and your token value. So here I'm going to say token. So yeah, that's it. Apart from this, let's initialize our received likes. I'm going to say const received likes equals to response dot data dot your received likes. After we have initialized this, I'm going to say just set likes to be of the received likes. All right, so save the file, and yeah, instead of the catch block, just give this error message, and after everything is completed, I'm going to make use of the finally over here. I'm going to say finally set is loading to be false. So here we're going to set it to be false. So as soon as the user comes to this particular screen, that is the like screen, it should be true, that is some kind of animation should be loading, and once we have fetched this, we're going to set it to be false. Okay, so let's initialize the use effect and then call this function. I'm going to say use effect over here. All right, so it's going to run on the initial render, and it's dependent upon your user ID. So if user ID is present, then go and then call the function fetch receive likes, just like this. So yeah, let's actually try to console.log the likes if at all everything's working out correctly. So I'm going to say likes and then likes. Okay, so yes, apart from that, I think yeah, pretty much that's it. Also, let's initialize our use focus effect. That is, if we come from any one of the other screen, and if this is in focus, then we need to again initialize this function that is called the function. I'm going to say use callback, and this is dependent upon your user ID. Here I'm going to say if my user id is present, then again call the fetch received likes. So make sure to import your use callback over here, and then let's try to save the file. Okay, so we have that error, use effect doesn't exist. Let's import that, save. Let's head back to our screen, that is your like screen. Okay, so I think we got authenticated, as you can see, received token, but we have a message saying error getting the likes. Okay, so let's look into that, where exactly we've gone wrong. So let's check out the endpoint. That is yeah, this is for the matches. This is your user info. Like profile, yeah, I think it comes after like profile. Yeah, this is the one. So let's try to log the user id, just to check if at all we are actually hitting the endpoint or not. So I'm going to say user and then user id. So save. So let's come back to the like screen, and then again let's try to run the application. Run the function over here. So save. Okay, so as you can see in the console, we are getting your user id, that is 76 and then ending with 292, but not sure where exactly it is erroring out. So let's check out the endpoint again, starting from the starting point. So let's head back to our index.js file over here. That is, this is the one. So let's start off from the starting point. Okay, so initially we have given the params, and the table name is correct, that is users, and the key should match the user id, that is the user id that the user is given, so that is correct. And the received likes, even that is right, the spelling is correct. Then we are getting the data. Then over here, let's actually try to log the data, or let's say the received likes itself, just to check if at all it is getting the required value or the correct value or not. So like screen, let's call the function again. Okay, so I think, yeah, so this is working properly fine, that is the authenticate token, but after that it is kind of erroring out. So yeah, let's actually keep the log over here, that's for the user id. I think there might be some issue over here, that is this part, because previously we had seen this log coming, and now this is not coming, in a sense something might be erroring out over here. Yeah, so for the data statement, we're going to say const data equals to await dynamodb client.send, and yeah, new get command of params, that is actually right. And get command should come from your AWS SDK / lib dynamodb. Yeah, even that is right. We are importing it correctly, so yeah, no issue with that as well. So let's try to give one more try, and then let's come back to the like screen, and I'm gonna try to run the app. So let's come back to the like screen. Let's again try to reload it, save. Yeah, so as you can see, the user is coming correctly. After that, somewhere over here it is kind of erroring out, so error getting likes, all right. So let's look into it, where exactly we have the issue. Let's actually try to console.log the data instead of the received likes. Probably there we might get something. Save. Come back to your like screen again, run the function, save. Okay, so we're not even able to get the data, so let's look into that. Alright, so as you can see, we have some data being shown. This is for your data part. Let's come back to the index.js file, and as you can see over here, I just did the console.log of data, that is for this statement, and we are getting the status code of 200. And yes, we do have a bunch of objects, that is for the received likes. So the same thing, I'm just trying to access it over here, that is const received likes equals to data.item.receive likes. But when I log this, it is not showing the result correctly. All right, so finally found out the issue. It's very silly, because I just couldn't see that coming. So on line number 431, right? So as you can see, it is date.item, not data. So that's where it is kind of erroring out. I had to check my previous code and then find this out. So yeah, let's make that change. It should be data.item then dot received likes. Now it should work. So let's save. So that was actually your error. So I couldn't actually find out when I was cross checking over here. That is the endpoint. I had to check out my previous code base and then, yeah, this was the issue. That is, I had written date instead of data. Yeah, so hopefully now it should, give us the correct results. Let's come back to the like screen. Let's again try to call it save. So there you go. We do have everything. That is all of the details, and we do have a status code of 200. And let's check out a console over here, that is in the terminal. So there you go, we have n number of likes. So with the help of this likes, we're gonna start styling out the like screen, which is gonna look something like this. So let's come into the return block. So first of all, let's make use of our safe area view that is inside of our return block. So here I'm gonna say safe area view, copy that down, and paste it over here, save the file. So yes, within this safe area view, let's initialize our scroll view. I'm going to say scroll view over here, import scroll view from React Native. For the safe area view, I'm going to give the style, let's say flex of 1, and then a background color of, let's say, white. And apart from that, I'm going to give it yeah, I think pretty much that's it. This is enough for now. Save. Yeah, so as you can see, that's looking fine. So now inside of the scroll view, let's first of all check the condition, that is if my likes dot length is greater than 0. If that's the case, then over here I'm going to initialize my fragment, and I'm going to give my view. That is for the design part. Else, first of all, let's design the else condition. So I'm going to say view over here. So this in turn is going to have the image. So let me just get the link for the image. Before that, let's provide in the style for the view. Again, a flex of 1, background color of, not background, justify of center. So justify content center, and align items of center as well. So let me just get the link for the image. So I'm just going to paste in the image over here. I'll be sending all of the image links in the description. You can check it out. Import image from React Native, save the file. So currently nothing should happen because we do have the likes. Okay, so yeah, below the image we're gonna have another view. So I'm gonna say view over here. This view in turn is gonna have a text which says you're new, no likes yet. Let's provide in the style for this. So let's say style over here, font size 22, font weight of bold, and text align of center. So yes, after this particular text, we're gonna have another text that's gonna show up over here. I'm gonna say text. So this text is gonna say we can help you to get your first one sooner. Save. Alright, so now let's provide in the style for this. So style, color is going to be gray, and let's provide in some margin top value. Let's say margin top of 10, and a font size of, let's say, 15, and we're going to say text align of center. Okay, so now let's actually initialize the next view. So this is going to be a self-enclosing view with a slight margin top value. So I'm going to say margin top of 50 over here. So margin top of 50, and below this let's initialize a pressable, import pressable from React Native. This in turn is going to have a text which says boost your profile. And let's provide in the style for the pressable over here, right? So this in turn is going to have some internal spacing, padding of 12 and then a slight border radius of 22. Background color of this color code, that is 0A, then 7064, so 7064. Apart from that, it's going to have a specific width of 250. For the text, I'm going to give the styling text align of center, then we're going to have font weight of, let's say, 500, and let's provide in the font size of 15, and over here the color is going to be white color, so I'm going to say color is white. So format, and then let's save the file. So yes, apart from this pressable, we're going to have another pressable which says upgrade to HingeX. So let's initialize a pressable text, upgrade to HingeX. So I'm just going to give pretty much the same styling, and then I'm going to change a little bit over here. So padding of 12, border radius of 22, border color of E0, 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 and then border width of 1, and let's provide in a margin top since it's almost touching the top piece of the button. So margin top of 15 and then width of 250. So for the text, I'm going to pass in my styling. I'm going to say style equals to text align of center, font weight of 500, and I'm going to provide a font size as well of 15. Save the file. Yeah, so this is your entire design. If at all you do not have any kind of likes. So now let's start styling out if at all you have the likes, that is in the if condition. So we have already initialized the view for that. Within the view, I'm going to say text which says likes you, save. So as you can see, since we do have the likes, we are able to show the text onto the screen. Let's provide in the style for this. It's going to have a font size 23 and then font weight bold. Apart from that, font family of this one, the same thing which we had used earlier. And yes, apart from that, a margin top of 15. Save. So as you can see, that's looking fine. I think we need to give it some spacing. So yeah, before that, let's initialize the next part, that is towards the right side. If you would remember, we had a boost button being shown. So let's provide the style for that. That's going to come right below your text. So here I'm going to say pressable. It's already imported. Initialize a text, and this is going to say boost. Save. Let's provide in the style over here. Yeah, so for this we're going to actually give it a background color, not flex. So it's going to be 008B 8B. Some padding of 10, and we're going to provide some border radius of 30. So save the file. Yeah, so that's looking fine. Let's target the view. So I'm going to say style over here. This in turn is going to have a flex of a row, and then align items of center, and justify is going to be space between. So yep, as you can see, that's looking fine. Let's initialize the style for the scroll view. Let's provide it some internal spacing. So for that, I'm going to access the content container style. Initially a flex grow of 1. Apart from that, bg white, and yeah, justify content. So if my likes dot length is greater than 0, it's gonna be flex start, else it's gonna be center. Okay, so format, save. I'm giving center in the else condition because this design should come into the centermost part, that is, which says you're new here and you have no likes and these two buttons, right? So that's the reason I've given this condition. And let's also provide in some padding as well. So padding of 15, save. So as you can see, just like that, it is looking good. So the text for the boost should be in white color. So let's target that. Style over here, text align center, and color of white. So let's write that correctly, color white, and we're going to give it a font weight of bold. Save. Yeah, so as you can see, it's looking nice. So now below that, we're going to have a button known as resend that is going to come right after your view. So I'm going to say pressable. Let's initialize a text which says resend, and below this we're going to have the icon coming up. So I'm just going to paste in the icon, that is material design icons. The name is going to be chevron down, size is 22, color is going to be gray. So let's import the icon from any one of the screen. Let's say from this one. So just copy that down, material design icons, and change the icon family over here. Save. So as you can see, we're able to see the button being shown onto the screen. Let's start styling this out. So where'd that go? Yeah, over here. Initialize the style. So it's going to have a margin top of, let's say, 13, and then it's going to have a border color of this color code E0, 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 and we are going to provide, let's say, a border width as well of 1, and then align self is going to be flex start. And yes, apart from your align self, I'm going to give it a flex of row, and we are going to give it a gap of 6, align items of center, and apart from that, some padding vertical as well. So padding vertical of, let's say, 7, and then padding horizontal of 10, and a slightly larger border radius of 24. Save. So as you can see, just like that, it's looking nice. Let's target the style for the text over here. So I'm going to say style, color of this color code, that is 404040, font weight 500. So yes, as you can see, that's looking nice. So let's format once, save the file. So just below this pressable, we're going to initialize our view. So here I'm going to check if at all my likes.length is greater than 0 again. So here I'm going to say likes.length is greater than 0, and here I'm going to initialize my pressable. So this pressable in turn is going to have a view. Within this view, we're going to have another view, and here we're going to show the text. So this is going to be a long format of text where we're going to check the conditions and then we're going to render it. I'm going to say first is going to be if likes of 0. So here we are trying to just show the first image over here. Okay, that is at the topmost part. So I'm going to check if at all my likes.comment is there. Then render that. I'm going to say likes of 0 dot comment. Else I'm going to say again I'm going to check the condition, that is if at all my likes of 0 dot type equals to prompt. If this is the condition, then question mark, then the text should say liked your prompt. Okay, so else I'm going to say again one more condition, that is if my likes of 0 dot type equals to image. So I'm going to say if my likes of 0 dot type equals to image, again question mark. Here I'm going to say liked your photo. Okay, else in the final statement it's going to say liked your content, something like this. So let's format once and then let's save. So as you can see, this particular user liked our photo, so that's the reason it is showing as liked your photo. So first of all, for this view, let's provide some margin top, since it's almost touching the top text. So margin top of 15. So I'm going to provide the style for this, that is your text that's present, or I don't think this is required. We're just going to provide one property, that is number of lines is going to be only 1. So just below the view, we're going to style the view in just a bit. Just below the view, we're going to have a text over here which shows the likes. I'm going to say likes of 0 dot your user ID dot your first name. If all you want to console log the likes, you can do that just to check the format. That is how exactly I'm writing. You can actually look into the console and then you can actually write it down on your own as well. So save. So as you can see, this is the person's name who has liked this particular profile and they've just liked your photo, right? So that's the reason it is going into this condition. So let's provide in the style for this. Font size of 22, font weight of bold. Save. As you can see, that's looking good. So now let's actually style out your text part, not your text, your view container that contains the text. So align items, flex start, and then padding horizontal of let's say 16, padding vertical of 12, a different kind of background color, let's say FAE, and then 8EO, not O0, and border radius also is given. So border radius of 5, margin bottom of let's say 8, and align self of flex start. Save. So as you can see, just like that, our text is looking even more better than the previous state. So save the file. So now I'm just going to start styling out my pressable. That is going to be in a kind of a box. Okay, so style over here. Here let's give some padding, internal spacing, padding of 10, border color of this color code E0, 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 and then border width. This is likely going to be 2, and let's provide in the border radius of 7. Save. So as you can see, just like that, it is looking nice. It would look even more better once we show the image, right? So yeah, that is just below the text. You're going to show the image of the person who liked you, right? That's how it's going to be. So providing the style for this. Before that, initialize your source, which in turn is going to take in your URI. And here I'm going to say likes of 0 dot your user ID dot your image URLs. You can pass in any kind of URLs. I'm just going to target the first image of the person, right? So format, make sure to import image. I think it's already there. And then style for this, width of 100%. Apart from that, a height of 350. And I'm going to give it a resize mode of cover. Then a margin top of 20. Save. So as you can see, just like that, the image is looking nice and even the top portion is looking good. So format once. I think it would be better to give a border radius to the entire image that's present. So I'm going to say slide border radius of let's say 10. Save. So as you can see, now it's looking even more better. So yes, this part is done. So now the next part is, that is this one. So if at all, let's say the likes are more than 1, then we're going to show the name of the person and the remaining number of likes in the list. So let's design that part. So that is just gonna come after this view that is there over here. Yeah, not this one, this one. Here I'm gonna say if my likes dot length is greater than 1 and let's initialize the view, and initially we're gonna have a text which says up next, and below this we're gonna have another text which says subscribe to see everyone who likes you. So I'm gonna say subscribe to see everyone who likes you. So as you can see, that's looking good. So let's give the style for the text over here. So font size of 20, and yeah, apart from that, font weight as well of bold, and we're going to provide some font family that is going to be this one, Let's write that, and we're going to give it a margin top as well, margin top of 20. So as you can see, the design is looking nice. So below this one, let's pass on the style for this. Margin top of 4, and it's going to have a different color, that is 28, 28, and then 28. Yeah, so as you can see, that's looking good. So format once. So let's save the file. So now after this, you're gonna initialize the next piece of view. So this view also can be put inside of a condition, right? So yeah, as of now, I'm just going to initialize it as is. So inside this, I'm going to have another view, which in turn is going to have text. Okay, so here I'm going to say meet. So this is going to be the first profile of the likes array. So here, whatever name comes up, it is going to be the second profile of the likes array. So since this is an array, we are working with indexes. So we're going to pass in likes of 1 to get the second profile name over here. Okay, so that's the reason I'm going to say meet likes of access the first index, that means the second position or the second profile in the likes array, and go into the user ID where all the information is present, dot first name, and here I'm going to say likes dot length -1, not -1, -2. Here I'm going to say others who like you. Save. So as you can see, meet Manisha and 6 others who like you. Got it? Yeah, so that's looking fine. So let's pass on the style for this. So I'm going to say style over here, font size of 18, and then font weight of 600, and a width of specific width, that is, let's say 280. Save. Yeah, I think that's looking fine. And below this particular text, we're going to have a pressable, which is going to have a text which says get Hinge plus. Save. And it's going to have this particular design. Let's style that out. So padding horizontal of 10, padding vertical of 6, and then we're going to have background color of this color code, that is 88, not 88, 844-6B0. Okay, then we're going to have some margin top as well, margin top of let's say 10, and then align self of flex start. So for your text that's present, it says get Hinge plus initialize style, and I'm going to say text align of center, color of white, and a font size of 13. As you can see, that's looking good. I think we forgot to give the border radius, so border radius of 18. So now let's actually start styling out the topmost view, that is going to contain the purple color background. So I'm going to say background color of this color code, that is E0CEED, some padding of 12, and then flex of row, align items of center, I don't think that's required, border radius of 10, a gap of 10, a margin top of let's say 20, margin bottom of let's say 5, and a padding bottom as well of 15. So here I'm going to say padding bottom of 15. Save. So as you can see, just like that, our design is looking even more better with the purple color background. And towards the right, as you can see, we need to design that 2 images which are basically hard coded itself, and one image should overlap on the other image. So for that, let's give the styling. So that's going to come right after your view, that is over here. It's going to have a view over here. So basically I'm going to get in my link for the image. So I have pasted in both of my images, okay, with the source. I'll be sending this in the description so that you can use it. Okay, so let's pass on the style. So before that, for the view, we're going to pass a position of relative. So here I'm going to say position is going to be relative. let's pass on the style for the image. So I'm going to say style. It's going to have a width of 50 and a height of 50, a border radius of 10. Position is going to be absolute for this, and I'm going to say top 0 and then left value of, let's say, 20. We're going to make use of the transform method. Here I'm going to make use of the rotate functionality. I'm going to say rotate to minus 10 degrees. I'm going to say minus 10 degrees. Yeah, so apart from this, I'm going to provide a z index of -2. So the index with higher value comes on top, the index with low value goes below the other one. So border width, I'm going to say 2. Border color is going to be white. Save. Okay, not sure why that didn't work. Image, okay. Yeah, so let's also provide the next piece of styling. I'm just going to initialize this and then make the changes. Okay, so for this also, width of 50, height of 50, border radius of 10, position of absolute, top 0, left 20, and again transform rotate -10. And over here, instead of a negative z index, I'm going to provide positive, border width of 2, and then border color of white. Save. Okay, so as you can see, we're able to see that being shown on the screen, but for some reason this is not being shown. Let's actually check it out if at all it's a valid link. Okay, so now it's working. I just changed the top value over here. So make sure top 40 and then left of 0. For this top is going to be 0 and then left is going to be 20. And the first one is going to have z index of 2 and the second one is going to have a z index of 1. Okay, so let's save the file. So there is no negative over here, right? So yeah, this is your entire design for the purplish color background. So now the next part is we're going to initialize a flat list that is right after this particular view. I'm going to say flat list. So this in turn is going to have the data. So data is going to be likes dot apply the slice method, and then I'm going to pass in 1. So just by passing 1, this is going to give all of the likes. It's going to slice off the array from 1 to end of the array, because 0 is already being shown over here. We need to show it from the first position. Okay, not the first, the second position, but the index is going to be 1. And it's going to take in the render item as well. Here I'm going to say render profile. Okay, so apart from that, it's going to have the key extractor, which in turn is going to take in your item and the index over here. So here I'm going to say item and the index. I'm just going to say index.toString. And I also want the images to only come in 2 columns no matter what the screen width is. So for that reason, I'm going to say number of columns is going to be 2, and I'm going to pass in my column wrapper style, which is going to be equals to justify content of space between, and here I'm going to say content container style. I'm going to provide in some padding bottom, because sometimes the last value, that is the last item in the flat list, won't be shown correctly. So for that reason, I'm going to say padding bottom of 20. Let's render our component that we have designed, that we have given over here. That is going to be your render profile. So let's scroll up over here and then let's start defining our function. So I'm going to say const render profile is going to take in the item, let's say as the like, that's the value, and here let's render a pressable. So let's start off. So basically it's going to have in 2 columns, as I told, and for each column we're going to have one towards the left and one towards the right, and at the top we're going to show in the comment if at all it's present, else we're going to show a basic text message, okay, as you have done previously, and we're going to show the name as well as we're going to show the image of the person who has liked this. So let's render that. So first of all, inside of the pressable, I'm going to have the view. So here I'm not going to check that many number of times, so you can actually add that same condition over here. I'm going to just check for now if a like.comment is present, then initialize your view. Else by default I'm just going to say liked your photo over here. Okay, you can actually pass on the same condition that we had done previously for the first profile that is being shown currently. Here I'm going to say text I'm going to say liked your photo. So let's pass on the style for this. Now text align, it's going to be font style, it's going to be italic, and let's provide the style for the view that's present over here. So align items of flex start, padding vertical of let's say 10, and border radius, so I'm going to say border radius of 5. Apart from that, margin bottom of 8, and align self of flex start. Okay, and now let's pass on the style for the first if condition, that is if at all like.comment is present, first of all show that particular comment whatever it is. So to access that, it's going to be not item, it's going to be like, so like dot comment. Okay, so even this, it should be number of lines only should be 1, and I'm going to say ellipsis mode is going to be tail. Let's pass on the style for this particular view. Align self is going to be flex start, and apart from that, a background color of this color code, that is FAE8E0, and we're going to provide in some border radius as well, that is of 5, and then a margin bottom of let's say 8, and we're going to provide some align self of flex start, and at the top I'm going to define few variables. I'm going to say const screen width is going to be equals to dimensions dot get of your window dot the width, and over here I'm going to access my profile width. I'm going to say const profile width equals to let's say screen width minus 46 divided by 2, and let's come back to the style that we are giving, that is over here. After align self, I'm going to pass in my max width value, that's going to be equals to profile width minus 20. We're entering this just to ensure that the comment stays within the bounds. Okay, apart from this, padding horizontal of let's say 12, and then padding vertical of 10. Save. So as you can see, just like that, it is looking fine because we have all of these comments, okay, for this particular user. So yeah, let's actually style it out so that it looks even more better with this particular design. Yes, so this was it about your comments part, and for this particular view we're going to give the styling, that is over here. It's going to have some padding horizontal, so padding horizontal of let's say 10, and then a padding top as well, so I'm going to give some padding top of 10. Save. As you can see, now it's looking fine. So for the pressable, let's provide the style. So it's going to have a width of let's say the profile width, okay, and let's provide in some margin vertical to provide some spacing between each of the profile, and then background color of this color code E0 A0 A0, not background, sorry, border color. So I'm going to say border color of E0 A0 A0. Apart from that, border width of 0.5, which is kind of small, okay, and border radius as well of 7. Save. So as you can see, it is looking fine, and for liked your photo, it is coming in italic, which is looking good as well. So format, save the file. So yes, now after the comment, the next step is to show the name of the person who has liked us. So it's going to come over here after the conditions. So initialize your text, and this is going to be like dot your user ID dot your first name. Save. As you can see, we're able to see all of the names being shown, right? So let's pass on the style over here. Font size of 17, and we're going to have a font weight of 500, and let's say a margin bottom value of 10. Save. Yeah, so that's looking fine, which is looking good. Let's format once and then save the file. And finally, we're going to show the image that's going to come right below your text. Give a view, and for this, pass on the image. Let's pass in the source for the image, which in turn is going to take in your URI. So here we have access to the like, we do have access to the user ID where our image URLs are present for that particular user. So dot image URLs, you can pass in any value. I'm just going to take in the first image of that particular user. Pass on the style for this. So I'm going to say height of 200, width of profile width, and I'm going to say border bottom left radius. So border bottom left radius is going to be 8, and then border bottom right radius also is going to be 8. Save. Okay, and define value to object. Not sure which is that part. So like dot user id dot image URLs of 0. Yeah, that should be the one. Okay, let's try to check this out one more time. So let's come to the like screen. Okay, so let's actually comment this out and let's actually see if that is what is causing the issue. Yeah, so that's what is causing the issue. Not sure why. So the source is going to be URI and then like dot user ID a dot your image URLs of 0. Okay. So let's actually check out our console as well. So if you check out the likes part, so we do have that uh, image URLs in the user ID. So let's take this as an example. So as you can see, user ID, we have an object and we do have the image URLs over here, which is in the form of an array, and we do have the prompts as well, right? So yeah, not sure why we're not able to see that. Okay, let's try to render, let's say, the third image. Okay, so we do still get the same kind of issue, that is undefined value to object. Not sure because I do see the image URLs being present inside of the user ID object. So let's try to debug this, why exactly it's not working. So index.js. Let's actually try to console.log the enriched likes. So console.log enriched likes. Save. Let's try to again come back to the like screen. Okay, so this is our enriched likes. Yeah, so there you go. We do have that image URLs inside of the user object. So as you can see, for each like that is present, we do have that user ID and we do have that image URLs as well. Okay. I think for this it's null. As you can see, not sure why that is happening. Okay, so for yeah, we do have for everything except for one. Because of that, yes, it is erroring out. So let's do one thing. Let's actually try to remove this for now. Okay, not sure why only this one is not giving the correct result. So let's do one thing. I'm just going to remove this. I think probably this is coming from the previous application because I'm using the previous table. Okay, so I might not have removed all of the required details or all of the required likes for this person. So let's do one thing. I'm just gonna remove this. So as of now, I'm just gonna remove this like manually in the backend, so that apart from that it should work properly. Because see, as you can see, for everything we do have an array except for this one. Okay, let me remove this which says I am into road trips too, hope we connect, right? Let's come back to this thing and then let's choose this particular user. This is the user who is receiving the likes. So JSON view. Let's go into the received likes first of all. So where is that? Yeah, I think this is the one. I am into road trips, hope we connect. So let's check that out. Is that the one? Yeah, that's the one. So I'm just gonna remove this so that it works fine. So let's minimize this and I'm gonna remove this off. Yeah, let's just cancel that and I'm gonna say save and close. So now we should not be seeing that error, hopefully. Let's give it one more try. And yeah, let's check our code. Yeah, like.userid.image URLs of. Let's pass in 0 itself. It should work now. Save. So yes, let's give this one more try. I'm just gonna reload my application, and then we should not be able to see that issue coming out again because we have just cleared that out from our application. So let's press on likes over here. So there you go, it didn't error out this time, and we are correctly able to see all of the likes for this particular user, right? That is a received likes. All right, so as you can see, for some profiles it is coming up twice, I guess. Okay, that's for the first and the second as well. It's coming over here as well. Okay, so not sure why that is coming. Yeah, but as far as the design is concerned, it's looking fine. Okay, it's looking the exact same thing, and we're able to see all of them. But if the person is not a subscriber, then we need to blur out the images. So let's do that. So here I'm gonna go over here. I'm gonna initialize my blur radius, and then I'm gonna pass in 20. So as you can see, just like that, it is blurred out. Okay, so as you can see, now the images are blurred out. Only the first image is going to be shown onto the screen, right? So if at all they have subscribed to any kind of plan, then itself we're going to show the images clearly, right? Yeah, so that's how we're going to implement it. So yeah, as I said, we have a couple of profiles showing the same profile. Basically, they have the same ID and the same name, but they've sent the like twice. Actually, that should not happen. Okay, so let's actually go into the backend, and then actually let's clear out the duplicate likes. I think these duplicates are coming from the previous data itself. I have not yet cleared that properly, I guess. So JSON view. So which and all are duplicates, I'm just going to clear that. So 8C, 8E, 92A. Yeah, so as you can see, 8C is there over here, and even 8C is there over here as well, ending with 6B17 and then 6B17. You can remove any one of them, right? Let's say I'm going to remove this, and yeah, this is 8E2015. This is also 8E2015. So let's remove this because I clearly remember I had given the like only once itself, that is from each profile. All right, so let's remove this, and let's say save and close. Let's come back and then reload. Let's come to the like screen. So there you go. So there you go. Now we have all of our 4 likes, and yes, I have only sent 4 likes to this particular profile from all of these profiles. Okay. So yeah, it's absolutely looking fine. So you can try it out on your own as well. That is by creating your own profiles on your backend. So this part is done. So now the next step is let's initialize the endpoint to create a match. So before that, once if we press on this particular pressable or profile, we need to navigate to the next screen where we're going to handle the like. Okay, it's basically going to show the profile of this particular user and which particular photo of the current user that they have liked. Okay, at the top we're going to show in a small way, that is the image of the user that they have liked, and we're going to show the entire profile of all of these users in the next screen, that is in the handle like screen. There we're going to implement the matching part. So now the next step is we need to design the handle like screen. I don't think that's set up. Okay, after initializing the handle like screen, we need to initialize the endpoint for creating a match between two users. So let's look into that. That's the next step. Alright, so now the first step is to create the screen. Let's go create that because it's not currently present. So I'm going to create the handle like screen. So new screen over here, I'm going to say handle like screen.js. So RNFES, and then save the file. So let's include this screen into our stack navigator over here. So that is just below this one. I'm just going to copy this down. So here I'm going to say handle like, and let's actually render the component that is handle like screen from the screens folder. Let's give a format and then save the file. So now the next step is, first of all, let's head back to our like screen and let's initialize on press event on just the main image. And once we implement the subscriptions part, we're going to check the active subscription of the user. If at all they have the active subscription, then you can even press on any one of these images. Currently it's going to be disabled, you can only press on the first image itself, right? So for that reason, let's scroll down, and where we have the image, we're going to initialize the pressable. So that's going to happen over here, that is this part. Okay, so here I'm going to say on press. So this in turn is going to take in a function, and here we're going to navigate. So let's initialize our navigation initially, it's already initialized. So here we're going to say navigation dot navigate to the name of the screen, that is going to be handle like in this case. So I'm going to say handle like. Alright, so this in turn is going to take in a bunch of information starting from the name. It's going to be likes of 0 dot your user ID dot your first name. Then apart from name, we need to send the image. So I'm going to say likes of 0 dot image. I think this is the image that they have liked of the current logged in user. And apart from that, the prompts, or before that, image URLs, that's going to be likes of 0, yeah, likes of 0 dot user ID dot your image URLs. Apart from that, the prompts, I'm going to say prompts over here, that is going to be likes of 0 dot user ID dot the prompts. And yeah, apart from that, the user ID itself, that is of the current logged in user. So initialize your user ID. Then the selected user ID, that is the ID of this particular person. So selected user ID, that is going to be equals to likes of 0 dot user ID dot the user ID. That's how we access it. And the next one is the likes. So likes is going to be likes dot length, this is the total number of likes. Then we have the type. So here I'm going to say likes of 0 dot your type. Apart from that, your prompt, that is your form of question and answer. I'm going to say likes of 0. So yeah, likes of 0 dot prompt. So let's give a format once, and then let's try to save the file. And let's give this a try. So there you go, automatically we are coming to the handle like screen. So let's start designing our handle like screen. So if you would have checked out in the demo part of the video, so over here initially at the top we're going to have the image which is liked, okay, that is of the current user, and below the image which is liked, we're going to show the entire profile of the user who has liked this. So you can go to the profile and you can like the, and you can actually create the match. Okay, so let's head back to our handle like screen, and here I'm going to initialize my scroll view. So import that from React Native, and let's make use of the scroll view, and let's provide in some initial styling for this. So I'm going to say style over here. This in turn is going to have a flex of 1, and then a background color of white, a margin top of let's say 55, and then some internal spacing, padding of 12. Yeah, so as you can see, that's looking fine. So now below that, we're going to show a view. So I'm going to say view over here. Initially we're going to have a text which says all, and towards the right side we're going to say text which says back. I'm going to say text, and I'm going to say all. Let's initialize our root params first of all. I'm going to say const root equals to use route, import use route from React navigation, and here it's going to be root.params.likes. So root.params.likes part. And let's have a text over here which says back, save the file. So as you can see, totally 4 likes present. And let's initialize the style for the view that's currently present. I'm going to give it a flex of row, so flex direction row, align items of center, and then I'm going to give justify of space between. Save. As you can see, that's looking fine. Let's initialize the style for the text, font size of 15 and then a font weight of 500. Let's also pass in the style for this part as well. So I'm going to say font size of 15 and then font weight of 500. Yeah, so that's looking fine. So below this, we're going to first of all check if at all the type is a prompt or if at all a type is a image. So I'm going to initialize my view over here. I'm going to write the condition, that is if at all my root dot params dot the type equals to, let's say, a prompt. If this is true, then we're going to show the prompt, else we're going to show the image. So let's initially give the design for the prompt, which is going to have two texts, your question and the answer. So initialize the view, pass on the text over here. It's going to be equals to root dot params dot your question, and we're going to have a text over here. It's going to be equals to root dot params dot answer. Save the file. Image doesn't exist. All right, let's import that. Save. So again, let's give this a try. I'm going to press on next. So yeah, since this is not a prompt, this is an image, we are not able to see the design for the prompt. Okay, so now for the style of the image, let's first of all pass in the source. So I'm going to say source, which in turn is going to take in the URI, and here I'm going to say root dot params. So root dot params dot your image. Let's pass on the style for the image. So I'm going to say width of 100%, apart from that height of 100, and I'm going to give it a slight border radius. So border radius of, let's say, 7, and then resize mode of cover. Save. As you can see, that's looking good. So this is the image of this person liked by this particular user that I just pressed on. Okay, so we're going to show it in that way. So let's actually style out the view. Let's give it some spacing. It's almost touching the top container. So I'm going to say margin vertical of 12. Save. Yeah, so that's looking fine. And for the text, that is for this particular view, if it contains the prompt, I'm going to give the style. So I'm going to say height of 90. Let's pass on the style for this. Font size of 18. And let's say font weight of bold. And pass on the style for this as well. So font size of 16. And then we're going to give it a margin top. Okay, so margin top of 8. Save. Yeah, so that's looking fine. So this is your design for showing your initial image. Okay, so let's initialize our view over here. So the next part is to show if at all they liked your prompt or if at all they liked your photo. So here I'm going to say if my root dot params dot comment is present. If that's the case, then over here I'm going to initialize my text. Else over here I'm going to check my another condition, that is if at all my root dot params dot my type equals to prompt. So then in that case I'm gonna initialize a text which says liked your prompt. Else in the final condition I'm just gonna have a text which says liked your photo. So save the file. So as you can see, these two conditions are false, so automatically it goes into the else condition and says liked your photo. Let's pass on the style for the view. It's going to have align self of flex start such that it takes up only that much width as it's required, and then padding horizontal of 16, and then padding vertical of 12. Let's pass on a background color, that is this one, that is F7, F0, and then E1. Apart from that, border radius, so border radius of 5, then margin bottom of 8, align self of flex start, and then bottom value of 20. Save. So as you can see, that is looking fine. Let's save the file. Okay, I think this is a mistake. It should be margin bottom. Yeah, so that's looking fine. So yes, this is your initial styling. So now the next step is we're going to show the profile of the user. Okay, so for that I'm just going to initialize my previous code itself. It is going to be the exact same thing. So if you would remember in the home screen, that is over here. So here initially we are just showing the same profile that is starting off from this point where we render the name. Okay, even over here as well, the same thing we're going to show, except for using current profile, we're going to use our root params and then initialize the design. So I'm just going to initialize my code for that. It's going to be the exact same thing, the same code, just that instead of current profile, just make use of your what do you say, root params, and you need not enter this, or you can enter this as well. That is your initial design, where we have all of the details regarding the gender, hometown, looking for, and all those other details. So I'm just going to initialize my state, that is, I'm just going to initialize my code over here, that is right below this view, that is by making use of the root params. Alright, so this pasted in my code over here. So as you can see, starting from this point, that is line number, yeah, not this one, starting from this point. Okay, so initially it's going to have a margin vertical of 16, and apart from that I'm just gonna start initializing my view, and where we initially show the name, and towards the right we're gonna say new here, and again towards the right we're gonna have the dots 3 horizontal icon that we have already initialized in the home screen. It's pretty similar itself. And here again I'm going to check if my root.params.image urls.length is greater than 0, then show the first image, whereas previously we are checking for current profile.image urls.length is greater than 0. Okay, so yes, apart from that everything is going to remain as is. Then the first one, you're going to slice from 0 to 1 for the prompt, so you can go through this. And yeah, apart from that, the profile details, yeah, I think I've shown it over here as well. Okay, I think I've not shown because I've just left it as empty. Okay, so here I'm just going to show the 6 images and then the 3 prompts, right? So yeah, this is your second prompt, and this is your next image, and this is your third prompt finally, and these are your last 2 images. So let's say save the file. So there you go, automatically we are able to see the entire profile of this particular user. You can go through this. As you can see, it has 6 images and it has 3 prompts. Okay, so yeah, this part is working absolutely fine. So now we need to just render the final button, that is for the heart button, that's going to come towards the bottommost part. So I'm just going to scroll down, and first of all I'm going to initialize my fragments over here. So here I'm just going to say fragment. Let's scroll down over here. So just below the scroll view, I'm going to initialize my pressable. I'm going to say pressable. This in turn is going to have the image. I'm just going to get the link for the image. So I'm just going to press on image, save. As you can see, that is the button it's showing at the bottommost part. Let's properly give the style for this. So here I'm going to say style. Alright, so here first of all we're going to give it a position of absolute. So I'm going to say position is absolute, and then a bottom value of, let's say, 45, and we're going to provide a right value of 12 and a background color of white. Okay, we're going to provide a width as well. So here I'm going to say width of 50 and then a height of 50. Apart from that, we're going to provide a slight border radius of 25. Not slight border radius, exactly half of the width and height to make it look exactly circular. So yes, apart from that, justify of center, not center. Yeah, so it is center. Apart from justify content of center, align items of center as well. Save. Okay, let's try to increase the bottom 55. 45. So as you can see, we're able to see the heart button over here. If at all you press on that, you should be able to see an alert box, and if at all you press on OK, you should be able to create a match between these two users. So yes, this part is completely finished. That is your handle like screen. We have designed it completely. So now the next step is, let's initialize the endpoint for creating a match between two users. Okay, so let's head back to our index.js file, and then we're going to start creating the match for that. So I'm just going to head over to my index.js file and then scroll down. So here we're going to say app.post. It's going to be / create match. All right, and here we're going to initialize our authenticate token, that is for the middleware part. So this is basically a middleware that validates your user token to ensure the request is coming from an authenticated user, right? So initialize your async method with the request and the response in the callback, and here let's pass in our two things, that is a try and catch block. So catch of error, I'm going to say console.log error creating a match, and here with that particular error message. Okay, inside your try block we need access to two things to create a match, that is your current id, that is your current user id, as well as your selected user id. So I'm going to say const current user id comma selected user id is going to be equals to your request dot body. If you really want to console.log both of them, you can do that. So I'm going to say console.log current is going to be your current user id, and then console.log selected is going to be your selected user id. So now the next step is we need to fetch the current user's data, that is to retrieve the logged in user's data from the users table in the DynamoDB. So for that I'm going to say const user response equals to await. I'm going to make use of the doc client dot, I'm going to say send. Here I'm going to say new get command, and this in turn is going to take in your two things, your table name, that's going to be users in my case, and passing the key. So we're going to query based on the user id, and this should match your current user id. Okay, so essentially what we're trying to do in the match is we need to remove this particular received likes from the current logged in user. Okay, and in that particular user's profile we need to remove the liked profiles, that is of the current user that's logged in, and apart from that we need to add each other's user id into the matches of their respective profiles. So we need to implement three things. Okay, so here after initializing our user response, I'm gonna initialize my received likes of this user. So I'm gonna say const received likes equals to user response dot item dot your received likes, or an empty array. And here the next step is we need to find the index of the object to remove. So let's say for this particular user that's currently logged in, we have, let's say, 4 likes, as you can see over here, right? So we need to remove, so we need to have access to the index that is to be removed. So let's say this is the first profile, so we need to get that access, that is index equals to 0, and once we have that access we can remove that index in the backend part. Okay, that's how we're going to implement it. So for that reason we need access to the index to be removed from the received likes array. So I'm going to access my const index to remove, it's going to be received likes dot, I'm going to say find index. Let's make use of the find index method, and over here I'm going to say for every like that's present, the like dot user id should be equals to your selected user id. Okay, so that's your condition. So this would give you the index to remove. All right. Okay, so we're going to check if at all this value returns -1, then we're going to return selected user is not found in the received likes. So I'm going to check if index to remove equals to -1, then in that case, so let's write that correctly. then return result dot uh, status of 400 dot json with a message being a selected user not found in received likes. That's it. Save the file. Alright, so we're going to use this in just a bit, that is at the last part of the endpoint while implementing the functionality on the received likes, that is to remove that particular object from the array. So now after initializing this, I'm going to initialize my next index. Again, we need one more index to find out. So I'm going to say const index equals to await. I'm going to say get index to remove of your selected user ID as well as the current user ID. Okay, so let's initialize the function, that is get index to remove. So let's initialize that over here at the top. So I'm going to say const get index to remove is going to be async function, or we can directly initialize the async function. So async function get index to remove, it's going to take in two things, selected user ID as well as your current user ID. So here we're gonna target the index from the liked profiles. Okay, so let's do that. So here I'm gonna say const result equals to, I'll be explaining the complete endpoint once I finish writing this, that is starting from the first part. So here we are trying to access the liked profiles, from there we're going to fetch the index. So I'm going to say const result equals to await doc client dot send. Here I'm going to say new get command, and this in turn is going to take in the table name. I'm going to say table name is going to be users in my case. Apart from that, the key, it's going to be user ID, and it should match the selected user ID. All right, and here I'm going to say projection expression should be this one, that is liked profiles. That's what we are targeting. So I'm going to say liked profiles over here. So now let's access our liked profiles. I'm going to say const liked profiles is going to be equals to result dot your item dot your liked profiles, or an empty array. So apart from this, we're just going to again find the index. I'm going to say return liked profiles dot your find index method, and for every profile there should be the condition, that is profile dot your liked user ID should be equals to your current user ID. Okay, so this would automatically again return your index. So format once and then save. Again here I'm going to check the condition, that is if at all it did return -1. So if my index equals to -1, so then in that case I'm going to say return result dot status of, let's say 404 or 400 dot json with a message being current user not in liked profiles. Alright, so that's it. So now the next step is we need to update the selected users matches and remove the current user ID from the liked profiles. Okay, so selected user in the sense that is this user, we need to update their liked profiles. That means we need to remove this current person's profile from the liked arrays. Okay, and we need to add this current person's user ID into the matches. So that's how we're going to implement it. So here I'm going to say await doc client dot send, it's going to be the new update command. This in turn is going to take in a bunch of things, that is your table name, that's going to be users, and we're going to pass in your key, that is going to be your user ID, and this should match your selected user ID because that's what we are currently targeting. Apart from that, we are going to pass in our update expression. So I'm going to say set, so we're going to target the matches. So I'm going to say initialize your matches, this should be equals to list underscore append, I'm going to check if underscore not underscore exists, and then in that case I'm going to say matches, and then initialize an empty list for this. I'm going to say empty list. Else if we do have it, which is true because at the initial state, that is while registering itself, we are providing an empty array to this, then in this case I'm just going to say current user. So apart from this, we are going to remove as well, if you would remember, with the help of the index. So I'm going to say initialize your remove command. I'm going to say remove, target the one that you want to remove, that is going to be liked profiles. So I'm going to say liked profiles, and this in turn is going to take in the index to remove. So access your array method and initialize your dollar symbol and pass in your index over here. And let's make use of backticks initially and over here as well. So let's format once. Yeah, so this is your condition for the update expression. Okay, so let's format once and then let's save the file. Yeah, so apart from this, we need to provide our expression attribute names, that is going to be in the form of an object. We need to target and specify what exactly each of them means, right? So initialize your matches. I'm going to say matches over here. This should be pointing to your matches in the backend, that is whatever you have defined. The next one is your liked profiles. I'm going to say hashtag liked profiles, and this should be matching with your liked profiles over here. Finally, we need to pass in our expression attribute values, which is going to be in the form of an object, and we need to pass in two things, that is your current user as well as your empty list. So starting off from the first one, that is your current user. So I'm going to say current user, it's going to be your current user ID, because we are trying to add the current user ID into the matches of the selected user ID. So this person is selected user ID, and this person who's currently logged in is the current user ID. Okay, and we need to pass in the empty list, which is just going to be an empty array itself. So empty list and then empty array. Yeah, so that's pretty much it. This is to update the selected users matches as well as remove the current user ID from the liked profiles. Save. So yes, this part is done. So now the next step is we're going to focus on updating the current users matches. So for that, I'm going to say await doc-client dot send. So this in turn is going to say new, again update command, which in turn is going to take in your table name. I'm going to say table name, that is going to be users. Apart from this, you're going to pass in the key as well. Key is going to be your user ID, and this should match your current user ID this time. And yeah, apart from that, we're going to pass in our update expression. So here we're going to say again set, again access your matches, which is going to be equals to list underscore append. We're going to say if not exists, and then in this case we're going to target the matches, and we're going to pass in, let's say, an empty list. So here I'm going to say empty list, and yeah, after this we're going to pass in the selected user, if at all it is not empty, right? So here I'm going to say selected user. So yes, that's it for this part, and we need to provide in the next piece of code, that is your expression attribute names. I'm going to say expression attribute names. Just one thing this time, that is your hashtag matches is going to be equals to your matches. So yes, apart from this, we need to provide our expression attribute values. So expression attribute values is going to be an object. Again, pass in two things. One is your selected user. So I'm going to say selected user is going to be this time the selected user ID, because we are trying to add the matches for the current user ID. So for that reason, we need to push in the user ID of this person into this particular matches array. So that's the reason we're going to pass selected user ID over here. And apart from that, initialize your empty list over here. I'm going to say empty list is just going to be an empty array as of now. Okay, that's it. Format once. So yeah, this is your statement or code for removing or updating your current users matches. So now the next step is we need to also remove the index or that particular object from the current users received likes that has not been implemented yet. So let's do that. So for that, we have already initialized an array that is index to remove. We're going to make use of that. Let's scroll down, and over here I'm going to say await doc client dot send. It's going to be the new update command. Okay, and this in turn is going to take in your table name, which is going to say users, and we're going to pass in our key. So user ID, and this should match the current user ID because we are targeting the received likes of the current user ID, right? So pass in your update expression. So this is going to say remove target the received likes. I'm going to say received likes of your index. First of all, make use of backticks to access the index to remove. I'm going to say dollar index to remove, and we need to pass in our expression attribute names. I'm going to say expression attribute names is going to be the first one, that is hashtag received likes. So just copy this down. So it's going to be received likes itself. Okay, that's it. So this would automatically remove that particular object based on the index from the received likes of this particular user who's currently logged into the application, right? So yeah, this part is done. So I'm going to say result.status of 200.json with a message being match created successfully. So save the file. So now let's actually understand from the start, that is what exactly we've written. Okay, so first of all, as you can see, we have written the endpoint that is for create match, and we have passed on the authenticate token middleware. So this is the middleware that basically validates the user's token to ensure that the request is basically coming from an authenticated user. And after that, we're just trying to log these two values. And next, we are trying to fetch the current user's data with the help of the new get command. And furthermore, we're gonna say extract and validate the received likes. So from the current user's data, we're going to retrieve the received likes array just like this. Okay, so this array basically contains a list of users who have sent a like to the current user that is logged on to the app. So the next step is we're going to check if at all the selected user is actually present in the received likes, right? So for that reason, we're going to write this condition which says const index to remove is going to be equals to received likes dot find index if at all the like dot user ID present in the backend is equals to the selected user ID. If it equals to -1, then just return the result with a particular message, right? So here basically your first index searches for the user in the received likes. If not found, then return a message, as I said, right? So the next step is we need to find the current user in the selected users liked profiles. So in this particular person's liked profiles, we need to find my particular current user, or the current user who is currently logged in. That particular ID we need to find. So for that reason, I've initialized const index equals to await get index to remove of selected user ID as well as the current user ID. So here get index to remove, this basically queries the selected user IDs liked profiles to find the index, as you can see over here, where the current user ID is listed. So again, let's go through this. So basically this function is going to query the selected user IDs liked profiles. That's the reason I've targeted this. So it queries the liked profiles to find the index where the current user ID is listed. So if current user ID is not found, then just return an error. That's what I've done over here. As you can see, if current user ID is not found, then just return an error. So now the next step is we need to update the selected user IDs matches and remove the current user from liked profiles. That's what this particular code does. I've already explained the update expression, and we need to provide these two values as well. So the next step is we need to update the current users matches. So this just updates the current users matches by adding the selected user ID into the matches array of the current user ID. Okay. So finally, we are trying to remove the object from the received likes. So here we're going to say remove the selected user ID from your received likes based on the index that we have gotten. So this is the code for removing the received likes. So that's it. Apart from that, we're just gonna send it to the front end part. That is result.status of 200.json with a message being match created successfully. Okay. So this is your endpoint for creating a match. Let's also write the endpoint for getting the matches for a particular user. I'm gonna say app.get method. It's gonna be / get matches, and it's going to be / your user ID. That's going to be dynamic. Again, it's going to have the authenticate token middleware. Pass on the async method with your request and the response over here. So here let's initialize our try and then my catch block. So catch of error. Here I'm just going to say console.log error getting matches, something like this, and I'm going to show that particular error. Inside the try block, I'm going to access my user params, not user params, user ID from your request.params. First step is you're going to fetch the user's matches array from the backend. I'm going to say const user result is going to be equals to await. I'm going to say doc client dot send. It's going to be new get command. So passing your table name, that is going to be users, and pass on the key as well, that is going to be your user ID, and it's going to have the projection expression, that is which exactly you're targeting. In our case, it's going to be the matches. So yeah, save the file, format once. So let's access the matches. So here I'm going to say const matches is going to be equals to user result dot your item dot your matches, or an empty array over here. Apart from this, I'm going to check if at all my matches.length is not equal to 0, or if not matches.length, we can write it as this way as well. I'm going to say return result.status of 200.json with a message being, not a message, we are just actually sending the matches to the front end part with an initially empty array. Okay. So here I'm going to initialize my batch get command. So to get all of the matches, I'm going to say const batch get params initially. After that, we're going to make use of the batch get command. So const batch get params equals to, this in turn is going to take in your request params. So request, not params, request items. So I'm going to say users. So here we need to ensure that this matches your DynamoDB table name. So I'm going to say keys. I'm going to say matches dot map. So for every match ID, okay, I want the user ID. So I want the user ID to be, matching the match ID. So here what we are trying to do is, so let's say if at all in the backend, we're going to have matches for a particular user that's currently logged in with some ID over here that matches the any user ID in the table, right? So we are also trying to fetch all of the information, not all of the information, that is basically your user ID, first name, image URLs, and the prompts. So to get that, we're going to make use of this method, that is your batch get params, and by making use of the batch get command. So let's remove this. So here I'm going to say, yeah, the user ID should match your match ID, and your projection expression is going to be this one, that is we need access to the user ID, then your first name, then we need access to your image URLs and your prompts as well. Okay, so that's it. I think we do have errors. Yeah, this part. Yeah, so this is done. So let's initialize a match result. I'm going to say const match result is going to be equals to await. I'm going to say doc client dot send. That's going to be your new batch command. import that is batch get command from AWS SDK /lib dynamodb and pass in your batch params over here, that is batch get params format. So now the next step is, if at all you want a console.log, you can do that for the match result, else you can initialize your matched users over here. So I'm going to say const matched users is going to be equals to, so here I'm going to say match result dot go into the responses, this time not item, and it's going to be the users, okay, or it's going to be an empty array. So here I'm just going to say result dot status of 200 dot json, and we're going to pass in the matches to the front end part. I'm going to say matches is going to be equals to matched users. Okay, that's it. So this is your endpoint for getting the matches for a particular ID, along with all of the information, that is user ID, first name, image, URLs, and prompt. So that's the reason, first of all, I got in the matches for the particular user, and then with the help of the batch get params, initialize your key. It should match your match ID instead of your matches, and then with the help of the batch get command, that is for each, so let's say if you have 3 matches, so for each of the matches, with the help of the batch get command, we're gonna get all of these details, that is user ID, first name, image, URLs, as well as the prompts, and then we're gonna access it over here, that is const match users is going to be equals to match result dot responses dot users. So just send that to the front end part and then save the file. So yeah, we have defined both of the endpoints. So now the next step is, let's head back to the handle like screen, and then if at all I press on the heart button, we should show an alert box saying that accept match with this particular person. If at all the user presses on OK, we need to create a match, and then we need to navigate back, and then this particular match, this particular like should be updated, that is this one should come up over here, and this should go off of the screen. And after that, we could actually also implement the get matches inside of your chat screen, right? So yeah, that's working absolutely fine. Yeah, so that's what we're going to implement now, that is we're going to initialize the on press event on this particular heart button. So let's get started with the creation of match for a particular user. So let's head back to our handle like screen, that is over here, and then let's create on press event on the pressable over here. So first of all, let's initialize our on press for the heart button. I'm going to say on press, and I'm just going to initialize match over here. So let's scroll up, and then over here let's start initializing our match function. I'm going to say const match equals to a normal arrow function. So here first of all, I'm going to initialize my alert, that is the 2-box alert. I'm just going to head over to Chrome and then search for my 2-box alert. Just make sure you copy this down, and let's come back to our code, and here I'm just going to say alert.alert, import alert from React Native, and the first text is going to say accept request and then question mark, and here we're going to say match with, I'm going to say match with, let's make use of backticks over here initially. So backticks, and I'm going to say dollar root dot params dot your name, save, and on press over here I'm going to say create a match, okay, just like this, and cancel automatically. It's going to cancel the alert box. That's what is going to happen. So let's initialize a function, that is create match. I'm going to say const create match equals to a async function, and over here initially try catch block, so try and then catch of error. I'm just going to log the error for now. I'm going to say console.log error for that particular error message. Inside the try block, initialize token. I'm going to say const token equals to await async storage dot get item of your token, because we need to pass in the headers. So that's the reason we are initializing our token. And also to the request, we need to pass in 2 things, current user ID as well as the selected user ID. So I'm going to say const current user ID equals to, it's going to be root dot params dot user ID. That's how we access this. user ID. Apart from that, const selected user ID is going to be equals to root dot params dot your selected user ID. Now let's initialize a response value. I'm going to say const response equals to await. I'm going to say axios dot post method, initialize your backticks, and then pass over your base URL, import the URL from the URLs folder. It's going to be / create match. This in turn is going to take in two things as we discussed, current user ID and the selected user ID. And also we do have a middleware for this, that is authenticate token. So for that we need to pass in our headers. So here we're going to say authorization, let's say bearer, and then it's going to be the $token. That's it, format once and then save the file. So now before implementing the match, let's first of all check out our backend and let's see what things need to change once I create a match. So I'm just going to head over to my backend. I've already opened up my Amazon DynamoDB. Let's head to explore items. So I'm going to first go into the user who has received the like, that is, this is the user's profile. I'm going to go to JSON view. So here we need to have at least 4 received likes. So as you can see, this is the first like, and this is the first like we are currently referring to. That is user ID, the image, as well as the type, and these are the remaining likes. Okay, and match is also currently empty. All right. So once a match is created, so this particular user ID should be gone into the matches array, and this particular object should be entirely deleted. That is, this entire thing should be removed. Okay, that's the change we are looking for in the current user ID. So let's move back. So let's check out the ID of this person, that is 10CFF2A. Let's go back. Let's search for 10CFF2A. Yeah, that's this one. And then JSON view. Here we need to remove the liked profiles. So as you can see, my ID is there over here. This should be removed, and this particular ID should be added to the matches, right? That's how it works. So as you can see, matches is empty. We need to add it over here. So these are the changes we are looking for. Let's see if we have done everything correctly. Let's keep a look at the API folder for any errors. Okay, so let's give this a try. I'm going to press on the hard button. So as you can see, accept request, match with Pranita, cancel and OK. If you cancel, it should automatically go off. If you press on OK, we need to trigger this particular function, that is the create match, and we need to match. I think I forgot to add one more line, that is if response.status. I'm going to say if my response.status equals to 200. Then in this case, I'm going to say navigation.go back. Let's initialize our navigation. I'm going to say const navigation equals to use navigation. So I'm going to say navigation.go back. That's it, format and then save. So let's initially cancel. Now let's again press on it. And we do also have the use focus effect being enabled in the like screen, such that if at all we come from this particular screen, that is the handle like screen, to the like screen, that screen is going to come into focus. And again, we are going to call the fetch received likes, so that this particular like is gone and we need to show this particular like at the top position over here. That's how we're going to implement it. So let's give this a try. So let's implement this. I'm going to press on heart, accept the match. I'm going to say accept the request. I'm going to press on OK. So there you go, receive token, current selected. And just like that, we came back to the previous screen because the response or status was equals to 200. And as you can see, now we have the new match being shown. Okay, this was there previously here, and now it came into this position. And still these two are in blurred itself because the current user is not a subscriber for any kind of plan. So as you can see, now even this also got changed, that is meet Anushka and one others who like you. As you can see, that is working fine as well. So yeah, this part is working absolutely fine. We're able to create the match. Now let's go check out the backend if at all the changes that we thought earlier have worked out or not. Let's come back over here. Now I'm just going to reload once. I'm going to first check this particular person, that is the selected user ID. Here the liked profile should be empty. As you can see, it is removed, and in the matches, there you go, my profile is added. Okay, so this worked absolutely fine. Let's check out the current user who's logged in, that is the male profile. This one, JSON view. Here again, matches should be incorporated. It should be added. So there you go. That person's ID is added because both of them have matched with each other. And the next part is received likes. So there you go. The first one was, removed, and the second one, third one, and the fourth one is as is. So as you can see, everything is working absolutely fine. So this part is done. So now the next step is, let's actually head back to the chat screen. We have already defined the endpoint to get your matches. Let's start defining to get all of your user chats for a particular user. So let's head to the chat screen and let's initialize some basic state, and then let's call the endpoint. So here I'm going to say const matches comma set matches equals to use state. So use state, initially it's going to be an empty array. All right, and here I'm going to say const user id. So const user id comma set user id equals to use context of your auth context. So make sure to import auth context as well as your use context and your use state as well. So yeah, that's it. So now here let's initialize our fetch matches. I think I forgot to do one implementation in the like screen. That is, if at all it's loading, we need to handle that, right? So let's come to the like screen, and I'm gonna just initialize the condition for that, because we've already set up the is loading and then the set is loading. So by default, as you can see, is loading is set to be true, and once we fetch the likes, it is set to be false. So let's initialize the condition for that. That is, if is loading, we're gonna show some other design. So just below this particular one, that is render profile, here I'm going to say if is loading, which is true. Here I'm going to say return. I'm going to initialize my view. So view over here, this in turn is going to contain your lottie view. Import that correctly. Pass in the source, it's going to take in your require. I'm going to say require. So as I told, I've copied on my entire assets folder, which contains all of the things I'm going to use. I'll be sending the folder in the description. You can make use of all of the assets. So here I need to go into my assets folder, then / loading2.json. Let's provide a style for this. So here I'm going to provide, let's say, a height of 180 and then a width of 300 and align self of, let's say, center, not baseline, center, and I'm going to provide some margin top of, let's say, 40 and justify content of center as well. So format once, and then yes, apart from this, we're going to provide some more options to the lottie view. I'm going to say autoplay is true, loop is also going to be true, and provide a specific speed of 0.7. And yeah, for the view, I'm going to provide in the style. So style is going to be flex of 1. So flex of 1 and then justify content of center, align items of center, and BG is going to be this one, that is F8, F8, F8. Save the file. Let's format once. Let's try to reload the app once. Let's come into the like screen. So there you go. We do have that unique animation being shown while it is loading, and once we have fetched it, automatically we're going to set it to be false, right? That part is done. Let's come back to the chat screen and then continue building this up. So here as well, I'm going to initialize my loading state. I'm going to say const is loading. Const is loading comma set is loading equals to use state, initially also true, and let's initialize my function, that is const fetch matches equals to, let's say, a async function. And here first of all, try and catch block. So try catch of error, and here I'm just going to say console.log error with that particular error message. Inside the try block, First of all, I need access to my token. I'm going to say const token equals to await async storage dot get item of my token. That's the key given. And let's initialize a response. So const response equals to await Axios, import Axios from Axios dot get method. Make use of your backticks and then your base URL. And over here forward slash, it's going to be get matches and your user ID. That's going to be dynamic. So this in turn is going to take in your headers as well. So let me pass the headers. So authorization, it's going to have your bearer and then the token. So it's going to be $token. That's it. Format once. And here I'm just going to set the matches. So here I'm going to say set matches to be of your response.data.matches. That's it. So now let's initialize the use effect. So here I'm going to say use effect, which is going to run on the initial render and it is dependent upon the user ID. So if we do have my user ID, then call the function that is fetch matches. Let's import use effect over here. Let's actually try to log the matches if at all we are getting the results correctly. I'm going to say console.log and over here we're going to say matches and then the matches over here. Save. Okay, it says error getting matches reference error, JSON is not defined. Let's look into that. Index.js. Okay, so it should be result.status of 200.json instead of comma. Save. And then let's come back to our chat screen. Let's call it again. Save. Yeah, so receive token, everything worked fine. And there you go. We do have our first match being shown onto the log. So that is good. So now with the help of this particular details, we're going to start styling out our chat screen, which is going to look like this. So we're going to have their turn and then your turn, as I explained in the demo part of the video. So again, first let's initialize the state for if at all it's loading. I'm just going to copy down the same thing from my like screen and then I'm going to paste it over here. So likes, just copy down if is loading, that is this piece of code. And then let's come back to our chat screen and we're going to render it over here. Make sure to import lottie view. Save. So as you can see, it is loading correctly and we have not set it to be false. So that's the reason it is still in the loading state. So let's set it to be false actually. That is once we finish getting all of the matches, that is over here. I'm going to say finally set is loading to be of false. So as soon as I save, it should go. As you can see, it went off. So now save the file. Let's look into the return block. So before that, let's actually categorize our chats, that is based on if it's my turn or if it's based on the other person's turn to whom I have sent the message. So for that, I'm going to initialize my state. So let's say over here, const categorized chats, comma set categorized chats equals to use state. So this in turn is gonna have two things, that is your turn. This is gonna be an empty array initially, and it's gonna say their turn. That's the next one. So I'm gonna say their turn. This also is gonna be empty array initially. Okay, so this part can be only implemented if at all we have the messages being set up. So currently we do not have the implementation for the sending of messages. So that's the reason, just initialize a state like this. Let's actually map over our messages and then not the messages, the matches, and then we're going to render it. So initialize your scroll view over here. I'm going to say scroll view. So make use of the scroll view instead of the normal view that's present, that is in the return block. So for the scroll view, I'm going to give some content container style. That's going to be flex grow of 1 and then bg of white. Apart from that, justify content if my matches dot length is greater than 0, then it's going to be flex start, else it's going to be center. Format once. Yeah, so within the scroll view, I'm going to initialize my view over here. Here I'm going to say one more view. Within this particular view, I'm going to check the condition that if at all my matches dot length is greater than 0, then in that case here I'm just going to initialize my fragment, else we're going to show some design stating that you do not have any matches as of now. So for that I'm going to initialize my view. This in turn is going to contain the image, so I'll be just getting the link for my image. So let's paste it over here. Make sure to import image from React Native as such. Save the file. So currently nothing should show up because we do have the matches present. So below the image I'm going to have another view which is going to have a text which says no matches right now, and below the text we're going to have matches are considered on Hinge, and below this text we're going to have another text. So here I'm going to say text which says matches are more considered on Hinge. We can help you get, or we can help you, or we can help improve your choices. Not choices, chances. So format save. So for this particular view, it's going to have a margin top of 30 just to space it out from the top image. And for the first text, I'm going to provide in the style. It's going to have a font size of 22 and it's going to have a font weight of bold and a text align of center. So for this particular piece of text, it's going to have color gray and then a margin top of 10, font size of 15, text align of center. Save the file, and for the topmost view we need to provide it a flex of 1 and justify and align items of center. So flex of 1, justify content center, align items of center as well. And below this view we're going to have, let's say, a self-enclosing view. So here I'm going to say view, pass on the style. It's going to have a margin top of 50, and below this we're going to have two pressable buttons which says boost your profile and upgrade to HingeX. So I'm just going to copy this down from my like screen. We've implemented the same code. So in the else condition, yeah, these are the two pressables. So let's paste it over here and let's remove the background color. That's not required for this one. Import pressable and then save the file. And once when we implement the messages part, with the help of the last message, we're going to target that and we're going to implement the categorized chats based on if at all it's your turn or if at all it's the other person's turn to send the message. So here I'm going to say text which says matches so save. Yeah, for the scroll view let's provide some margin top value. So I'm going to say margin top of 55. Okay, so for this particular view I'm going to say style margin vertical of 12. So let's target the style for the text. It's going to have, let's say, font size 22 and then a font weight of bold and margin vertical of 12. Okay, save. So as you can see, that's looking fine. Let's format once, and just below the text over here I'm gonna say map over the chats. So it's going to be matches dot map. So for each item and then the index, I'm going to render a new component that is going to be user chats. So here I'm going to say user chat.js. So rnfes and then save. Yeah, so here we're going to say user chat. So key is going to be equals to index, and we need to pass in the item as well as information to the next component. Item equals to item, and then user id is going to be equals to user id. Okay, not sure why it's erroring out. Let's remove everything. Okay, I think they should come over here. Yeah, that's it. Format, input user chat, save. So as you can see, since we have only one match as of now, it is showing just a single match. So let's head over to the user chat and then let's start styling this out. So user chat, destructure the item as well as your user ID. I'm going to say item comma your user ID, and over here first of all, let's initialize our pressable. So let's make use of our pressable over here. So pressable over here as well. Save. This in turn is going to have the view. I'm going to say view over here, which in turn is going to have your image. Import image from React Native as such. Take in the source, which in turn is going to take in your URI, and over here I'm going to say item dot image URLs of 0, and let's provide the style for this. It's going to have a width of 70, and it's going to have a height of 70 as well, and a border radius of 35 to make it look exactly circular. Save. So as you can see, we have the image of the user with whom we have matched. For the pressable, I'm going to give some style, that is flex of row, and then align items of center, a gap of 12, margin vertical of 12 as well. So for the chat screen over here, let's actually initialize some margin horizontal as well. Margin horizontal of 12 or 15. Yeah, that's looking fine. So let's come back to the user chat. After your image, towards the right part, you're going to have the name and the last message. So below the view, initialize another view with a text which says item dot first name. All right, not sure why we're not able to see the first name. Okay, the spelling is wrong. So first, yeah, so as you can see, that's looking fine. Below this, we're going to say if last message is present, then show the last message, else just start the chat. So for now, I'm just going to hard code it. I'm going to say start chat with the item dot first name. I'm going to say dollar. I don't think dollar is required for now. Item dot first name. As you can see, that's looking good. Initialize style over here for the text. Font weight of 500, and then font size as well. Font size of 16. Font family of this one. Yeah, that's it. Format once and then let's save. Yeah, that's looking fine. Let's target this piece of text. Font size of 16. This was for the previous one. So this is going to have font weight of 500, font size of 15, and then a margin top of 6. So as you can see, that is looking good. All right. Yeah, so this is your entire design for your chat screen. So now the next step that we'll be looking into is basically the implementation of sending the chats, that is real time, that is by making use of sockets, right? So we're going to do that. So for that, we need to head back to our index.js file and then initialize the starting point of the code for your sockets. And after that, we're going to initialize the endpoint to send a message. And once that is done, If at all you press on any kind of profile, you should be navigated to the chat room of that particular profile, and we should be able to send the chats, and the chats also should be stored inside of the backend part inside of a new table. So let's implement that. That's the next step. So let's head over to our index.js file and let's initialize the initial code for our sockets. So we need to make sure we have installed socket.io as well as http. So let's check out our package.json. So yeah, this is installed, that is socket.io. I think http also should be installed, or we can directly import it. Yeah, I think we can directly import that, and we just need to install socket.io. So make sure you have installed socket.io into the API folder. So apart from that, let's import it into our index.js file, and then let's initialize the code. So here let's say import http from http. Then here I'm going to say import your server from socket.io, just like this. So these are your two things that are required as of now. So yeah, below your cognito client, I'm going to initialize my server. So I'm going to say const server equals to, I'm going to say http dot make use of the create server method, and here I'm going to pass in the app. Okay, so yeah, we have initialized our server. So now the next step is, with the help of server, we're going to listen on any particular port. So let's write the code for that. So I'm just going to scroll down, that is at the bottommost part. Here I'm going to say server.listen to, let's say, a port. For here I'm just going to choose, let's say, 4000. You can choose your own port, and here this in turn is going to take in a function, and here I'm just going to say console.log server is running on port 4000, and then save the file. So as you can see, this is the first one, that's for localhost 9000, and this is for your sockets part. So server is running on port 4000. So now let's initialize our IO over here. I'm going to say const IO equals to new server, and I'm going to initialize my server over here. So here the first step that we have done is basically setting up your socket IO. So here basically a new instance of socket IO is initialized, and it's linked to the express server. So now the next step is, I'm going to make use of my user socket map. So here basically this is an object that is used to store a mapping of user ID to the corresponding socket ID. So we get something known as a socket ID if at all a user connects to the app. So with the help of my user socket map, I'm going to store in the form of a key value pair, that is by making use of the object. So here I'm trying to map the user ID to the corresponding socket ID. So this basically helps to identify which socket belongs to which particular user. That helps in your real-time messaging. So that's the reason I'm going to initialize my user socket map, which is initially going to be an empty object. So this is basically used for your mapping part. So now let's initialize and handle the connection part. So for that, I'm going to make use of IO dot on, and here I'm going to pass in the connection over here. Yeah, so after passing connection, this in turn is going to give us the socket. I'm going to say socket over here. Yeah, so basically whenever a user connects to the server, a connection event is triggered, and this basically over here, this particular socket is returned. Okay, so if you want, you can actually log the socket.id over here. You should be able to see a unique ID. So here I'm going to actually capture all of the user IDs that are connected. So we're going to make use of the socket.handshake.query for that. So here I'm going to say const user ID is going to be equals to socket dot handshake dot your query dot your user ID. So first of all, I'm going to check if at all my user ID is not equals to undefined, then itself I'm going to add it to my socket map. So I'm going to say user socket map of my user ID. This is going to be your key, and the value is going to be your socket.id. So whenever a user connects to the application, automatically this socket is triggered, and we should be able to get that socket details, basically your ID. So that reason I'm going to store that particular ID to the user ID over here, right? So user ID is going to come from socket.handshake.query.user ID. So yeah, this part is done. So now the next step is, if you want to log the user socket data after this, you can do that. I'm going to say console.log user socket data and pass in your user socket map over here. This would give you how exactly the user ID and towards the right the socket ID is going to be stored. So here basically each socket passes the user ID as a query parameter during the connection part, and if the user ID is valid, then only you're gonna add it to the socket map. Next, let's handle the disconnection part. So for that we have something known as the disconnect event. So I'm gonna say socket.on. Here I'm gonna say disconnect, and this in turn is going to take in a function. So once the user disconnects, we need to automatically delete that particular user ID from your user socket map, right? So for that we're going to make use of the delete keyword, which is basically used to delete properties of an object. For that we use delete keyword. So for that reason I'm going to say delete user socket map. This basically takes in your key, that's going to be your user ID itself. Okay, so yeah, that's it. And you can also give a log over here saying that console.log user is disconnected, and here I'm going to pass in my socket.id. Okay, so save. So let's say now the user is connected. So once everything is set up, you should be seeing in the console saying that user socket data, and we need to have one user ID and towards the right side the socket ID. So let's say if I refresh the app, automatically if I clear off the app, this should get triggered off because the disconnect event is triggered, and we should be able to see user disconnected with that particular socket ID, and we also delete the user ID from the user socket map. So now let's handle the condition or the statements for real-time messaging. So here I'm going to say socket.on. I'm going to say IO. So here I'm going to say socket.on. So this is going to be, let's say, send message. This in turn is going to take in your three things, that is your sender ID, receiver ID, as well as the message. So I'm going to say sender ID as well as your receiver ID, and your message as well. Okay, so here I'm gonna initialize my receiver socket ID. So I'm gonna say const receiver socket ID is gonna be equals to user socket map of your receiver ID. So here basically we are trying to listen for a send message event from a connected client, which extracts basically three things, that is your sender ID, your receiver ID, as well as the message. And if your recipient is online, then the message is sent to their socket in real time via your receive message event. So yeah, we have initialized this. So now the next step is I'm just going to give a log message over here, console.log receiver ID is going to be this one, that is receiver ID. And here I'm going to check the condition that if at all receiver socket ID is present, that means if they're online, I'm going to say io.to we're going to pass in the receiver's socket ID, and here we're going to emit the event that is going to be of receive message. So I'm going to say receive message, and this in turn is going to take in the sender ID as well as your message. So that's what I explained initially, that is if at all your recipient, that is your receiver ID, is online and it exists inside of your user socket map, then the message is sent to that particular socket in real time, that is via your receive message event. Okay, so save. Yeah, so this is your entire conditions for the socket part. Now let's initialize a endpoint for sending a message, so that we also store the message in the backend part as well. So here I'm going to say app dot, we're going to make use of the post method. It's going to be / send message, and over here it's going to be a async method with the request and response in callback. I'm going to initialize my basic try catch block over here. So catch of error. Here I'm just going to say console.log of error with that particular error message, and here I'm going to write result.status of, let's say, 500 .json with a message being, let's pass an internal server error. And now inside the try block over here, we need access to three things for sending a message. That is your sender ID and the receiver ID as well as the message itself. So I'm going to say const sender ID comma receiver ID and then comma message is going to be equals to your request.body. Alright, so here I'm going to just check the condition that if at all no sender ID, if at all not of sender ID, or if at all no receiver ID. Similarly, if at all not of message, then in that case we're going to say return result.status of 400.json with a message being missing fields. Okay, something like this. Let's pass an error instead of message over here. So I'm going to say error over here. Okay, so yeah, these are the required things for creating a message. Now let's create a unique message ID so that it gets stored in the backend. I'm going to say const message ID is going to be equals to crypto dot uuid, not uuid, random uuid, that is this one. So this would generate that unique ID for you. And the next step is we need to add the message to the DynamoDB table. So for that, I'm going to initialize my params over here. I'm going to say const params equals to an object. So passing your table name, and my table name is going to be messages, and this in turn is going to take in the item to push in. So here I'm going to pass in my message ID, that is message ID that's coming from the top statement, that is line number 712, and sender ID is going to be S, that is sender ID. So I think even the top value should be written in the form of a string. So I'm going to say S and then message ID. So apart from your message ID, sender ID, we're going to pass in a receiver ID. This also S and then receiver ID. Apart from that, the message, that is going to be your message itself. And finally, we're going to include the timestamp as well. So include timestamp over here. And this is going to say S. I'm going to say new date dot to ISO string. Yeah, so that's it. Let's format once, and then here I'm going to initialize my command. So I'm going to say const command equals to new put item command, import that from AWS SDK client DynamoDB. This in turn is going to take in your params. Make use of your DynamoDB client. I'm going to say await DynamoDB client dot send method. This in turn is going to take in your command. Okay, save. Yeah, so this part is done. So now the next step is we need to emit the message to the receiver socket if at all they are online. So first step is let's initialize your receiver socket ID. I'm going to say receiver socket ID is going to be equals to user socket map of your receiver ID. Then in this case, I'm again going to check the condition, that is if at all receiver socket ID is present, I'm going to give a console message saying that emitting new message to the receiver, that is your receiver ID over here. That's it. So here I'm going to say io.to of your receiver socket ID dot emit message of your new message, and here passing your three things, that is your sender ID, your receiver ID, as well as your message. Okay, so yeah, format once and then save the file. Yeah, so if at all receiver socket ID is not found, I'm just going to initialize else condition. I'm going to say console.log receiver socket ID is not found. So after that, I'm just going to say result dot status of, let's say, 201 dot json with a message being, let's say, message sent successfully, and then let's format once over here. Okay, so let's save the file. Yeah, so let's again go through the endpoint. That's what exactly we have written. So initially it's going to take in three things, that is from the request.body, that is the sender ID, that is the ID of the user sending the message, then we have the receiver ID as well as the message. So message is basically your content of the message. Next step is we are generating a unique message ID, that is with the help of this particular line 713 to store it in the backend part. Then we're going to store the message in the DynamoDB. Okay, so for that we have initialized this item and the params. So with the help of the put item command, we are going to initialize our params, and then we're going to say dynamodb client.send of your command. So now the next step is we're going to emit the message to the receiver. So here basically we're going to check if the recipient is online, that is if they exist in the user socket map. So they will exist in the user socket map if at all they're online, which is obviously true. So if they are online, then send the message in real time via your new message event. So that's the reason I've written it over here just like this. Okay, so after that I'm just going to say result.status of 201.json with the message being message sent successfully. Alright, so let's give this a try. So first of all, let's head over to the backend and then create our table. I think I've already created my table, that is the messages table. So let's head over to AWS. So here I'm going to say aws.amazon.com/console. So sign into the console and we need to pass in your code. So I'm going to say 249 880, enter. Okay, so now let's press on DynamoDB over here. So make sure you have created your new table messages, then only you would be able to push in the data to the messages table. So explore items or press on tables. You can see my messages table is created over here. So let's press on that. So over here, as you can see, if I would show you my explore items, you should be able to see all of the messages over here. Okay, so now for you to create, let's press on tables and then create table. Enter your table name, pass in your partition key, that is message ID, just like this, and if everything is default, and then press on create table. That's the only thing for you to do. So as of now I'm just going to delete all of my messages that is there over here. So I'm gonna come over here and delete all of my messages so that we should be able to create a new message, and that should show up over here, right? So I'm going to say actions and then delete items, delete. I think everything has been deleted. Let's give this one more try. So explore items. Yeah, so we do have two more left. So action and then delete. Okay, so now let's come back to our user chat, and once when we press on this, we need to design that chat room, right? So let's go to the file tree and then user chat over here. So here basically I'm gonna initialize my on press event. Before that, let's initialize our navigation. So here I'm going to say const navigation equals to use navigation, import use navigation from React navigation as such. All right, and then yeah, let's just initialize on press event for the pressable. I'm going to say on press, taking a function. Let's first of all check if at all we do have the chat room. Yeah, so chat room is not present. So screens, new file, chatroom.js, rnfes, and then save. Let's include this into our stack navigator. So here I'm going to say chat room, and here we're going to pass in our chat room, right? So make sure to import it over here. I'm going to say import chat room from your screens and then chat room. Save this file. Here I'm going to say on press navigation dot navigate to the name of the screen, that is going to be your chat room. And over here we're going to send in a bunch of information, that is your image is going to be equals to item dot your image URLs of 0, and we're going to pass in the name of the user, that is item dot first name, then your receiver ID. So I'm going to say receiver ID is going to be equals to item dot user ID. Next is the sender ID, that's the person who is sending the message, it's going to be equals to user ID itself, that also is there inside of your props over here. So save. Let's press on this. So as you can see, we're coming correctly to the chat room. So let's start looking into the design of the chat room. So here initially you're going to have some design at the topmost part. So I think for this we are not having your header shown. So let's come back to the stack navigator, remove that condition, that is for your chat room. Let's remove this, save. So as you can see, we are able to see the header. Let's come back to the chat room.js, and here let's start styling out. Initially I'm gonna initialize my basic states and then some basic statements, that is const navigation equals to use navigation. Let's also initialize a route. I'm going to say const route equals to use route. Let's initialize our message state. So const message comma set message equals to use state, initially an empty string. So apart from that, let's get in our user ID from context. I'm going to say const user ID equals to use context of your auth context. Make sure to import use state as well as your use context and your use effect as well. So save. So here I'm going to make use of my use layout effect to initialize my header. I'm going to say use layout effect. So make sure to import use layout effect as well from React. So here I'm going to make use of my navigation dot set options. So first of all, I'm going to target my header title, so it should be nothing. So I'm going to pass in just an empty string over here. Then header left, we need to style this out. This in turn is going to take in a function, and we're going to return a view which is going to contain your icons over here. So firstly, it's going to contain your icons. Let's get it from any of the screens. Yeah, it's there over here. Okay, so let's paste it over here. So icons, the name is gonna be arrow back, and pass in your size, that's gonna be 24. Color is gonna be black color. Save the file. So as you can see, the header title went off, and then we are able to see the back icon. So here I'm going to initialize my view, or we can actually directly show the text itself. So text, which in turn is going to show your root.params.name, that is the person we are chatting with. So root.params.name. So save. As you can see, that's looking correctly fine. Let's initialize our style over here for the outermost view. So a flex of row and then align items of center. Then I'm going to give it a gap of 10. Yeah, so that's looking fine. So target your style for the text over here. I'm going to say style. It's going to have a font size of, let's say, 16, and then a font weight of bold. So format and then save. So as you can see, that's looking fine. So let's also initialize our header right part. So I'm going to say header right. So this in turn is going to take in a function over here, and we're going to render just the icons. So this is going to be the arrow back icon again. I think I've not changed it. So you can actually search for any kind of icon and then you can show it over here. Let's check out our icons tab. So from here, let's say dot, or let's say camera. Yeah, let's make use of this. I'm just going to say video cam outline. Just for the UI part, I'm going to say video cam outline. save. Yeah, so as you can see, that's looking fine. So format once and then save the file. So here initially I'm going to make use of my keyboard avoiding view. So here I'm going to say keyboard avoiding view, import that from React Native, save the file. So yes, here I'm just going to initialize my scroll view. I'm going to say scroll view, and there are a bunch of options for the keyboard avoiding view. First of all, keyboard vertical offset is going to be equals to keyboard vertical offset. For that we need to initialize that. So I'm going to say const keyboard vertical offset is going to be equals to if my platform, import platform from React Native dot os equals to iOS, then in that case I'm going to pass in 65 question mark 65, else it's going to be 0. Okay, here I'm going to pass in my value, that is keyboard vertical offset, and we're going to pass in behavior. Again, if my platform dot os is equals to iOS, then it's going to be padding, else it's going to be height. So format once and then save. So let's also provide in the style for this. So here I'm going to say style. So this in turn is going to have basically a flex of 1. So I'm going to say flex of 1 and then a background color of white. So bg white, save the file. So as you can see, that's looking fine. So now within the scroll view, this in turn is going to have the content container style, and we're going to give it a flex grow of 1. And within the scroll view, initially we're going to have the messages being shown, and let's just initialize the statement saying that messages to be shown. That is once we get the messages from the backend, and below that we're going to initialize our view, that is for your text input to send a message. So within the view I'm going to say text input. So for the text input, this in turn is going to take in the value, which is going to be message. This is already stored inside of state. I'm going to say message on change text, take in the text and then set your message to be of your text. And here I'm going to say placeholder text color is going to be gray. So format. Yes, apart from this, let's provide a style for the text input. I'm going to give it a flex of 1, so it takes up most of the space, and then border color of this color code, that is dd I think 6 times. Yes, apart from that, border width of 1, and then border radius, I'm going to say border radius of 20, padding horizontal of 10, and then a height of 40, a font size of 15. It's also going to have a placeholder which says type your message. So I'm going to say placeholder type your message, and then let's save the file. Okay, so not sure, we're not able to see anything on the screen. So first let's design this entire thing. So after your text input, towards the right we're going to have just the pressable to send the message. So import pressable from React Native, and within the text I'm going to say send. So initialize your style over here. For this I'm going to give it a background color of this color code, that is 662D and then 91. Apart from that, some padding vertical of 8 and some border radius as well. So border radius of let's say 20 and padding horizontal of let's say 12. Save the file. Yeah, so we're able to see something on the screen, which is good. So let's pass on the style for the text, that is the send button. So here I'm going to say text align center, and then color is going to be white, and then save the file. Yeah, so that's looking fine. So now let's give the style for the outermost view so that we could see it correctly showing onto the screen. So style over here, I'm going to give it a flex of row. So flex direction is going to be row, and then align items of center, and padding horizontal of 10, padding vertical of 10, border top width of 1, and then border top color of this color code, that is same thing that we used earlier. Apart from that, margin bottom value of 30, and we're going to provide a gap of 12. Yeah, so this is the styling for your view, and within the view we're going to have your text input as well as your pressable over here. So let's try to save the file. So as you can see, just like that, we're able to see our text input and it is looking good. So yeah, this part is done. So now let's initialize onPress event on the button which says send. That is going to be over here. I'm going to say onPress. So taking a function, and over here I'm going to write send message. So this in turn is going to take in your user ID as well as your root.params.receiver ID. So root.params dot your receiver ID. So let's go ahead and then define the function that is send message. Here I'm going to say const send message equals to a sync function. This in turn is going to take in two things, sender ID as well as your receiver ID. So here, first things first, let's initialize our try catch block. So try and then catch of error. Here I'm just going to give a console message. I'm going to say console.log error with that particular error message, and inside the try block over here I'm going to first initially set the message to be empty. That is, first clear the input, and then I'm going to say await import Axios from Axios. We're going to make use of the post method, make use of your backticks, initialize your base URL, import that from the URLs folder, and it's going to be / send message. This in turn is going to take in three things if you would remember, that is sender ID, receiver ID as well as the message. I'm going to say sender ID, receiver ID and the message. So that's it. So now the next step is we need to make use of the socket client over here, and then we need to emit your send message event. Okay, so for that I think I forgot to initialize one more file, that is your socket context, where everything is going to happen. So let's initialize the socket context, and before completing this function we're going to initialize that. So let's first of all install socket io.client. So let's first of all check if at all we have installed that. I don't think that's installed. So socket io client is not installed. This should be installed into your main project. So let's come back to the terminal, that is over here. I'm going to say yarn add socket .io and then hyphen client, save, enter. Alright, so we have finished installing this. Let's come back to our chat room, or let's create our context file. Let's press on app.js, new file. I'm going to say socket context.js. So here let's initialize our create context method, that is from React, and let's also import our IO. I'm going to say import IO from socket IO client. So here I'm going to initialize my socket context. I'm going to say const socket context is going to be equals to create context, and here I'm going to say export const use socket context is going to be equals to a normal function. Here I'm going to say return use context of your socket context. So we're just going to make use of this function whenever we need to access the values that are defined over here. So let's say we define socket and then your auth user, for example. Then with the help of this use socket context function, we're going to export here, and then we're going to import it in other files where we want to use it. So let's also import two more things, use context, use state, as well as use effect. Let's format, save the file. So yes, apart from this, I'm going to say export const socket context provider. So socket context provider is going to take in all of the children over here. And here we're going to say return socket context dot provider. Here we're going to pass in all of the children. So let's define the required things as of now over here. So here we need access to two things, that is your socket as well as your auth user. Here I'm going to say const socket comma set socket equals to your use state. Initially it would be null. Yeah, so after this we need to include one more statement into our auth context file, that is for the auth user. Not sure if that is already initialized. Let's check that. If it's already initialized, then we can directly import it. Yeah, so as you can see, auth user as well as your user ID is initialized, and we are sending it over here as well. So let's come back to the file. Here let's try to just access these two values, that is auth user as well as your user ID. I'm going to say const auth user comma user ID is going to be equals to use context of your auth context. Import that particular file. Okay, so here let's initialize the use effect. So here I'm going to say if at all we do have the auth user, then in that case I'm going to say const socket equals to io. Io is already initialized, and pass in your URL over here. So it's going to be http localhost /4000. If at all you're running this on your phone, make sure to add your laptop's IP over here instead of localhost, otherwise it would not work. Okay, and over here let's pass in our query, which in turn is going to take in your user ID and the user ID. That's it. So format once, and once we have the socket, we're just going to say set the socket to be of your socket. And here we're just going to clean up. I'm going to say return socket dot close. Okay, so else if auth user is not present, I'm just going to say if at all socket is there. So if socket, then I'm going to say socket dot close, and then set socket to be null. And this is going to be dependent upon your user ID. Okay, so I'm going to pass in user ID as a dependency over here, and let's pass in the value. So I'm going to say value is going to be equals to your socket as well as your set socket. Okay, so format once, and then let's try to save the file. Yeah, so we have finished setting up our socket context. So this is your entire code for the socket context part. So now let's come back to the function, that is chat room, and let's first of all initialize our socket. So let's say over here chat room.js. At the top I'm going to say const socket. Yeah, so even before this we need to include our socket context provider into the main app.js, otherwise it would not work, right? So let's come to the app.js, and just below the auth provider I'm going to say socket context provider, and within that I'm going to add my stack navigator. So format once, and then let's save. Alright, let's come back to our chat room, and then let's finish designing the function over here. That is over here. Yeah, so const socket is going to be equals to your use socket context. Just import it just like this, and over here after we have hit the endpoint, I'm just going to initialize socket.emit I'm going to say send message, which in turn is going to take in three things, that is your sender ID as well as your receiver ID and your message itself. And let's say after 100 milliseconds or 0.1 second, I'm just going to call my I'm going to call my fetch messages function. So I'm going to make use of my set timeout over here and pass in a value that is 100 milliseconds. Here I'm going to say fetch messages. So as of now, we do not have the function that is fetch messages. I'm just going to comment it out for now. So format over here and then save. Alright, so this is your complete function for sending a message. So let's give this a try. So as you can see, as soon as I saved my index.js file, you were able to see the user socket map getting accumulated. So this is your user ID that's logged in. And as I told you, once a user connects to the app, we're going to get that socket value, which is going to contain the ID. So we're going to just store the socket ID over here. As you can see, currently only one person is connected to the app, that is this person itself. So that's the reason we have just one user data and towards the right side the socket ID. So let's give this a try. Let's first of all check if at all we are able to store the message in the backend. And as of now, the real-time message wouldn't work because the receiver ID, that is this particular person, is not online. So you can actually, open up another device or you can try it out on your phone. It should work out correctly because I've already tried it out. I'm going to send a message over here. Let's say hey and then send. Okay, so as you can see, receiver socket ID not found. So it didn't implement the real-time messaging because the receiver ID is not currently online. So hopefully no error should have come. Let's check it out. Let's go check out the backend once. We can confirm by just going over here and then refresh. We should be able to see our first message being accumulated. So I'm going to say messages. So there you go. We do have our message being created. This is the message ID. This is the message. This is your receiver ID. This is the sender ID, that is myself. And this is the timestamp. So as you can see, we're able to create the messages as well, which is a good thing. So now the next step is we're going to start rendering the messages. That is, as soon as I send the message, we need to be able to show that over here. And this person's message should come over here towards the left side. So first of all, let's initialize the endpoint for getting all of the messages for two particular users inside of a chat room. That's going to happen over here with the help of the get method. So here I'm going to say app.get and it's going to be / messages, and over here I'm going to say async. I'm going to pass in the request and the response in the callback, and over here let's initialize our try and then catch block. So catch of error, and over here I'm going to say console.log error fetching messages with that particular error. All right, and now inside of the try block we need access to two things, that is your sender ID as well as the receiver ID. So I'm going to say sender ID comma receiver ID is going to be equals to your request dot query. All right, so here basically we are trying to extract two things, that is sender ID as well as the receiver ID from your query parameters, and if either of the value is not present, we're going to return result.status of 400. So let's write that. I'm going to say if not of sender ID or if not of receiver ID, then in that case we're going to say return result.status of 400 dot JSON with your error which says missing fields, and then let's try to save the file. So apart from that, the next step is we need to define the query parameters. So here again we're going to make use of the indexing as we have done previously for other table, that is the users table. So here we're going to make use of the global secondary indexes to efficiently query messages sent and received by a user. So make sure you create your index. So let me just show you that. So here we are going to create two indexes, that is your sender ID index as well as your receiver ID index only for your messages table. Let's head back to AWS, and over here I would just show you the table. So as you can see, we have two indexes set up for the messages table. Let's press on that. Let's press on indexes. Yeah, so make sure to create two indexes, that is your receiver ID index as well as your sender ID index, and pass on the partition key for both. It is going to be sender ID and it's going to be receiver ID. And apart from that, leave everything as default and then let's press on create. I'll show you how to do that. Let's press on explore, not this one, create index. So here passing your partition key, that is going to be your receiver ID, and passing your index ID name, that is going to be receiver ID index. Similarly, do the same thing for the second one, that is sender ID as a partition key, and index name, it should be sender ID index. Okay, so after doing that, just press on create index and then you can come back. So yeah, with the help of the indexing, we're gonna do the query part. So for that, let's initialize our send query parameters. So here I'm gonna say const sender query parameters. So here what we are trying to do is we're just going to try fetching the messages based on the ID of the user, that is the sender ID right here. So I'm going to say const sender query params is going to be equals to your table name, that is going to be your messages. So we are making use of the indexes because DynamoDB doesn't allow you to query based on your sender ID directly, because we can only have one partition key that is already we have given, that is your message ID. Only we can query with the help of that, right? So here we are trying to query based on the sender ID, and we are trying to query based on the receiver ID, and we're going to combine both of the messages and we're going to return the set of messages, right? So that for a particular chat room we're going to show the messages. So yeah, after passing your table name, let's pass in our index name. So index name is going to be this one, that is sender ID index. So make sure you pass in the same spelling whatever you've given in the backend part, and we need to pass in our key condition expression, that is going to be this one, that is a sender ID in the table, that is in the messages table, should be equals to this, that is your sender ID. So we're going to define this, that is with the help of expression attribute values. I'm going to say expression attribute values is going to be an object. Define your sender ID, and over here I'm going to say S, it should match your sender ID. So this is how you pass your sender ID. So this part is done. Similarly, the next step is for your receiver ID. So next we're going to query the receiver ID index GSI for all the messages where the receiver ID matches the provided sender ID. Okay, so for that I'm going to initialize my receiver query params. I'm going to say receiver query params is going to be equals to an object, passing your table name, that is going to be messages, and your index name, this time it's going to be receiver ID index. Again, make sure the spelling is correct, and apart from that, pass in your key condition expression, which is going to be your receiver ID. This should be the value, and this should be equals to the receiver ID that we're going to pass over here. So receiver ID. So make sure to pass in your expression attribute values in an object, target your receiver ID, and over here as we're going to say sender ID. Alright, so again we're going to pass sender ID because this basically queries your receiver ID index for all of your different messages where your sender ID matches the provided sender ID, that is this one. So this basically accounts for the reverse flow of messages in the conversations that happen between two users. Okay, so now the next step is we need to just execute your DynamoDB query. So let's initialize the command for both. I'm going to say const sender query command is going to be equals to new query command, and pass in your sender query params. Next we're going to say const receiver query params, receiver query command is going to be equals to new query command, and this in turn is going to take in your receiver query params. Let's get in the results. I'm going to say const sender results is going to be equals to await DynamoDB client dot send of your sender user command, not sender user command, sender query command. And for the next one, I'm going to say const receiver results. So receiver results is going to be equals to await DynamoDB client dot send of your receiver query command. So now the next step is we need to filter the messages that is retrieved by the sender ID index to include only those where the receiver ID matches the given receiver ID. And again, we're going to filter the messages retrieved by your receiver ID index this time to include only those where your sender ID is going to match your receiver ID, right? So with the help of this, we're going to filter out the results and we're going to send it to the front end part. So here I'm going to say const filter send. So here I'm going to say const filtered sender messages is going to be equals to sender results. So access that and go into the items. I'm going to say dot filter so here for every item I'm going to say item dot receiver ID should be equals dot s. Let's go into that as well. Should be equals to your receiver ID. And here we're going to say const filtered receiver messages is going to be equals to receiver results dot your items dot apply the filter method. And over here I'm going to say for every item your item dot your sender ID dot s should be equals to your receiver ID. All right, so once we get this, we just need to combine and sort the messages. That's what is the next step. So let's do that over here. Here I'm going to say const combined messages is going to be equals to an array and just spread both of the values, that is filtered sender messages as well as filtered received messages, filtered receiver messages. Okay, so yeah, apart from this I'm going to map over it. I'm going to say dot map for every item. Here basically we're gonna structure into a simpler format, extracting only the relevant fields, that is your message ID, that is gonna be item dot your message ID dot s, as well as your sender ID, that is gonna be item dot your sender ID dot s again. Then your receiver ID, that's gonna be item dot your receiver ID dot s. Apart from that, your message, that's going to be item dot message dot s. And finally your timestamp, it's going to be item dot timestamp dot s. And finally we're gonna sort based on the timestamp such that the order doesn't get mismatched over here, that is of the messages. So after your map I'm going to say dot sort, taking two values, that is a comma b, and this should be the condition, that is new date of your a dot timestamp minus your new date of b dot timestamp. So here basically we are trying to sort the combined array chronologically by the timestamp. So format, yeah, so let's save the file, and after doing that I'm just going to send the combined messages to the front end part. I'm going to say result dot status of 200 dot json of your combined message. So let's save the file. Yeah, so this is a complete endpoint for getting all of your messages for a particular chat room. Let's head back to our chat room.js, and over here I'm going to initialize my fetch messages function. It's going to be a async function, Let's first of all give our try and then catch of error. Here I'm going to say console.log error with this particular error. And instead of the try block, let's initialize two things. That is your sender ID. I'm going to say const sender ID is going to be equals to user ID. That is that inside of your context. And const receiver ID is going to be equals to root dot params dot your receiver ID. We're getting this from the previous screen. Let's initialize your response. I'm going to say const response equals to await axios dot get method, and over here I'm going to say dollar base URL forward slash messages, and this in turn is going to take in your params. I'm going to say params two things, your sender ID as well as your receiver ID. So now let's initialize the state to hold the messages. So over here I'm going to say const messages comma set messages is going to be equal to use state initially an empty array. So once we get the response, I'm just going to say set the response to be of, not response, set messages to be of your response dot data. So let's try and log the messages. I'm going to say console.log messages and then messages over here. Let's try to format once and let's try to uncomment this, that is over here. And we also call this particular function on the initial render of the chat screen. So use effect so here I'm going to say fetch messages. Okay, so there you go. We do not have any errors, so we are able to see the messages, and since we only have one message, we're able to get that onto the screen. All right, so depending upon whether this message is sent by the receiver or sent by the sender, we're going to show it in the UI part. So over here the messages are going to go into, let's start styling out the scroll view. So let's remove the comment. I'm going to say messages dot apply a map over here, and for every item and the index, let's render, or let's try to return, let's say a pressable, and within the pressable I'm just going to show the text with my item dot message. So save the file. So there you go. Since we had just one message and this is actually sent by the user, it should come towards the rightmost part. So yeah, currently we're able to show the messages. Let's provide in the key for this, that is for the pressable, and let's start styling out the pressable over here. So I'm going to say style. So this in turn is going to have an array of styles. So first of all I'm going to check if my item dot sender ID equals to the user ID. If this is true, then this means the messages should come towards the rightmost part. That means the message is sent by the user. Else it's going to come towards the leftmost part. So first let's start styling out the rightmost part. I'm going to say align self flex end, and we're going to have a background color of this color code, that is 5B0D and then 6.3. Apart from that, some padding of 10, and we're going to have a max width of 60%. So I'm going to say 60%. Apart from that, a border radius of 7, and we're going to have a margin of 10. Let's also style out the left side of the design, that is going to come if at all the message is going to be sent by this particular user, that is the user we are chatting with. So here I'm going to say align self is going to be flex start this time, and background color of this color code, that is E1E, and then 3E3, again max width of 60%, and let's provide padding and margin of 10. I think it's going to remain as is, that is this piece of styling. Let's just copy that over here, and then for the text also let's provide in the styling, that is there over here. So style initially font size of 15, and I'm going to provide text align is going to be left. Okay, and I'm going to provide some letter spacing as well of 0.3 and color. So if my item dot sender id is equals to user id, if this is the case, then it's going to be white color, else it's going to be black color. Let's format once and let's see. Hopefully we should see this message coming towards the rightmost part. So there you go. Automatically, since this message was sent by this particular user, it went towards the rightmost part and it is scrollable as well. Okay. So now let's define one more thing, that is listen messages, because we need to implement the real-time functionality. So yeah, just below this, I'm going to initialize my const listen messages. So this is going to listen for the message, that is if at all the user is online. So it's going to be a normal arrow function. First of all, initialize your socket. I'm going to say const socket is going to be equals to your use socket context. It's already initialized, and initialize your use effect over here, and this is going to be dependent upon your socket as well as your messages as well as your set messages. Okay, so here I'm going to first of all check socket dot on, and here pass in your new message, and here it's going to be the new message. Here I'm going to say new message dot should shake is going to be true, and here I'm going to say set messages to be of whatever was there previously inside of the messages, and then add your new message. Okay, so by passing this statement, that is new message dot should shake equals to true, and we should be able to see the real-time messaging working. Let's call the function. So let's say I'm going to just call it over here, that is listen messages, and then save. Yeah, so you can actually open up another device and then you can actually give this a try. Okay, so you should be able to see the real-time messaging working. That is once the user is there in the chat room. Let's try to send another message over here. Let's say how are you question mark send. So there you go, the message sent, the input got cleared, and we were able to get the updated messages over here, right? So that's working absolutely fine. Yeah, so this step is done. So you can actually open up other device and then you can send the message over here. I mean, I can try it out on my own phone, but I guess I cannot show it onto the screen, that is while recording, but you can try it out. I have tried it out, it's working properly fine. So now let's head back to our user chat and let's try to initialize our last message. Okay, so that if I come back over here, we need to be showing the last message in the chat. So let's come back over here and I'm going to say const last message comma set last message is going to be equals to use state, initially an empty array over here. Okay, let's also initialize our function, that is set messages. I'm just going to copy down that from the chat room. It's going to be the same thing, that is this one. Yeah, so I'm just going to initialize it over here. So let's also get in our user id. So I'm going to say const user id is going to be equals to use context of your auth context. So make sure to import auth context from your context file. Okay, so let's make a change over here. It would not be root.params, it would just be item.user id. That's how we access it. So item.user id, and user id is going to be present from your context. It's going to take in the value from there. Yeah, so after we set the messages, let's also initialize the state for that. So const messages comma set messages equals to use state, initially an empty array. Yeah, so for the last message it should be null. My bad, it should not be an empty array, it should be null. And apart from that, let's also initialize our socket. I'm going to say const socket is going to be equals to use socket context. So import that from the context file, just like this. And once we set the messages, also set your last message to be of your response dot data of your response dot data dot length -1. So this would automatically set the last message to be of this particular value. Okay, so format, save the file. Okay, user ID has already been declared. Okay, I think it's coming from your prop. Let's remove this, not required. Use state doesn't exist. I think even use effect also doesn't exist. Use state, use effect, use context. Save. Yeah, so now let's actually try to render the last message. First of all, let's check what's the last message. I'm going to say console.log last and then last message. I don't think we can actually directly access it because this would be in the form of an object, I guess. Okay, so let's try to directly render it at the bottommost part. So here I'm going to say if we have the last message, then show the last message dot message, else make use of this and then just pass in the item dot first name. Let's remove this console log, not required. Save the file. Alright, for some reason last message is not present. Okay, not sure why that's happening. Let's actually try to log it again once more. So last and then the last message. Okay, Axios doesn't exist. Alright, so probably because of that it is erroring out. Save. Okay, even base URL doesn't exist. Okay, import that as well. Save. Yeah, so there you go. Now we're able to see the last message which says how are you, and you can verify it over here. This is the last message in the chat room. Okay, so that's working absolutely fine. So this part is done. So now let's actually go into the chat room, not the chat room, the chat screen, and let's try implementing the categorized chats so that we show the chats as your turn and then their turn. So for that, come back to the chat screen over here. So we had initially written this piece of code that is const categorize chats comma set categorize chats is going to be equals to use state, and initially your turn and then their turn is going to be an empty array. So here I'm going to define my function that is const fetch and categorize chats. I'm going to say const fetch and categorize chats is going to be equals to async function. So here I'm going to say const your turn is going to be equals to an empty array, and const their turn is also going to be equals to an empty array. Here I'm going to say await promise.all. Here I'm going to say matches dot map. Here it's going to be async method, and here for every item that's present, here first of all let's initialize our try and then catch block. So try catch of error. I'm going to say console.log error fetching messages with that particular error, and instead of the try block we're going to say const response equals to await. I'm going to say axios dot get initialize your base URL. It's going to be / messages. So this endpoint is going to take in two things, that is as your params, your sender ID as well as your receiver ID. So sender ID is going to be equals to your user ID, that is there inside of your, let's say, context. All right, and receiver ID is going to be equals to item dot receiver ID. So I'm going to say item dot receiver ID. So let's format once, and here we would have access to the messages. So that is for each match. I'm going to say const messages is going to be equals to response dot data. Let's initialize our last message. So I'm going to say const last message is going to be equals to messages of response dot data. So messages of messages dot length -1, that would give you the last message of the array. Here we're going to check if at all the last message is sent by the user ID. So to check that, I'm going to say if my last message dot sender ID. So you know that each message is going to have all of these details, right? That is sender ID, receiver ID, the message, and the timestamp. So I'm going to check the condition, that is if at all my last message dot sender ID is going to be equals to your user ID. If this is the case, then it's going to be their turn to send the message. So I'm going to say their turn dot push. You're going to push in your item as well as your last message. Else, if that's not the case, then we're going to say it is our turn to send the message. Then that means the last message is being sent by them. Okay. So here I'm going to say your turn dot push of whatever is there inside of your item, and then initialize your last message. So yeah, that's it. Let's format once and let's initialize this function, that is call the function with the help of use effect. So this is going to run on the initial render and it's going to be dependent upon your matches. Here I'm going to say fetch and categorize chats. So save. Alright, so hopefully we do not have any errors. Okay, I think we do have error. That is for this one. Not sure if that is the one. Let's change the message over here. Error fetching. Yeah, so we do have an error. Alright, so yeah, let's look into the error. So apart from that, I think I forgot to add one more line. That is over here, we need to set the categorized chat. So here I'm going to say set categorized chats to be of your turn and then their turn. So save the file and let's look into the errors. Alright, I think I found out the mistake. That is over here, we need to pass in the user ID. That is the correct value of the receiver ID. So save, and as you can see, no error now. So now with the help of this one, that is the categorized chats, we're going to just start styling out this. So over here, that is previously we just used to map over our matches. So here now we're going to map over our categorized matches and then we're going to show the UI over here. So I'm going to say categorize chats dot their turn dot length is greater than 0 and initialize a fragment and pass in your text over here which says their turn. So let's pass in the style for this. So font size of 22, font weight of bold, and we're going to say margin vertical of 12. And below the text over here, yeah, that is over here, we're going to map over yours their turn again. I'm going to say categorize chats dot their turn dot map for every item and then the index. Just render your user chat. That's going to be the exact same thing. So we're going to pass in the key, user ID as well as the item. So I'm just going to do the same thing for the next part, that is going to be your turn. So for now, let's comment out this, that's not required. And just below this, I'm going to say categorize chats dot your turn dot length is greater than 0 and return a text which says your turn, and we're going to show the user chat. Let's save the file. So there you go, it's working absolutely fine. So since I am the person who sent the last message, it went into their turn automatically. That means this chat is considered under their turn. Let's write in the spelling properly. Okay, so as you can see, it's working fine. So now if they send the message now into this particular chat room, automatically this chat is going to come into your turn. That is over here, your turn should come up, right? So that's how we're going to make this work. So yeah, this feature is working absolutely fine. That is your turn and then their turn. So format and then save. Yeah, so we have completely implemented the chat functionality and it is real time as well. So we're able to create a match, send a like and receive likes as well. And we're also able to send messages, receive messages and see what are all the messages in the chat room. And we're also able to categorize the chats based on your turn and then their turn. So now the next step is, let's start looking into the design of your profile screen that is going to look, something like this. Okay, so initially we're going to have some basic tabs over here at the top, the image of the user. And apart from that, once we design all of these, let's implement the subscriptions part and the roses part. That's the final step. So yeah, let's start looking into the design of the profile screen that's going to happen over here. So first, let's actually check if at all we are, already calling the function for your user info. That is, let's check in the home screen. Okay, so it's not done. So let's actually, go into the home screen, and then actually let's call the function for getting the user info. That is the info of the person who is currently logged in. So here I'm going to define the function. That is, let's say over here, I'm going to say const get user details is going to be a async function. And over here, I'm going to initialize my try catch block initially. And we've already defined the endpoint for this. That is in the previous part of the video. Okay, so we're just going to hit the endpoint now. I'm going to say console.log error fetching the user details. Okay, so now instead of the try block, we need access to the user ID. So here I'm going to say const response is going to be equals to await. I'm going to say axios dot get method, initialize your backticks, and here it's going to be the base URL, and here I'm going to say / get user info. So over here I'm going to pass in my params. This in turn is going to be your user ID that's coming from your context. So let's also initialize our state to hold the user info. So if you would remember, in the auth context we had passed the user info as well. So by default it is null and we are passing the value over here. Let's access this into our home screen. So let's come back over here, and here I'm going to say along with your token set token, I'm going to say user info comma set user info. Yeah, let's come back over here. So after that I'm just going to check the condition, that is if at all my response.status is going to be equals to 200. Here I'm going to say if response.status equals 200, then in that case I'm going to say const user data is going to be equals to response.data dot your user. And the next step is we're going to only update the state if at all the data has changed. So we're going to check the condition, that is if at all my JSON dot stringify of your user data is not equals to your JSON dot stringify of your user data, then itself you're going to change it. Otherwise it's going to remain as is, that is from the context. Here I'm going to say set user info to be of your user data. So now if you remember, for the fetch matches initially we were initializing a use effect that is over here, not this one. Yeah, that is over here. So now we're going to make use of two functions. That is, we're actually going to call two functions in parallel, and we need the results for both. That is your fetch matches as well as your get user details, right? So here I'm going to say use effect. I'm just going to comment out the top one. So here I'm going to say const initialize equals to a async function. So here I'm going to check if at all we do have the user ID, then in that case initialize your try as well as your catch block. So catch of error. So in this case I'm just going to say console.log or console.error, you can do that as well, error getting data, something like this with that particular error. And here I'm going to make use of the promise.all. That is basically we're going to try to call both the functions in parallel for better performance. I'm going to say await promise.all. This in turn is going to take in the functions to call. So in our case it's going to be fetch matches as well as your get user details. And let's call the function over here, that is initialize, and this is going to be dependent upon your user ID. And I'm just going to comment this function out, that is not required. Okay, so save the file. Let's come back over here. Let's try to reload the app once. Alright, so hopefully we do not have any error. Let's try to log the user info just to check we do have the details. Okay, so here I'm going to say console.log info and the user info. Save the file. So okay, we do have an issue, so we do not have that. Currently it is null. Let's actually check if this is the correct endpoint. So copy that and then let's search over here. Oh, okay, I thought I had initialized this. Get user info. Okay, we have received likes, we have like profile, authenticate is there. Okay, this is the one, user info. So this is the one. Is this the correct one? I think this is the correct one. Let's give this a try. Okay, so instead of get user info, I'm just gonna call for user info. Let's come back to the home screen, and over here while making the call I'm just gonna say user info. I'm gonna say save. So let's check out our output. So yeah, we still are getting null. Let's reload the app and then check it out. So let's see what exactly is the issue. Yeah, so we are getting null. Let's actually check the endpoint if at all it is actually getting called or not. So I'm going to say console.log user as well as your user ID. So yeah, let's give this a try. I've given the console log over here. Let's try to log it over here. Save. Okay, so for some reason we're not able to hit that endpoint. Okay, so yeah, we are getting the user. As you can see, this is for the matches. Let's come back to the index.js file and let's give, okay, it's a capital U. Let's check if that's the correct spelling. Okay, there are actually many users over here. Okay, so let's say user ID. Okay, so I've just given user ID over here. Let's give it one more try and then I'm just gonna call the function again. Okay, let's do one thing. Let's actually clear out the matches because it's getting kind of confusing. I'm gonna search for matches. Yeah, that is this one. Let's comment this out. Even this as well as this as well. Now let's give it a try. I'm gonna call the function that is for your get user details. Save. Yeah, so as you can see, we are able to get that user ID. That's the correct spelling. We are able to hit it, but over here, as you can see, it is kind of null. Let's look into that. So yeah, it should come over here. Table name is users. Key is going to be user ID. Okay, I think I got another issue. Over here, I've given the wrong condition. It has to be json.stringify of user data should not be equals to json.stringify of your user info that is there inside of async storage, not async storage, that is coming from your auth context. That is this one, because over here we're checking for the same thing, so it would error out obviously. So now it should give us the correct result. Save. So there you go. Now we have the user info, right? So this was the mistake, and also this was also the mistake. That is an endpoint. Give the correct result over here. So now with the help of this information, we are going to start styling out your profile screen. So we can just access that and then let's head back to the profile screen and then let's start looking into the design of this. So our profile screen is going to look something like this. All right. So first of all, at the top, I'm going to say const. I'm going to access my navigation, or before that, let's access our user ID and then user info and then set user info is going to be equals to use context. Here I'm going to pass in my auth context. Okay, so this part is done. Apart from that, let's initialize the design in your return block. So this is going to have a scroll view initially. So I'm going to say scroll view, import scroll view from React Native, and over here I'm going to initialize my scroll view and even over here as well. Let's start providing the style for this. Okay, so instead of style, I'm going to give the content container style. I'm going to say content container style. It's going to have a flex grow of 1. So flex grow 1. and over here I'm going to initialize my safe area view. So safe area view, import that from React Native as such, and within the safe area view I'm going to have my initial view being designed. Within this I'm going to have another view and then another text. This is going to say Hinge. As you can see, that's the text value present. Let's save the file. Use context doesn't exist, all right, so use state and then use context as well. Okay, so as you can see, we're able to see that text onto the screen. Let's provide in the style for the text. So it's going to have a font size of, let's say, 26, and then font family of this one, that is Helvetica bold. Yeah, so apart from this, towards the right we're going to have a view with a pressable. This in turn is going to contain your images, so I'll just be getting the link for both of my images. So I'm just going to paste it over here. Okay, so we're going to have two images, and let's import image from React Native. I'll be sending the image link whatever I use over here. Okay, so import image, save. Logout doesn't exist, all right, let's remove that for now. Yeah, so as you can see, we're able to see both of them being shown on the screen. Let's start giving the style for this particular view. So I'm going to say style over here. This in turn is going to have some padding. Let's say padding of 12, some internal spacing, and then flex of row, align items of center, and I'm going to say justify of space between. So yes, as you can see, that's looking good. So now let's target the inner view that contains your two pressables. I'm going to say style over here, give it a flex of row, and then align items of center, and provide it a gap of 12. So as you can see, that is looking fine. So now below the view we're going to have basically your image for the user that's currently logged in. So that's going to happen right after this particular view. Give a view over here. So this in turn is going to have a pressable. Inside the pressable I'm going to have my image. So initialize your source, and this in turn is going to take in your URI. So it's going to be user info dot image URLs of 1. So user info dot image URLs of 1. Okay, you can pass in any number of value, that is until 5, because we only have 6 images. So pass on the style over here. So here I'm going to give, let's say, a width of 100 and a height of 100 as well, and then border radius of 50, resize mode of, let's say, cover, and border color is going to be purple, and let's provide a border width as well of 3. So let's format once, and then let's try to save. So as you can see, that's looking cool, and we're also able to see the user's profile image as well. So let's properly initialize the style, that is for your topmost view. Initialize margin vertical of 10, justify of center, and then align items of center as well. So as you can see, just like that, it is looking nice. So below your pressable I'm going to have my text being shown, that is for your user's name. So it's going to be just user info dot your first name. So format and then save the file. As you can see, that's looking fine. Pass on your style for this. It's going to have some margin top, since it's almost touching your top text. So margin top of 10, font size as well, font size of 24, and then font weight of 500. So yeah, as you can see, that design is looking good. So now for the next step is we're going to design your tab views, that is your get more, your safety, as well as my hinge. So for that we're going to make use of basically a dependency that is known as React Native tab view. So let's install that. I'm going to come over here and I'm going to say yarn add React Native tab view, and I'm going to press on enter. Okay, so it got installed. So here we're going to basically initialize a bunch of options, or you can say it as routes as well. So let's initialize our routes value. I'm going to say const routes. You can actually Google about this dependency, and then I can look into how exactly it's going to work. So I'm going to say const routes is going to be equals to use state. So it's going to be an array of objects. So I'm going to say just like this. So it's going to have a key. So I'm going to say key. It's going to be get more, and for each key we're going to have the title as well. So title is going to be get more. So copy this down a couple of times. So let's make the change. So this is going to be safety, and is the title. Here I'm going to say safety. Here let's make the change. This is going to be my Hinge, and over here as well it's going to be my Hinge. Alright, so after rendering this, I'm going to initialize my code over here. That is, let's come back to your return block, and basically let's render our tab view. So I'm just going to scroll down, and right after your view, let's format once. That is over here. I'm going to say tab view. Import that, and this is going to take in a bunch of options. Let's start writing each one of them. First one is going to be navigation state. This is going to be equals to index and your roots. So pass down your roots over there. Okay. So yeah, apart from this, we're going to pass in your render scene. Here we need to define a component. I'm just going to pass in render scene for now. And we're going to have on change index method. Here also we're going to define a function that is set index. Let's format. So apart from on change index, we're going to have your initial layout. I'm going to provide a width of 100% to this. So apart from initial layout, we're going to have render tab bar. This in turn is going to take in your props. And over here, we're going to render a tab bar for each tab inside of your roots. So I'm going to say tab bar, import that from your dependency. This in turn is going to take in all of your props. And we're going to pass in some style. So I'm going to say indicator style is going to be background color of black, and we're going to pass in some style as well. So I'm going to say style. So I'm going to say background color over here. That's going to be this one, F8, F8, F8. So this is basically for your tab background color. And let's pass on your label style. I'm going to say label style is going to be equals to font weight, and I'm going to pass bold over here. I'm going to say active color is going to be black, inactive color is going to be gray. Okay, so now let's go ahead and then define these two things, that is your render scene as well as your set index. So let's crawl over here, and just below the roots I'm going to say const render scene is going to be equals to, it's going to take in your root, and here I'm going to make it the switch statement. I'm going to say switch. We're going to switch based on the root dot key. So the first case is going to be your get more. So here we're going to say return get more, and yeah, for now we're just going to leave it as is. We need to define the component. So let's actually define this. I'm going to say const get more is going to be a normal function, just like this. Yeah, it should be capital. Yeah, so after this case we're going to have next one. So I'm going to say case. This is for your safety. So we are basically tracking the key, so it should be the same spelling as over here in the roots part. So over here I'm going to say return your safety component that we will define. So let's initialize that as well. I'm going to say const safety is going to be a normal arrow function. And let's finally write down our next case, that is the final one, that is my Hinge. I'm going to say case my Hinge, and over here I'm going to say return my Hinge. Let's even define this as well. So const my hinge is going to be a normal function over here. Yeah, so let's also pass in the default value. That's going to be null for now. So default is going to be null. So I'm going to say return null. So format. Yeah, so now the next step is we also need to initialize our index, that is your set index method. So over here I'm going to say const index comma set index is going to be equals to 0. All right. Okay, so here it's going to be equals to use state, and here it's initially going to be equals to 0. Okay, so yeah, that's pretty much it. Let's try to save the file. Okay, React Native pager view could not be found within the project, so let's look into that. Okay, so it's saying it's not found, so let's install that. So I'm going to say yarn add React Native pager view. I hope that's the correct spelling. So let's press on enter. So there you go. As soon as we install that, we are able to see the tabs being shown on the screen. So this you get more. This is safety. Okay, so we're not able to even switch between the tabs. Yeah. So for now we are able to see 3 tabs, that is to get more, safety, as well as my hinge. So let's look into actually the implementation. That is where we've written something wrong. That's the reason I'm not able to switch, or I think we need to, scroll. Yeah, even scroll is not working. So let's look into the conditions over here. That is where we are rendering your tab view. Okay, I think for the background color over here we have made a spelling mistake. So let's change that. So it should be background color safe. So there you go. That's looking fine. But still we are not able to, navigate between each of the tabs. So for that, let's actually try to render something inside of your get more. Let's say over here. So here let's return something. So here I'm going to say a view. Let's say text, and we're going to say hey safe. Let's try to reload once. Okay, so let's try to do a pod install because we've installed something, and then let's try to check if at all it's actually working fine. Okay, so now it's installing your React Native page of view. So probably we need to reload the app for this to work. So format once, and then so clear of the app, and then again I'm gonna reload it. I'm gonna press on I. Alright, so the app is being loaded. So now let's give this a try. So I'm just gonna go back to my profile screen, and let's just try to switch the tabs. So there you go. Automatically now it's switching between all of the tabs. So since I did not do the pod install previously, it was not working as expected. So yeah, this is good. So now let's actually try to render something. So I have rendered, but not sure why we are not able to see anything on the screen, because it should show something, right? So yeah, before that, let's target our safe area view and give the same style as your background color over here. So style, give it a flex of 1, and then a background color of this color code, that is F8 F8 F8. And I hope the same color is passed over here as well. Yeah, but I do see some difference in color. It is not exactly changing. Yeah, but it's fine for now. So now let's look into why exactly we are not able to see anything onto the screen. So probably I haven't given flex of 1, so that might be the issue. So let's give that a try. So because of no styles, it's not showing anything. I'm gonna say style, give it a flex of 1, save. Let's give it some margin top of 30, background color of red. Okay, let's do the same thing to this as well. Alright, let's try to reload once. Okay, so now it's working fine. Okay, I just didn't know why it didn't work previously. I just tried to reload the app and pass on this basic styling, and it's working as expected. So let's come back to the previous state. Let's remove the background color as well. Save. Yeah, so now let's start looking into the design of the get more. So yeah, I'm just gonna start designing it out, and this is all of you 3 tabs. So let's look into the design of each one starting from your get mode. So initially in the get mode, if you would remember, we have our initial image. If you press on that, it would take you to the subscription screens. So let's initialize that image over here. So I'm just gonna paste in my pressable, and this is your image. I'll be sending the image link in the description. You can check it out. So import image is already imported. Save the file. So as you can see, that is looking good. So for the view, I'm gonna give the styling. So it's gonna be margin top of 30 and then margin horizontal of 20. Save the file. So as you can see, that is looking nice. So format once, save. So below your pressable, we're gonna have a bunch of, again, unique designs. So initialize a view. Within this, we're gonna have another view, which in turn is gonna have your icons. So pass on the name for this. That is gonna be infinite outline, and size is gonna be 22. Color is gonna be white color. Let's make sure to import icons from any of the screens. Let's say this one. Save. Yeah, color is white. That's the reason we're not able to see it onto the screen. So let's actually, come down. That is over here. Yeah, this part. So apart from your view, towards the next part, we're gonna have two texts. So I'm gonna say view over here. This in turn is gonna have a text which says boost. Save. So as you can see, we're able to see that text, and here I'm gonna have another text which says get seen by 11x more people. So save the file. Yeah, that's looking fine. Let's start styling out this particular view. I'm gonna say style over here. This in turn is gonna have a height of 40 and then a width of 40 as well, and we're gonna give it some border radius of 20 and background color of this color code, that is 0A7064. Apart from that, some justify content of center and then align items of center as well. Save. So as you can see, that design is looking cool. So for this particular view, I don't think there's any text. Let's start styling out the two pieces of text over here. Font size 15 and then font weight of 600. Let's pass on the style over here. Color is going to be this color code, that is 282828, and we're going to pass in the margin top value. So margin top of 3. So that's looking fine. Let's target your outermost view and then let's provide the style for this. This initially is going to have some margin vertical, some spacing towards the vertical side, and flex of row, and then align items of center, and also I'm going to give it some gap of 12. Apart from that, some border color of this color code, that is E0 E0 E0, and a border width as well. So I'm going to say border width of 1, some internal spacing, padding of 10, and a slight border radius of 10, and a BG of white. So save. So as you can see, just like that, our design is looking really good for your get more tab. So after that, again, similarly, we're going to have one more piece of design. So I'm just going to initialize this and paste it over here. Let's first of all change the text. Here it's going to say roses instead of boost. And here we're going to say 2x as likely to lead to a date. So 2x as likely to lead to a date. And then let's save the file. Okay, so here I think we can remove the margin vertical because we have provided to the previous view. That's not required for now. Save. And let's change the background color over here. That is for this one. So it's going to be D4A BDE. Save. As you can see, that is looking good. And here we're going to have the rose outline icon. So yeah, that's it. So this is your design, complete design for your safety part, not your safety, your get more component. So now let's start looking into the designed for your safety. Okay, so let's come back over here. Here we're going to make use of a scroll view. I'm going to say scroll view. So within your scroll view, we're going to have the view, which in turn is going to have some initial styling that is related to the spacing part. So margin top of 10, and then a margin horizontal of 20, and a flex of 1. Okay, so for the within the view, we're going to have another view. This view in turn is going to have another view. Over here we're going to have your material design icons. So I'm going to say material design icons and pass on the name. So name is going to be check decagram outline. So apart from this, we're going to have size as well. It's going to be 22, and we're going to pass in the color of black, just like this. And let's make sure to import your material design icons at the top of the screen. So here I'm going to say material design icons, and even over here material design icons. Okay, that's looking good. So let's scroll down. That is over here. Save the file, safety tab. So as you can see, we're able to see that being shown onto the screen. So now let's initialize the next piece of view that's going to come below your view that contains the icon. Here are two pieces of text. I'm going to say selfie verification. And below that, I'm just going to say you're not verified yet. Save. So let's pass on the style for this. It's going to have a font size of 15, and then it's going to have a font weight of 600. And for this as well, we're going to give some different styling. So this is going to have your color, that is this color code 282828, and then some margin top of 3. Alright, that's looking fine. So now let's give the style for this view that contains your icon. Height of 50 initially, and a width of 50 as well. Apart from that, border radius of 25, background color of E0, 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 and then we're going to say justify of center, and then align items of center. Save. As you can see, that's looking fine. Let's target your outermost view, and then let's provide the styling for this. Here I'm going to say style. Initially some margin vertical of 20. Alright, flex of row. So I'm going to say flex direction row. Align items of center. And I'm going to say gap of 12. And then border width of 1. Border color as well. So border color of the same initial code that we used to have, that is E0. Apart from that, some internal spacing, padding of 10, border radius of 8, and BG of white. Save. So as you can see, that is looking good. This is your initial design for your safety tab. So after this, I'm going to design some more views over here. That is going to happen right over this part. So I'm going to say view. So this view in turn is going to have another view, and here we're going to have your feather icon. Let's just copy this. Here I'm going to say feather. Import feather from your React Native vector icons, and even over here as well. Scroll down. So the icon is going to be eye off. And then save. Yeah, so as you can see, that's looking fine. So below this view, we're going to have another view, which in turn is going to have two pieces of text, which says hidden work, not work, hidden words, and below that hide likes with offensive words. So hide like with offensive words format, and then let's pass some basic styling over here. Copy that down from the previous view, and for this paste it over here, and the same thing is gonna happen over here as well. That is for your first part of the text, and this is for your second part of the text. So format and then save. So yes, as you can see, that's looking fine. And let's copy down the exact same thing for the view except for the margin vertical. Apart from that, everything is going to remain as is. Initialize your style and then paste it over here. So format and then save. So as you can see, that design is looking cool. So similarly, we're going to have one more view like that. So just copy the second one and then we're going to paste it over here. So this time it's going to be again the feather icon. The name of the icon is going to be lock over here. I'm going to say lock, and the first text is going to say block list, and the second one is going to say block people you know. And then save the file. And for this, let's provide some margin vertical. Here I'm going to say margin vertical of 20. So yes, as you can see, the design is looking good. So after that, we're going to have one more view. Not a view, we're going to have a text initially which says explore safety resources. And then save the file. Let's pass on the style for this. It's going to have a font size of 20 and it's going to have a font weight of 500. Yeah, so it's looking fine. So for this, let's initialize the view that's below the text. So this in turn is going to have a view with your material design icons. So let me just get that material design icons, let's say from over here. Scroll down and paste it over here. So this is going to have the phone outline icon. And for the view, let's provide in the style. So apart from this particular icon, we're going to have one more text that is going to say crisis hotlines, and then save. So target the view, some padding of 14, some internal spacing, and a border radius of let's say 7, and we're going to give it a flex of row. So flex direction row, align items of center, and we're going to give it let's say a gap of 10. Apart from that, border color as well, E0 E0 E0, border width of 0.7, and I'm going to say background color of white, and I'm going to give it a flex of 1. Save. Alright, so that's looking fine. And for your text, let's provide in the styling over here. I'm going to say style. This in turn is going to have a font size of 17. So font size 17, and it's going to have a font weight of 500. Okay, so let's save the file. So yes, as you can see, that's looking good. So now below this view, we're going to have another view. So I'm going to say view over here. So this view in turn is going to have again your material design icons. So just copy that. It's going to be your help box, and then save. Okay, so let's pass on the same piece of styling for this. And now it's also going to have a text which says help center. Save. So now target your outermost view that contains these two views. I'm going to say style over here. Give it a flex of row, align items of center. And apart from that, a gap of 10 and a margin vertical of 12. So there you go. This is your initial design for your safety. It is looking good. So now apart from that, we're gonna have the next piece of design coming in. That's the last part. So format. So let's say over here, initialize a view, and over here we're gonna have the image. I'm just gonna get the link for the image. So I'm just gonna paste it over here and then save the file. As you can see, that's the image, which is looking good. I'll be sending this link as well in the description in the form of a drive link. You can check it out. So we're gonna have two pieces of text which says safe dating advice, and below this piece of text we're gonna have another part which says our guide for how to stay safe without losing the momentum. Safe. Let's initialize the style for the outermost view first. I'm going to give it some padding of 12, justify, and then align items of center. Align item center, and apart from that, a flex of column. So flex direction of column, and we're going to have a gap of 15. Okay, so gap 15, and background color is going to be white. Apart from that, border color as well, that is E0, 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 and then border width of 0.7, and we're going to give it a slight border radius of 8. Safe. So as you can see, just like that, our design is looking nice. Let's finish off by styling your texts over here. So for the first text over here, text align of center, font size of let's say 19, and then a font weight of bold. So let's pass on the style for this. I'm going to say text align center again. It's going to have a specific color, that is 282828, and then font size of 15. Save. So as you can see, now it's looking even more better. So yeah, this is your complete design for your safety tab. And finally, we have the design for your My Hinge. So as you can see, it is pretty much same design as your safety. So I'm just going to initialize my code for the My Hinge. So I'm just going to paste it over here. Okay. Again, I'll be showing what exactly is present in the code. So starting off from the starting point, you can just go through it because the design is going to be essentially the same itself. As you can see over here, two boxes with the icon towards the left hand side, and this design is exactly the same as the one that we just designed, that is this one. So you can start going through the code from the starting point for the My Hinge component. And I think the image for this is going to be same itself. Okay, so yeah, you can actually add the same image. And yes, that's pretty much it about your My Hinge component. Save the file. As you can see, this is done. Yeah, so we have completely designed your profile screen. So now the next step is, if at all I press on my image, I should be navigated to the subscription screen. So let's first of all initialize our subscription screen. So I'm going to say new file, screens, and then new file, subscription screen.js, rnfes to get the Sujan code snippet. Save the file. Let's include the screen into our stack navigator over here. Here I'm going to say subscription. So subscription component is going to be subscription screen. Import that from your screens folder correctly and then format. And over here, I think we do not need to have your header shown. So let's pass on that over here and save. Let's actually, go back to your profile screen, initialize the on press event on the photo that's present. And then over here, we're gonna navigate. So let's head back to our profile screen, not the photo screen. that is over here. And yeah, let's come back to the get more component. Yeah, that is over here. Let's initialize navigation. So I'm going to say const navigation equals to use navigation, import use navigation from React navigation as such, and over here on press, taking a function. Here I'm going to say navigation. Let's write that correctly. Dot navigate to the removable screen. I don't think I changed it in the Stack Navigator. Let's give that a try. I don't remember changing it. Yeah, it is changed. So this is going to be the screen name, subscription. So let's come back to your profile, and then over here I'm going to say navigation.navigate to the subscription. So let's actually press on the image. So as you can see, we're coming automatically to your subscription screen, which is a good thing. So here, first of all, again, if you would remember, we're going to have two tabs. As you can see, Hinge Plus and then HingeX. So let's design these two things. Okay. So let's head back to our subscription screen. Initially, let's make use of our scroll view. So scroll view. Make use of the scroll view instead of the normal view that's present. Save. Here also we're going to start off by designing our routes. All right, so I'm going to say const index comma set index equals to use state initially 0, import use state from React, and over here I'm going to say const routes is going to be equals to use state, again array of objects, this time only two objects, initially key, that is going to be your Hinge Plus, and the title for the route or for the tab, that is going to be Hinge Plus. Copy this down one more time, and here we're going to pass in HingeX, and the title is going to be HingeX. That's it, format once, and then let's try to save the file. So here within the scroll view, I'm going to also initialize my safe area view, that is going to come over here. I'm going to say safe area view, import safe area view from React Native as such, and provide in some initial styling to this. I'm going to say style, give it a flex of 1, and we're going to pass in the background color of this color code, that is F8, F8, and then F8. Alright, so over here I'm going to initialize my tab view. So tab view, import that from the correct dependency, and initially pass on the same things whatever you had given in the previous screen, that is the profile screen. So let's scroll down over here and then copy this initial part. Yeah, so first one is going to be navigation state. It's going to take in your index and the route. Then render scene is going to be render scene. On change index is going to be set index. It's already set up. Initial layout width is going to be 100%. The next step is render your tab bar. This in turn is going to take in your props. And over here we're going to render your tab bar. Import tab bar from React Native, which in turn is going to take in all of your props. And apart from that, again your indicator style. So format once. So here, if you would remember, that is in the design for the first tab, the color is different. That is, it's kind of a pinkish or a purplish color. And for your HingeX, it's going to be different. As you can see, it is white. That is basically this line that is present below your HingeX word. Okay, so we need to style that accordingly. So here I'm going to say after your props, here indicator style is going to be an object. Here first of all check the condition, that is background color. So here I'm going to say if my index equals to 1, then it's going to be white. Index 1 in the sense it's going to be the second one, that is HingeX. I'm going to say white over here. Else it's going to be this color code, that is 9F4EC2. Okay, so this is for your indicator style. Not sure why it is erroring out. Let's copy this correctly and then let's do that again. Yeah, so indicator style is going to be this one. Okay, so just write in like this, and then after indicator style we're going to have the next one, that is your style. Here again, background color, if your index is going to be equals to 1, then in that case it's going to be this color code, that is 181818, else it's going to be this one, that is F8 F8 F8. The next one is for your label style. So I'm going to say label style over here. Font weight is going to be bold, and font size is going to be 16. Apart from your label style, we're going to have active color. Again, if index is going to be equals to 1, it's going to be white color, else it's going to be this shade, that is kind of purple, 9F 4EC2. Here it's going to be a colon. For the inactive color, again a condition, if your index is going to be equals to 1, question mark, it's going to be this color code, that is C0 C0 C0, else it's going to be this color code, that is 202020. Format once and then let's initialize the code for your render screen. So here I'm going to initialize my code for your render scene. Is going to take in your route. I'm going to say route over here, and again we're going to make use of switch of route.key, and over here let's pass in the case. So case is going to be hinge plus, and here first of all I'm going to return two screens, that is your HingeX as well as your hinge plus. So new screen, hinge plus.js, rnfes, save, hingex.js, rnfes. Okay, save the file. So now let's come back to our screen, that is your subscription screen, and over here for the case of hinge plus I'm going to say return hinge plus. Import that from the screens folder. Apart from this, you're going to have case HingeX. So I'm going to say HingeX, and over here I'm going to say return HingeX. Okay, that's it. And let's also provide the default. We're going to say default is going to be return null. So save the file. So there you go. As soon as I save the file, we are able to see both the tabs, that is your hinge plus as well as your HingeX. And as you can see, as soon as I come back to HingeX, we are able to see the background being changed. The same thing is happening over here as well. Okay, so HingeX, we see that black color background, and for hinge plus it's going to be in the white background itself. So let's first start styling out our hinge plus, and later we'll start styling out our HingeX. So hinge plus over here, let's initialize our scroll view for this. I'm going to say scroll view. Make use of your scroll view. And within the scroll view, we're going to have the view. So save the file first. So let's initialize the view over here. That is instead of the text. So view, this view in turn is going to have your image background. So I'm just going to get the link for the image background. So let's initialize our image background over here. Import that from React Native. This in turn is going to have a view. And for the image background, let's provide in your source. So I'm going to say source. This in turn is going to take in your URI. Pass in that. Okay, so I've just pasted in my URI over here. And let's provide the style for your image background. So it's going to have a height of 100%, not height of 100, height of 200, and then a width of 100 percentage, and we're going to say border radius of 10. Also, let's provide in the resize mode of contain as well. So apart from your resize mode of contain, I'm going to provide my image style. Here we can provide the border radius. So border radius of 10, margin top of let's say 10, opacity is going to be 0.9. Save. Okay, so we're not able to see anything onto the screen. Let's provide the style for the view, probably with a flex of 1, so we should be able to see it. So style, give it a margin top of 10, so margin top 10, flex of 1, padding of 12, and we're going to say BG of white. Okay, not sure why we're not able to see anything. Let's try to reload once and hopefully we should be able to see the design. So profile and image. So for the scroll view, let's say content container style and then flex grow of 1. Okay, not sure why we're not able to see anything onto the screen. So let's actually come back to the subscription screen, and over here I think for this we need to give the flex grow of 1. So style, not style, content container style, I'm going to give it a flex grow of 1. Save. Okay, so I think the spelling is wrong over here. Okay, because over here I've passed in capital P, it should be small p. Save. So there you go, automatically now we are able to see it onto the screen, which is a good thing. Come back to your Hinge Plus. That was a mistake, the spelling mistake. So here let's start continuing the design of your Hinge Plus.js. So onto the text, we're gonna have some piece of design. So with the help of the view, I'm gonna say text over here, which says see everyone who likes you. Okay, so I think your image is not looking as expected, because even though we are giving a width of 100 percentage, it's not taking that. Let's provide 50. Okay. Okay, I think we need to provide resize mode of cover. Then only it's going to take up the space. Okay. So as you can see, that's looking good. So for the view, let's provide the style. A flex of 1, and then justify, and then all items of center. So as you can see, it came towards the center part of the screen. Target the style, font size of 30, and then color is going to be white, and we're going to say font weight of bold, and we're going to pass in a width of 200. So as you can see, just like that, is looking cool. So now the next step is we're going to start styling out our plans. So I'm just going to get the link for my plans. So I'm just going to paste it over here. So it's going to be an array of objects. I'll be sending the plans array. In the description, you can use it. So here, let's initialize some basic state. Const plan, comma set plan. It's going to be equals to use state. Initially, it's going to be pointing to null. Okay. So yes, that part is done. Let's format once. And after your image background, we're gonna start styling it out. That is over here. So initialize a view, and this in turn is gonna have a scroll view. Here I'm gonna say plans dot map for every item, and in the index I'm gonna return a pressable, import pressable from React Native. This in turn is gonna have the view. This view in turn is going to have a text, which shows up your plan.name. So I'm going to say item.name, and below that we're going to have another view which shows your plan as well as your price. So below this I'm going to say view. It's going to have a text which says item dot plan, and below this we're going to have another text which says item dot price. Save. Use state doesn't exist. Okay, so import that. Let's come back to the screen. So as you can see, we have all of the plans being shown on the screen, but we want it to come in this particular design which looks good, right? So let's design that. So initially, let's start styling out the view, that is this one. I'm going to say style over here. Initially background color, it's going to be a condition. I'm going to say if plan dot name is going to be equals to your item dot name. That means if it is selected, then it's going to have this color, that is 8E33B5. So 8E33 and then B5. Else it's going to be this color code, that is D0 or not D0, B0, B0, B0. So yes, apart from your background color, it's going to have some padding as well. So I'm going to say padding of 10, and we're going to have justify of center, align items of center as well, and we're going to say border top left radius of 10 and border top right radius of 10. So as you can see, we are able to see that top design being shown, which is currently in gray color. Okay, so let's start styling out the text over here. So for this, I'm going to say text align center, color of white, font weight of 500. So as you can see, that is looking cool. So save. Now for this particular view that contains both of the text, I'm going to give the style. So this in turn is going to have a padding of 10, justify of center, align items of center as well, and a BG of white. And I'm going to say border color. This is going to be a condition, that is if at all plan dot name is going to be equals to your item dot name, then in this case this is going to be the color, that is 8E33B5. else it's going to be E0, E0. Then I'm going to provide it a border bottom width, or just a border width of 2, and then border bottom left radius. So I'm going to say border bottom left radius of 10 and border bottom right radius of 10. That is to cover this part. So as you can see, border bottom left, border bottom right. So for this border top left, border top right, that's the reason we have provided these styles. Save. As you can see, that design is looking cool. So let's format once, and let's provide the style for this. So style over here. Here I'm going to say color of gray, and I'm going to pass in a font size of 15. Okay, and pass on the style for this. This in turn is going to have a font size of 17, and we're going to have a font weight of 600. We're going to have margin top of 8 and a letter spacing of 0.6. As you can see, just like that, it became even more nice. Let's make it look horizontal in fashion. So let's come down to the scroll view. So here I'm just going to say scroll view. So here I'm just going to say horizontal, pass in that property, and show horizontal scroll indicator, set it to be false. For the pressable, let's provide some margin right so that it doesn't touch each other. So style margin right of 10. Okay, so that's looking fine. Let's provide some margin top to the view just to space out a bit. I'm going to say margin top of 25. Just like that, it is looking absolutely nice. Let's initialize the on press on the pressable. I'm going to say on press, take in a function, and I'm just going to say set your plan set plan to be of your item. Save. Let's press on second one. So there you go. Just like that, we're able to select each of them, and it is horizontally scrollable as well. So as you can see, the design is looking really good as and when I press on each of the plans. So this part is done. So now the next step is we are gonna initialize these pieces of text. That's gonna come right below your view. So let's come back over here, minimize this and initialize the view for this. All right, so here starting off, we're gonna have another view. This in turn is gonna have a view which is gonna have your iron icons. So I'm gonna say iron icons. The name is gonna be infinite outline. So infinite outline, size, let's say 22. Color is gonna be black. So let's make sure to import this icon, that is your iron icons, from any of the other screens, and let's paste it over here. Save. So as you can see, we're able to see that being shown onto the screen. So for this, I'm going to give the style width of 42, height of 42, border radius of 21, justify content of center, align items of center as well, and a BG of E0, E0, E0. So let's give a format once, and then apart from this, we are going to have a text as well, as you saw in the screenshot. This is going to say send unlimited likes. So save the file. All right, pass on the style for this. This in turn is going to have a flex of row, so flex direction row, and then align items of center, or we can give actually a gap of 14. Yeah, so that's looking fine. Let's pass on your style for this view. I'm going to say margin top of 30. So yes, I think that's looking cool. So pass on the style for this. So I'm going to say style over here. This in turn is going to have a font size of, let's say, 17, font weight of 600, and we're going to pass in a margin top of 8, and we're going to say letter spacing of 0.6. So yes, as you can see, that design is looking nice. All right, so that's looking fine. So I'm just going to copy this down a couple of times and then start designing it for the other views as well. So copy this down. Save. Yeah, so as you can see, we have rendered that a bunch of times. So let's start designing it. That is for the remaining icons as well as the text. So the second one is going to be your person outline. So here I'm going to say person outline, and this is going to have a margin vertical of 15. Save. And over here it's going to be see everyone who likes you. All right, so apart from that, the next one is going to be your filter outline. That is for this one. So I'm going to say filter outline. Save. And this is going to say see more dating preferences, not see set more dating preferences. So I'm going to say set more dating preferences. So as you can see, that's looking fine. So now this is going to have a margin vertical. So I'm going to say margin vertical of 15. Save. So this is going to have your funnel outline icon. So I'm going to say funnel outline. Save. And this in turn is going to say sort all incoming likes. So I'm going to say sort all incoming likes. Save. And finally we're gonna have your search outline, that is gonna come over here. I'm gonna say search outline, save. And we're gonna have the text that's gonna say browse by who's new or nearby. So now after this, first let's check if at all the plan has been initialized, that is the on press on any kind of the pressable. Okay, so yeah, as you can see we have on press and then set plan of item, and if any kind of plan is selected we're going to show a bottom button. Okay, so that's going to happen right below your scroll view. So let's make use of your fragments initially. So here I'm going to say fragments, and this is going to come below the scroll view, that's the closing tag. And here I'm going to check the condition, that is if at all we do have the plan selected, that means any kind of plan is pressed on, then that means we're going to initialize the pay button, that's going to say get that particular plan. So here I'm going to say text, and here I'm going to just initialize get plan dot your plan for plan dot price. So plan dot price. So let's initialize your style for the pressable. So basically your button is going to look something like this, which says get 1 month for 3450 per week. Okay, so for that I'm going to initialize my style. So initially a background color of this color code, that is 8E and then 33B5. Apart from that, some margin top of auto, and I'm going to give it some margin bottom value as well. So margin bottom of 10, and furthermore some internal spacing, padding of 12, margin horizontal as well of let's say 10, and a border radius of 20. So format once, save the file. So currently let's press on let's say the second plan. So there you go, automatically as and when I pressed on the plan we were able to see the button being shown. So let's style out the text over here. I'm going to say style. This in turn is going to have a font size of 16, and it's going to have a font weight of 600, and apart from that it's going to have a text align of center, and we're going to say letter spacing is going to be 0.6. And let's also pass in the color, that's going to be white color. So I'm going to say color is going to be white. So format over here, and then let's try to save the file. So as you can see, just like that our design is looking good, and based on whatever plan I select over here, that is let's say the fourth one, even that is getting selected. Yeah, so this part is working absolutely fine. So we have completed designing the initial part of the Hinge Plus screen, that is a part of the subscription screen. So now let's start looking into the design of HingeX. Okay, so this is a bit different. We're gonna have a black color background, and we're gonna have again some new plans over here with some more design that is going to be present inside of your HingeX screen. So let's press on, not press, let's head back to our hingex.js, and then let's start designing your HingeX. Okay, so here again let's start initializing your scroll view. So I'm going to say scroll view over here, and make sure you use your scroll view instead of the normal view that's present. Save. So within your scroll view, I'm going to initialize my view. This view in turn is going to have another view, which in turn is going to contain your image background. Import that from React Native, and I'm just going to get the link for my image. So for my source over here, I'm going to paste in my URI. I'll be sending the URI in the description in the form of a drive link. You can make use of that. And apart from that, let's provide the style. Pretty much it's going to be the same style as we gave for the previous one. So I'm going to say image style is going to be equals to border radius of let's say 10, and we're going to say margin top value of 10 and opacity of 0.9. And let's also provide in the style for the image. I'm going to say style, so it's going to be similar, width of 100% and height of let's say 200, and we're going to say border radius of 10. So let's format once, And for the view, I'm going to give the style, that is this view. It's going to have a flex value. I'm going to say flex of 1, and then background color of this color code, that is 181818, and then a padding of 12. So save. So as you can see, just like that, our design is looking nice. Let's give a format once. Alright, so now the next step is within the image background, we're going to show the view. I'm going to say view. This in turn is going to have a text which says get noticed sooner and go on 3x as many dates. Okay, so save. So as you can see, we're able to see that text onto the screen. Let's give it some proper styling. So style over here, it's going to have a flex of 1, and then a background color of not background color. So apart from flex of 1, it's going to have justify of center, and then align items of center. Let's pass on the style for the text. It's going to have a larger font size. So style over here, font size of 30, and we're going to pass in color of white. So color is going to be white. Apart from that, font weight. So I'm going to say font weight of bold. And furthermore, I'm going to say width of 280, and I'm going to say text align of center. Save. So as you can see, just like that, our design is looking nice. So let's try to save the file. So yes, apart from your image background, let's start designing your plans. So I'm just going to get my plans array. So I'm just going to paste it over here for now. Okay, so again, this is an array of objects, each containing a unique ID, your plan name, your price, and the name of your plan, that is new, and how much are you saving. So with the help of this particular array, we're going to start styling out our HingeX. So that's going to happen right below your image background. Initialize a view, and within the view, I'm going to use my scroll view over here. Alright, so for this one, I'm just going to initialize my same piece of code that we had initialized for the Hinge Plus. It's going to be the exact same thing, just that the plans are different and the color is different. So let's scroll up, and I'm going to make use of the scroll view. Copy that, and let's make few changes according to the screen design. So paste it over here, and this is going to be SS, that's the array name. And here, yeah, we are initializing a pressable, import pressable from React Native. And let's also again, initialize the state to hold the plan. So scroll up, and here I'm going to say const plan comma set plan is going to be equals to use state. Initially, let's say null. Okay, let's scroll down, and yeah, let's start making the change for our screen. So I'm going to say if my plan.name is going to be equals to item.name, that's the background color, it's going to be white, not this shade, else it's going to be 484848. So apart from that, these styles are going to remain as is. So next is for the name. So item.name, here let's make the change for the color. Here we're going to write it in the form of a condition. So it's going to be if my plan dot name is going to be equals to your item dot name, then in that case it's going to be black color, else it's going to be white itself. And apart from that, let's initialize the design for the next part. That's a view. That's your view. So if my plan.name is going to be equals to item.name, it's going to be white color, not this. So white, else it's going to be 484848 again. So let's write that. Yeah, so I think that's it. We could save the file. useState doesn't exist, so let's import useState from React. Save. Let's come back over here and then HingeX. So there you go, we are able to see that, but it is almost touching the top part of the image. So for the view, I'm just going to give the style that is a margin top of 25. Here I'm going to say style margin top 25. Save. Okay, style spelling is wrong. Yeah, so as you can see, that design is looking good. So let's say I press on the first one. Alright, so we have missed something. If at all I press on this, this should remain black and this should remain as is. So let's look into where we have gone wrong. I think for this part, yeah, so for this the background color should not be white. It should be 101010. Okay, so I think even for the text we need to make the change. That is over here. The color is going to be D8, D8, and then D8. Save. Yeah, so that's looking fine. And the color is going to be white for this one. So yes, I think that's looking fine. So as you can see, that's looking better for each of the scroll view. Yeah, so I think the design is looking fine. It's looking good. So yeah, this part is done. So after that, we're going to start styling out this piece of, design that's basically hard coded. So that's going to come right below your view, that is over here. Initialize a view for that, and within this we're going to have another view, which in turn is going to have one more view. This in turn is going to contain the image. So I'm just going to get my link for the image. So I'm just going to paste it over here. So let's format once and make sure to import image from React Native. So you can basically use any kind of random image over here, right? So let's save. So as you can see, we're able to see that being shown onto the screen. So apart from this, we're going to have two more pieces of text, that is over here. Initialize a view. This in turn is going to say text. So here we're going to say skip the line. And below this we're going to have another piece of text which is going to say get recommended to matches sooner. So save. So I'm going to target each of the text over here initially. So style over here, font size of let's say 17, and then we're going to have a font weight of 500 or 600, and we're going to say margin top value, so margin top of 8, and we're going to say letter spacing of 0.6, and color is going to be white. So let's give a format once and then save. So as you can see, that text is looking really good. So let's pass on the style for the second part. So here I'm going to give it a font size of let's say 15 and a font weight of 500 or 400, a margin top value of 8, and then again some letter spacing of 0.6. This time the color is going to be gray, so I'm going to say color as gray and a width of 90%. So format and then let's save. Yeah, so it's looking fine. Let's pass on the style for the outermost view that contains your view within the image as well as your two texts. So style over here, flex of row, align items of center, and let's provide a gap of 10. So yeah, that's looking fine. And for this particular view, it's going to contain a margin top value of 20. So yes, as you can see, that design is looking cool. So now below this, we're going to have a kind of, divider. So let's minimize this and we're going to initialize the view over here. So this view in turn is going to have style and it's going to be a self-enclosing view. So border color of this color code, that is 808080. Apart from that, we're going to have border width. So border width of 0.3, and we're going to have margin vertical of 20. So as you can see, we're able to see that line being shown. So let's initialize this view for the next piece of image as well as the next texts. So I'm just going to get the link for my next image. So I'm just going to paste it over here, and the text is going to say enhanced recommendations, that is there over here. And apart from that, over here we're going to say access to your type, and let's save the file. So as you can see, just like that, it is looking cool. So now after that, we are again going to have this kind of divider after this particular view. Let's paste it over here. Okay, let's give a format once and then let's save. So as you can see, that's looking nice. So now let's initialize this view again for the final part of the design. So that's going to come over here. I'm just going to get the link for my final image. So just paste it over here. And this is going to say priority likes. and this one is going to say your likes stay at top of their list. So here I'm going to say your likes stay at top of their list, and I'm going to save the file. So as you can see, that design is done. So now apart from that, this plan is going to include all of the features of Hinge Plus as well. So we're just going to paste in the code for this one, right? So that's already designed over here. So that is from, yeah, this part. Let's just initialize that, and we're just going to make the change for the colors that are present. So initialize that code over here in the HingeX part. So before that, we're going to have a text which says includes all Hinge Plus benefits, all Hinge Plus benefits, and then save the file. Let's pass on the style for this. So style, it's going to have a margin top value of 20, and I'm going to say text align of center, as well as font size of 20, and then a font weight of bold. Apart from that, I'm going to give it a color of white. So let's give a format, and then let's try to save the file. Okay, so as you can see, that's looking cool. So here I'm just going to paste in my copied code. So here let's import your icons that is from your previous screen, and let's make the change for the colors because the background is black. So starting off from over here, each of the icon is going to be in white color, and the text also is going to be in white color. So let's make this change initially for all of the icons. Apart from that, the remaining styles are going to remain as is. Okay. And for each of the text, let's just pass in a color of white. Yeah, so let's save the file. Okay, I think we need to pass in the form of a colon instead of equals. And even over here as well. Okay, so let's try to save the file now. Scroll down. So there you go, it's looking nice. Let's change the background color. Okay, it's going to be 484848 over here. Yeah, so as you can see, that's a design. So copy this and paste it for all of the remaining ones. Save. Yeah, so there you go. This is a complete design for our HingeX screen, and it's looking really good, as you can see. So now after that, let's initialize the button, that is if at all a plan is selected. So again, this is going to come basically below your scroll view. So let's initialize our fragments again. So that's going to come within the return block. So scroll down, and we're going to paste it over here. So below the scroll view, I'm going to initialize my statement, that is if at all plan is selected, and initialize a pressable, and within the pressable we're going to have another pressable, and this in turn is going to have your text. All right, so this text is basically going to say get plan dot plan for plan dot price. So let's pass on your style for the pressable, that is this one. This in turn is going to have a background color of white, and it's going to have some margin top of auto, and then margin bottom value of 5, some internal spacing, padding of 12, and then margin horizontal of 10. Apart from that, border radius, so border radius of 20. Let's format once. Margin horizontal is given. Yeah, here I'm going to pass in the style for this. So it's going to have a background color of 181818 and a padding of 15. So let's try to save the file. Let's try to choose a plan. Let's say the first one. So there you go. Just like that, we're able to see that design being shown on the screen. let's target the style for the text over here. So text, this in turn is going to have a text align center, font size of 15, and then a font weight of 500. So there you go, just like that, it's looking cool. So press on any of the plan and we should be able to show that particular plan into the button. So yes, this part is working absolutely fine. We have completed, designing your entire subscription screen. As you can see, that's looking good. So yes, after this, let's actually focus on the next part. To save, let's try to come back over here. Yeah, so if at all the user presses on this image, we are going to navigate to your subscriptions part, that is either your Hinge Plus plan or your HingeX plan. So now let's start, designing your profile detail screen. Okay, that's going to happen once you press on your image that's present over here. So for that, let's head back to our profile screen, and onto the image we're going to initialize on press event. Not sure if that's already set up. Yeah, I don't think it's set up. Let's come back to our profile screen. Yeah, so it's not set up, so this is for the get more. If I scroll down to the return block, I don't think it's set up yet. Yeah, it's not yet set up. I think this is the one. Yeah, I think this is the image where we navigate to the profile detail screen. So let's start designing a profile detail screen. First, let's initialize a new file, that is profile detail screen. I'm going to say profile detail screen.js and then rnfes to get the run code snippet. Save the file. So let's include this particular file into your Stack Navigator. So here I'm going to say new file, and this is going to be profile detail screen. Let's make the change for the component over here. It's going to be profile detail screen. Import that from your screens folder correctly, and let's come back to our profile detail screen, and here let's start designing it. Before that, let's initialize the on press event on the profile screen, that is on this particular image, that is the profile of the user. Here I'm going to say on press, take in a function. Here it's going to be navigation dot navigate to the name of the screen, that's going to be profile detail, and here we're going to pass in a bunch of information, that is basically your user info itself, that is coming from your auth context. So that's the reason I'm going to pass in user info. So save the file. So let's give this a try. Let's try to navigate to the profile screen, profile detail. Yeah, so as you can see, we're coming correctly to the profile detail screen. So profile detail screen, if you remember in the demo part, I think we had two tabs, that is one for your edit and one for your profile detail. I don't think that screen is added. Yeah, so that's how it works. We're going to have two tabs, one for your edit and one for your profile detail screen. So let's start, designing our profile detail. So here again, since we have the tabs, I'm going to initially, get in my root as well as your index. I'm going to say const index comma set index is going to be equals to use state of initially 0, import use state, and here initialize your routes. I'm going to say const routes is going to be equals to use state, and here it's going to be again an array of objects. So here it's going to be key, that is edit, and over here I'm going to say title, that is going to be edit, and over here we're going to pass in the key again. This it's going to be view, and we're going to pass in the title after this. This is going to be a view. Okay, so with the help of these two tabs, we're going to start designing it. So initially, instead of the render block, I'm going to use my safe area view. So import that first from React Native and make use of that over here. Save. Yeah, so that's working fine. So here I'm going to initialize my view. This in turn is going to have a text. So first let's initialize our route to access the information from the previous screen. So const route is going to be equals to use route, import that correctly. So here within the text, it's going to be root dot params dot your user info dot your first name. Save. So as you can see, this is the first name of the user that's currently logged into the app. So let's pass on the style for this view. Padding of 10 and initialize the style. It's gonna have a font size of 17 and a font weight of 500, and it's gonna have a text align of center. So as you can see, that is looking nice. So below that, let's initialize our tab view that is designed for the tabs. It's gonna come right below your view. I'm gonna say tab view. So make sure to import tab view from React Native tab view. This in turn is gonna have a bunch of options. That is navigation state. It's gonna have your index as well as your routes that we have designed at the top part of the page, and it's gonna have a render scene method. Here let's initialize our render scene. So render scene, let's write that correctly. And apart from that, we're gonna have on index change. It's gonna be set index. And furthermore, initial layout, we're gonna pass in a width of 100% for this. And finally, we're gonna render the tab bar. I'm gonna say render tab bar. This in turn is gonna take in your props. And here we're gonna initialize a single tab bar for each of the route that's present. So import tab bar from React Native tab view. This in turn is gonna take in all of your props. Okay, and here we're gonna pass in your indicator style. That is gonna be equals to background color, black in this case. Apart from indicator style, we're gonna have the style. So here we're gonna pass in the background color of white. So let's give a format once. And yeah, apart from your style, we're gonna have the label style. So label style is gonna be this one. Font weight of bold. Apart from label style, we're gonna have active color is gonna be black, and we're gonna say inactive color is gonna be gray. So let's actually go at the top and then define the render scene. So here I'm gonna say const render scene is gonna take in your route over here, and basically we're gonna again switch based on the route.key. So I'm gonna say switch route.key. Here I'm gonna say case, the key name that's gonna be edit. Here we're gonna return the edit profile. As of now, we're not going to look into the functionality of this. So I'm going to say const edit profile. It's going to be a normal arrow function, just like this. Next, after this, the next case. So I'm going to say case view. Here I'm going to say return. This is going to be view profile. And I think for this we need to have a component. So I'm just going to initialize a new component over here. I'm going to say view profile .js rnfes save. Yeah, so here let's import view profile, and to this view profile I'm going to pass in my user info. So user info is going to come from your route params. Let's initialize that. I'm going to say const user info is going to be equals to root dot params or dot your user info. Pass the user info as is to your component where we're going to design it. So user info. Okay, so yes, apart from that, I think pretty much that's it. Let's format once and then let's try to save the file. Okay, nothing seems to work. I think probably we need to give some flex to your safe area view. So style over here, give it a flex of 1 and then a bg of white. So there you go, we do have both of the things, that is your edit as well as your view, and we are able to switch between both the tabs as well. So since we have rendered the view profile and since we had the text over here, we're able to see that being shown on the screen. So now let's start looking into the design of the view profile. It's going to be super simple and similar. It's going to be basically your exact same thing as your a home screen that is for a particular profile. So it's going to be the exact same thing as a particular profile in the home screen. So again, six prompts, not six prompts, three prompts, and then six images, and all of this particular design. So you can actually basically, paste in your same code as your profile in the home screen, and then you can make the changes. So let's do that. So I'm just going to initialize my code for the view profile. Alright, so I've just imported all of my required code. So it's basically the exact same thing. That is the way we render a profile in the home screen. It's going to be the same thing that we render inside of your view tab over here. Okay, so make sure to import or destructure your user info, and I'll be showing what exactly is being written over here. So let's start off from the starting point. Let's actually save the file first. So there you go, just like that. This is the user profile of the person who is currently logged in. Okay, so that they can see their own profile, how exactly it's looking. Okay, so there you go, six images and then three prompts. So everything is looking absolutely fine. So as I said, everything is gonna be as is, as we have designed in the home screen, that is for a particular profile. So just make sure to initialize that. That is, let's say from this particular view, just copy this down, and everything is going to remain as is. Just that instead of current profile dot first name, we're going to initialize user info dot first name. Apart from that, everything is going to remain as is. So wherever current profile is there, replace that with user info. I'm going to show the code, you can go through it. Let's come back to our component view profile. I'm going to start scrolling from the top to the bottommost part. You can go through it, and you can pause and then you can look into it as well. So there you go, it's complete. Yeah, so this is basically your design for the profile info screen. So yeah, this part is done. So now the next step is we could actually implement the animations part, or we can actually write few endpoints for uh, handling a subscription or getting a subscription. So let's first write the endpoints, and then after that let's look into the animation part. That is while sending a like, as well as in the home screen. That is if you dislike a profile that has not been implemented yet. So let's look into the subscription part. Let's do that first. So for that, let's head over to our index.js file, and over here I'm going to start writing the code for subscribing to any of the plan. That is, it may be a HingeX or Hinge Plus. Okay, so let's scroll to the bottommost part, and over here I'm going to say app.post, and it's going to be / subscribe. And for this also we're going to pass in the authenticate token middleware, initialize your async token, initialize your async function after that, which in turn is going to take in your request and the response in the callback. So here for subscribing we need access to four things. That is the person who is subscribing, that is basically your user ID, and we need the plan that they're subscribing to, as well as the type as well. So that is going to come from the request.body. I'm going to say const user ID comma plan comma your type is going to be equals to request.body. And here I'm going to check the condition that if at all no user ID or no plan, then in that case I'm going to say return result dot status of 400 initialize.json with a message being missing required fields. Okay, that's it. And yeah, apart from that, we're gonna initialize now our try and then catch block. So try catch of error and console.log error subscribing with that particular error, and I'm going to say return result dot status of 500 dot json with a message being, let's say, internal server error. I'm going to say internal server error. All right, apart from that, inside of the try block, first of all, let's calculate your subscription start date and your end date. So let's say if a particular user subscribes to a particular plan, it might be anything, either Hinge Plus or HingeX. So in that case, we need to calculate two things, that is a subscription start date and the end date. So of course, if they subscribe today, the start date is going to start from today, and the end date is going to be basically which plan they chose, right? So we have different plans, that is for 1 week, 1 month, and then 3 months. So based on that, we're gonna match the end date, that is we're going to calculate the end date and we're going to store it in the backend part. So firstly, let's initialize the start date. So I'm going to say const start date is going to be equals to new date. So new date is going to give you the current date, and we're going to say dot to ISO string, and the end date is going to be calculated based on your condition, that is based on the plan the user has chosen. So I'm going to say const duration is going to be equals to if my plan dot plan is going to be equals to 1 week. If this is the case, then I'm going to say 7. Else I'm going to write one more condition, that if at all my plan dot plan is going to be equals to 1 month. If this is the case, then it needs to be 30. Else the final condition, I'm going to say if my plan dot plan is going to be equals to, let's say, 3 months, then it's going to be 90 days. Else I'm just going to pass in 180 over here. So this is your duration for calculating your end date. So with the help of the duration, I'm going to initialize my end date. I'm going to say const end date is going to be equals to, let's make use of day.js over here. So I hope we have installed day.js, that is into the API folder. Yeah, so day.js is initialized. Let's scroll up and let's see if day.js is imported. Yeah, so as you can see, import day.js from day.js. Let's make use of this. So here I'm going to say const end date is going to be equals to day.js, and we're going to say start date dot add. So this in turn is going to take in your duration. I'm going to say duration, and it's going to take in the day, and this also I'm going to say to ISO string. So this would give us your end date. The next step is initialize your payment ID. So I'm going to say const payment ID is going to be equals to crypto dot random UUID. And apart from that, I'm going to initialize my params. So I'm going to say const params is going to be equals to your table name. So let's say subscriptions. So subscriptions. And yes, apart from that, it's going to take in your item. So here I'm going to say item, that is the data to be pushed into the table. Here we need the user ID, that is the person who has subscribed. So I'm going to say s user ID, that is it's going to be in the form of a string. Apart from user ID, your subscription ID. So I'm going to say subscription ID. This is going to be your payment ID basically. And your plan, I'm going to say plan is going to be s, that is your type, that's going to come from the front end part. Then your plan name, I'm going to say s, it's going to be plan.plan. That's how you access your plan name. Apart from plan name, the price of the plan. So I'm going to say price, this also in the form of a string. So s, it's going to be plan.price. And furthermore, after the price, we're going to have your start date. So start date is going to be s, that is start date, that is also in the form of a string. End date is going to be your end date, that also is already written at the top. Then finally we're going to say status. Okay, so here I'm going to say by default it is active, because if they subscribe by default it becomes active. And currently I have not defined a way, or I have not implemented a way to make sure to check if at all the subscription is active or not. Okay, but in the front end part, that is once they subscribe, we're going to initialize a function that is to check if at all they're active. But once if the time is completed, that part is not implemented. That's what I meant. So let's say if they have subscribed for a 7-day subscription or a 7-day plan of Hinge Plus, and if the 7 days is complete, over here in the backend we need to mark this as false, or it is not active. That part is not implemented. Okay, so yeah, apart from that, the next step is we need to make use of the put item command with the help of the params. So here I'm going to say await DynamoDB client dot send. It's going to be your new put item command, and this is going to take in your params. All right, so once we have added this into the subscriptions table, we also need to add a particular object that is in the backend part. So if you would remember, for a particular user we have subscriptions as 0, that is by default it's empty. Okay, so we're going to add that is this particular object into the users table. Okay, so for that again I'm going to initialize my update params. So that's going to come right after this code. I'm going to say const update params is going to be equals to an object. This in turn is going to take in a bunch of information starting from your table name. This time it's going to be the users, because we are trying to modify the users table. That is, we are trying to add the subscription detail into your user subscription array. So here after this we're going to pass in the key. So key is going to be equals to the user ID, should match the user ID. That's going to come from the front end part, that is from the request.body. Apart from this, we're going to have your update expression. So update expression is going to be this. We're going to say set target your subscriptions. So subscriptions is going to be equals to list underscore append. Again, same condition, if not underscore exists of your subscriptions. So then in that case, it's going to be an empty list. Else, comma, we're going to add your new subscription data into the subscriptions array. So let's close the bracket. So let's make sure both the brackets have been closed. So as you can see, 2 are open and then 2 are closed. Yeah, so this part is done. Let's format once. All right, so apart from this, we're going to have the next part, that is your expression attribute values. So here we need to pass in the new subscription. That is how exactly it's going to look like. So I'm going to say new subscription. Here it's going to be in the form of a list. So I'm going to say L, that is an array. And here it's going to be in the form of a map. So I'm going to say M over here. So here to the map, I'm going to pass in a bunch of information, that is your subscription ID, your plan name, your price, the plan, the start date, the end date, as well as your status. Okay, so this is your new subscription. Apart from that, we also need to pass in your empty list. That's going to happen over here. So here I'm going to say empty list. This is just going to be an initial empty array over here. That's it. Finally, we're going to pass in return values is updated new. So here we're going to say return values is going to be updated underscore new. Let's format once and then let's try to save. So after we have initialized the update params, we need to update the user subscription details in the users table. So for that, I'm going to say await DynamoDB client dot your send method. This in turn is going to take in your new update item command. Import that from your AWS SDK /client DynamoDB. This in turn is going to take in your update params. Okay, after that we're just going to respond to the client. I'm going to say result dot status of 200 dot json with a message being subscription saved successfully. Let's give a format once and then let's try to save the file. Alright, so we have finished designing your endpoint for subscribe. Yeah, so we'll implement this in the later part of the video. So for now, the next step is let's focus on your animation part. That is, if at all you press on this particular icon, you go into the send like screen. So we are able to send the like, but if at all I press on send like, I need to be able to see a heart button over here instead of the image while the send like process is happening. And once it's finished, we need to come back to the previous screen that is working as expected. So that is what we're going to implement, that is the animation part. And once I press on the cross button as well, we need to implement that, that is the animation in this particular screen. So the cross button is going to come over here, and once it finishes up animating, we need to not show this particular profile, we need to show the next profile in the list. So yeah, let's focus on this part. That's the next part we'll be implementing. So for that, let's head back to our home screen and let's look into the animation. That is, if at all we press on the dislike button, we need to see that cross button coming. So I'm going to scroll at the topmost part and then I'm going to define few things that are required for implementing the animation part. I'm going to say const is animating, comma set is animating is going to be equals to use state initially false. All right, and I'm going to say const profile visible, comma set profile visible is also going to be equals to use state and then false. Okay, sorry, this is going to be true, not false. That's format once, and I'm going to initialize my animation value. So here I'm going to say const animation value is going to be equals to new. I'm going to say animated, import that from React Native dot, we have the value method, initially it would be 0. And next we also need to initialize the scale. I'm going to say const scale is going to be equals to use state, and here I'm going to say new animated dot your value of 1, and here I'm going to pass in 0. So first let's look into the showing of the animation part, and once that is working correctly, we're going to implement the disliking of the profile as well. So let's initialize a function that is handle dislike. Let's say over here itself I'm going to say const handle dislike is going to be equals to a async function. So here, as soon as I press on the button, that is this particular cross button, we need to set the profile visible to be false, right? By default, it will be true. As soon as we press on this, we need to show that cross button. So we're gonna make it to be false. So for that reason, I'm gonna say set profile visible to be, access the previous value and just set to be the opposite of the previous. That is, if it is true, make it false. If it is false, make it true. So in our condition, by default it's true. So once you press on this, it's going to become false. All right, apart from that, I'm going to say set is animating to be of true. That is this one. Initially it's false. Once you press on the cross button, we need to show the animation. So for that reason, I'm going to say set is animating to be true. Next, we need to start the animation to show it onto the screen. I'm going to say animated dot timing, and this in turn is going to take in your animation value. Here we are going to pass in some values. That is, first is going to be 2 value, that's going to be 1, and your duration, let's say 600. Then I'm going to say easing, it's going to be easing dot easy, and apart from that, I'm going to pass in use native driver is going to be true. Okay, so here we are going to apply the start method. I'm going to say dot start. This in turn is going to take in a function, and once the animation ends, we need to reset and stop the animation. So that's basically once your position of your animation ends, we need to reset, and then we need to make the animation as false. So once the start is present, it's going to execute, and after it finishes executing, I'm going to say animation value dot set value to be of, let's say 0, and here I'm going to say set is animating to be of false, and again we need to show the profile, so I'm going to say set profile visible to be of true. Yeah, so this is just your condition for showing the animation. So below this we're going to furthermore write the code for handling the disliking of the profile. So before that, first let's implement this, that is the animation part. So let's also initialize the use effect over here. I'm going to say use effect. So this is going to be dependent upon your is animating, and here I'm going to write the condition that is if at all is animating. So then in that case I'm going to say animated dot timing. Here we need to target the scale. I'm going to say scale. So here I'm going to say to value, I'm going to say 1.3, and duration is going to be 600, and I'm going to say easing is going to be easing dot ease, my bad, I think even I made a mistake over here. There should be easing dot ease. Okay, alright, so that was a mistake, so make sure you correct that. And here I'm going to say use native driver, and I'm going to set it to be true. So this basically happens when your is animating is set to true. Basically we need to start scaling at that particular time. Okay, so here I'm going to say dot start, else over here I'm going to say reset the scale when animation is going to finish. So for that reason I'm going to say again animated, so animated dot your timing, and again target the scale over here. So I'm going to say scale to value is going to remain 1, and I'm going to say duration is going to be 600, and over here I'm going to say easing. Yeah, here I'm going to say easing, and it's going to be easing dot ease, and use native driver is going to be true, and here also I'm going to say dot start. So let's format once. Okay, it says property prototype of undefined. All right, let's try to remove this code and then let's check it out. All right, so not sure why this is coming. Okay, my bad, it's imported from React Native maps, not sure why. We need to import it from React Native itself. So animated, and even your easing also should come from React Native itself. So save the file. Alright, yeah, that's working fine. So now let's come down to your return block, that is over here. That is where your profile starts, that is with the name. So for that I'm just going to write a condition, that is if at all my profile is visible, then only we're going to show this. So I'm going to say profile visible, and just copy down this entire view and paste it over here. Okay, just like this. Let's give a format once and save the file. So let's minimize this for now, that is your entire profile visible. So this is gonna only be false once when the animation starts. So that time we need not show the profile, we will show the animating button. So for this pressable, we're gonna make it as animating. Yeah, so below this particular scroll view, I'm gonna write another condition, that is if is animating is set to true, and I'm gonna initialize my animated.view. Here I'm gonna say animated.view. So it's gonna be like this. Okay, within that I'm gonna just get the link for my image, so I'm just gonna paste it over here. Okay, I'll be sending the link in the description, you can use it. And for the animated.view, we're gonna provide some styling, so I'm gonna say style. This in turn is gonna have a flex of 1, so I'm gonna say flex 1, and justify center as well as align items of center as well. and I'm going to say transform. So transform, this in turn is going to take in your scale value that is defined at the top of the page. So yeah, this view is going to show up just when the animation is set to true. And of course, when the animation is set to true, our image, that is our profile, is not going to be shown because of the condition that we have given over here. Okay. So I think yes, that's it. Let's give this a try. Let's initialize on press over here. That is for the cross button. I'm going to say on press over here. It's going to be handle dislike. So let's try to save the file. And let's give it a try. Let's see if at all animation is working absolutely fine or not. So let's press on the cross button. Okay, so something worked because we were able to see the animation coming over here, but for some reason it didn't show up over here at the center part of the screen. So that needs to be checked because that needs to come at the center part, as you can see somewhere over here. So probably because of this view, I guess, not sure, because this is the view that is rendering the image. So yeah, flex of 1 and then justify center, align items to center, and even transform of scale is given. Yeah, that's the correct code. So as you can see, I think this should come within the scroll view, that is the animator.view. Currently we are rendering it outside of the scroll view, so that is just below this. Let's save the file and let's give it a try. So there you go. Now it's working absolutely fine because the scroll view had a flex grow of 1 and we were showing this particular animated view outside of the scroll view. It was showing at the bottommost part. So since now we have added that particular animated view within the scroll view itself, now it is showing absolutely fine at the center part of the screen, which is a good thing. So yeah, this part is done, this part is set up. So now the next step is we are going to handle the disliking of profiles. So as I explained earlier in the initial demo part of the video, so the way this works is, so let's say if at all the particular logged in user presses on dislike for a particular profile, we're gonna remove that particular profile from the screen and then show the next profile that is there in the list. And again, that particular disliked profile is actually going to be stored inside of, let's say, storage, and that particular profile is going to show up into the users list after, let's say, 24 hours or so. Okay, we're going to implement it in that particular way. So first of all, in the handle dislike, we're going to continue writing the function. That is, once after the animation is done, we're going to check if at all there is no current profile, then we're going to say just return from the function. All right, that's the first condition. So next, after that, if at all we have the current profile, we need to add that particular current profile to the dislikes profile with a particular timestamp. Okay, so let's go at the top and then first let's initialize our state for handling your dislike profiles. So over here, I'm just going to say const disliked profiles, comma set disliked profiles is going to be equals to use state initially an empty array. Let's also initialize our loading state because as you know, once we reload, we are seeing that initial design which doesn't look good. I'm going to say const is loading, comma set is loading is going to be equals to use state initially false. Sorry, initially true, not false. Yeah, so now let's come down to your function, that is, yeah, I think it's over here itself. Yeah, so here the next step is we're going to say const updated dislike profiles. So disliked profiles is going to be equals to whatever is there initially inside of your disliked profiles, in this case initially empty, and we're going to add the current profile, and apart from that I'm going to say disliked at, it's going to be new date dot to ISO string. So let's format once. So this is the way we initialize our updated disliked profiles. So the next step is we're going to say set disliked profiles to be of your updated disliked profiles, and furthermore we need to remove the current profile from the list because we have disliked it. So for that, it's going to say const remaining users is going to be equals to users dot slice of 1. Okay, so this would remove the first item and it would give us the remaining items, right? So that's the reason I'm going to say users dot slice of 1. This basically removes your first profile and then gives the remaining part of the array, that is the remaining users in the list. So apart from that, I'm going to say set your users to be of your remaining users, because since once when we dislike this profile, we need not show this, it should be stored inside of async storage. So once we have updated it, that is once we have applied the slice method, also set the users to be of the remaining users. After that, we need to update your current profile. So here I'm going to say set your current profile to be of your remaining users dot length. If it's greater than 0, then it's going to be remaining users of 0. That's the first profile, else it's going to be null if all the length is not greater than 0. Okay, that's it. Let's format once and then let's try to save the file. Okay, so I think I forgot to add one more line, that is we need to persist the likes to the async storage. So after saying set disliked profiles to updated disliked profiles, here I'm going to say await save disliked profiles. So this in turn is going to take in your updated disliked profiles. So now let's define the function that is save disliked profiles. So it's going to be pretty simple itself. So let's scroll up over here. I'm going to say const save disliked profiles is going to be async. It's going to take in all of your profiles. That's going to come from your parameter over here that you've passed. Okay, so here let's initially give your try catch block. So catch of error, and over here I'm going to say console.log error with that particular error. Inside the try block, we're just going to make use of the set item. I'm going to say await async storage dot, we are going to say set item. This is going to be your key, that is disliked profiles, and this is going to be your value, that is json dot stringify of your profiles. That's going to come from the function parameter format. So that's it. So currently I'm writing the complete functionality, and then after that I'm gonna check the output, that is how exactly it's looking, because if we do half and then check it, it doesn't look good. So I'm writing my complete functionality. So now the next step is we also need to modify our fetch matches function. So initially, if you would remember, we were just calling it on the initial render, that is this one. Yeah, the fetch matches. So now we need to first of all load the disliked profiles from async storage, and we need to filter it out. Okay, so I'm just gonna make the change over here. So initially I'm gonna say const disliked profiles is gonna be equals to await load disliked profiles. We also need to define this. So load disliked profiles. Yeah, so let's quickly define this function. This also is going to be simple itself. So I'm just going to scroll up, and yeah, we could define it over here itself, just below this. I'm going to say const load disliked profiles is going to be a async function. So again, I'm going to initialize my try as well as my catch block. So try and catch of error. Here I'm going to say const data is going to be equals to await async storage dot, we're going to make it as the get item, and we're going to pass in the same key that we passed over here while setting it. So this would give us the disliked profiles at that particular point of time in your async storage. Okay, so that's it. So next here I'm going to say return if data is present, then it's going to be json dot, if your data is present, it's going to be json dot your parse of your data, else it's just going to be an empty array if it's not present. Okay, my bad, this should come inside of your try block, and here we just need to give a console message. Here I'm going to say console.log error with that particular error over here. So format once and then save. All right, so now the next step is let's come back to your function. So once after getting your disliked profiles, here I'm going to say fetch all the matches from the server, so which is basically going to be this itself. That's going to remain as is. Then even this also is going to remain as is, that is const matches is going to be equals to response.data.matches. Now the next step is we need to filter out the disliked profiles based on your user ID. So I'm going to say const filtered matches is going to be equals to matches dot filter. So for every match, here I'm going to say the match. So here we're going to write in the condition that is not of disliked profiles dot apply the sum method in JavaScript. So disliked, I'm going to take in this, and I'm going to say dislike dot user ID. User ID should be equals to match dot user ID. Here I'm passing equals to because here I've passed in the not condition. So that's the reason I'm gonna equals to the match dot user ID. That's the condition passed over here. So format once. So here with the help of your sum method, I'm gonna say the not of disliked profiles dot sum and dislike dot user ID should be equals to the match dot user ID. And since we have passed not over here, it is gonna automatically filter out. After doing this, we're gonna say set users to be of your filtered matches. So I'm going to say filtered matches over here. So this is going to be your updated function for fetch matches. Let's format once. Let's see if at all we get any kind of error. Save. Let's try to reload and check. So there you go. Still we have the first profile itself being shown since there are no dislike profiles yet. Okay. So let's fix that loading part. Okay. It's erroring out. So once when we call the function, that is your fetch matches over here, I'm going to say once everything is fetched, I'm going to make use of the finally method. I'm going to say finally set is loading to be of true, not true, or false. My bad. Okay, so yeah, this is for your fetch matches part. Let's format once and then let's try to save the file. And here we could actually directly pass in the condition saying that if at all it is loading, let's say over here, if is loading is set to be true, then we're going to say return a view with your Lottie view, import Lottie view from React Native, and this view in turn is going to have a style that is a flex of 1, and then justify content of center, align items of center, align items center, and we're going to say background color of this color code, that is F8 F8 F8. And I'm just going to pass in my conditions for your Lottie view. That is, it's going to have a style, height of 180, width of 300, align self of center, margin top of 40, and then justify of center. And this is the assets. And this is basically your JSON. I'll be sending the entire assets folder in the description. You can check it out. So this is my loading2.json, and autoplay loop is going to be true, and then speed is going to be equals to 0.17. And I'm going to write in one more condition, that is if at all my loading is not present and users.length is going to be equals to 0, then we're going to say no profile is found. And I'm going to say if not of is loading and if my users dot length is going to be equals to 0, then this is the condition, that is no profiles are actually found for the current user. So here I'm going to say return initialize a view. Within this view, I'm going to say text which says no profiles found. Pass in the style for the view. It's going to have a flex of 1, justify of center, and then align items of center. And we're going to say background color of this color code, that is F8 F8 F8. Okay. Let's give a format once and then let's try to save the file. So let's now give it a try. Hopefully we need to be seeing the loading indicator being shown once it is loading. Let's press on reload. So there you go. We were able to see that loading indicator for a couple of seconds, and now we are able to correctly show the profiles. Okay. So that part is being set up correctly. So now the next step is let's try disliking the user. Okay. So I'm going to press on dislike, so automatically it should go into the handle dislike function that is there over here along with the animation, and we need to set it into async storage, and after that we need to change the current profile as well. So let's give that a try. I'm going to say cross. So there you go, just like that, it worked absolutely fine. That profile was crossed, that means it was disliked, and it was stored into async storage, and we were able to show the next profile that is there into the list. So that's working absolutely fine. Now the next step is we're gonna make use of a use effect just to check if at all 24 hours have been passed. Okay, so we're going to make use of that particular function, that is use effect, to check if at all the time has passed, and if at all it has passed, then in that case we're going to add back that particular dislike profile again into the list of the user. Okay, so for that I'm just going to initialize the use effect over here. Let's say use effect. So it's going to run on the initial render, so I'm going to say const interval is going to be equals to set interval. So it's going to be the async method. So first I'm going to access my now. I'm going to say const now is going to be equals to new date. So yes, apart from this I'm going to say const stored disliked profiles is going to be equals to await. I'm going to say load disliked profiles. We have already defined the function for that. And I'm going to say const profiles to keep is going to be an initial empty array. And I'm going to say const profiles to reintroduce. So const profiles to reintroduce is also going to be equals to an empty array. Here I'm going to say stored disliked profiles dot for each profile I'm going to get the disliked at value. So I'm going to say const disliked at. If you remember, we had set this value in the function that is over here, as you can see, disliked at that particular time. So I'm going to get the value that is const disliked at is going to be equals to new date, and it's going to be profile dot disliked at. Here I'm going to say const elapsed hours. You're going to calculate the time over here. It's going to be equals to now minus disliked at divided by 1000 into 60 into your 60. If you want to log the hours, you can log it. So I'm going to say if, here I'm going to say if my elapsed hours is greater than or equal to 24, that means if 24 hours have passed, then in that case I'm going to say profiles to reintroduce dot push of your profile. Else, if 24 hours have not passed, I'm just going to say profiles to keep dot push of your profile. So after that, I'm going to check the condition, that is if my profiles to reintroduce dot length is greater than 0, then in that case we're just going to add this particular profile to the users because 24 hours have been passed. So I'm going to say set users of your previous users, whatever was present at that point of time, include your previous users, spread the value, and here add in your profiles to reintroduce. That's it. Apart from that, I'm going to say set your disliked profiles to be of your profiles to keep, and I'm going to say await save disliked profiles of your profiles to keep. That's it. If 24 hours have passed, then just push that profile to this, else again store it into async storage. So yeah, over here you can actually pass in every minute or every hour, something like that. I'm going to pass in every minute for now. And here let's initialize the cleanup function. Return clear timeout, not clear timeout, clear interval of your interval. Yeah, spelling is wrong. Interval. That's format. And then save. So there you go. The loading is working absolutely fine, and we were able to get back the profile again. So as you can see, that has been set up. So yes, the complete animation part is set up over here. So the same thing we're going to do that over here as well, that is in the liking part as well. So before that part, let's actually go ahead and then implement the subscriptions part. That is, let's actually try to go ahead and then make the payment with the help of the Razor payment gateway, that is by making use of a dependency. So let's look into that. And also we need to implement one more endpoint, that is for buying the roses and sending the rose. So once we are implementing the sending rose functionality, let's implement this as well, that is the animation for sending a like. So now let's look into the payment part. That is, once you press on your profile, your image, and then you have the subscription screens. Once you press on any plan and once you press on the button, you need to initialize the Razor payment gateway, and then we need to do the payment part, and then we need to store that particular payment information or the subscription information in the backend, and we need to mark this particular user as a subscriber over here. Yeah, so let's look into this part. That's going to be the next one that we'll be focusing on. Alright, so for implementing the payment part, we need to install a dependency, that is React Native Razor Pay. So let's come to a new terminal over here or over here itself, and I'm going to say yarn add React Native Razor Pay and then enter. Let's install this and let's head over to our Chrome, and then let's search for this, that is React Native Razor Pay. Go into this particular link, integrate with React Native Standard SDK. Alright, let's try to log in over here. I'm going to log in with my Google account. Alright, so once you log in, so make sure you are in your test mode. Okay, so over here I think you should be able to get a key that would enable your payment. That is, once we do that in the application. So I think it should be there in the account settings probably. Let's say API keys over here. Yeah, probably this one. So this is my API key. I'm going to use this. So you can create a API key over here, and then you can enable the payment part. So let's come down over here, and yeah, since this is installed, I'm just going to do a pod install once in my iOS directory. I'm going to say pod install. So as you can see, it is installing the Razor Pay pod as well as React Native Razor Pay. So we have already defined the endpoint, right? So let's try to reload the app since we have installed this. Yeah, so let's head back to our HingeX, and pretty much the same function is going to come for your Hinge Plus as well. Or let's write it initially in the Hinge Plus, and then let's copy that to the HingeX. So on the button, we're going to initialize a on press event, that is on this particular pressable, which is going to say pay. I'm going to say on press. We're going to say pay over here, and let's go to the top and then define your pay function. So scroll up, and over here I'm going to say const pay is going to be equals to async function, and over here let's try to initialize our try and then catch block. So catch of error. Here I'm just going to give a console.log error message with that particular error. And inside the try block, first of all, I'm going to initialize my set loading. I'm going to say set loading. I don't think we have initialized the state for that. I'm going to say const is loading, comma set is loading. It's going to be equals to use state, and initially it would be false. And over here I'm going to say set loading, set is loading to be true. And here I'm going to paste in my options, that is with the description which says adding to wallet, currency is going to be INR, name is going to be Hinge. This is my key. I showed you where to get it. And this is the amount. It's going to be plan.price.split of your slash. And we're going to say take in the first part and then multiply it by 100. So let's head over to our image over here. And then this is the screen. So apart from your amount, we're going to pre-fill with your email, contact, and then the name. And this is going to be your theme. You can add in whatever color you want to. And after initializing your options, let's initialize our data. I'm going to say const data is going to be equals to await razor pay checkout dot open, and I'm going to say of your options. So we need to import this razor pay checkout. Okay, we're not getting the suggestion. Let's import it manually from React Native razor pay. Here I'm going to say import razor pay checkout from React Native razor pay, this one. Let's scroll down over here, and once that is done, let's initialize our token. I'm going to say const token is going to be equals to await async storage dot get item of token. Let's initialize the type. This is going to be a hard-coded value because we know which plan this is. So I'm going to say Hinge plus over here, and I'm going to initialize my response. So I'm going to say const response is going to be equals to await axios dot apply the post method. This in turn is going to take in your base URL. I'm going to say base URL over here, and furthermore it's going to be / subscribe. So I'm going to say subscribe, and this in turn is going to take in your three things, that is your user ID and your plan as well as your type. Let's give a format once, and we are going to pass in the headers for this as well. So here I'm going to say headers. This in turn is going to take in your authorization, and here we're going to say bearer and then your token. So let's access that over here. I'm going to say token. Let's format once, and then let's try to save the file. We're going to check the condition, that is if at all response.status is going to be equals to 200, then we're going to give a alert box. So I'm just going to paste in over here, that is alert success, you have been subscribed to Hinge Plus, and cancel is this, and text means we're going to say navigation dot go back, that is if you press on your OK button. So let's initialize our navigation as well. I'm going to say const navigation is going to be equals to your use navigation. So import your use navigation from the correct dependency, and else if at all we have some error, here I'm going to say else. I'm going to give a console message for now. I'm going to say console.log error creating order, and here I'm going to say response.data. Here I'm going to apply the finally over here, and I'm going to say set is loading to be of false. So let's scroll down to the bottommost part and let's implement this loading indicator, that is over here. Within the pressable, I'm going to check the condition that is if at all is loading is set to be true, then question, else we're going to show the text itself, that is over here. If it is loading, I'm going to initialize my activity indicator, import that, and over here I'm going to say size is going to be small, and furthermore I'm going to say color is going to be white. So yes, let's give a format once, and then let's try to save the file. So first let's check if at all the razor pay checkout is working fine or not. So for that reason, I'm just going to comment out my call to the endpoint, and once that is working fine, I'm just gonna make use of this as well. Also, I think we need to create our table that's not created. As you can see, we have a new table over here, that is subscriptions. I've created for mine. I'll just show you how to create that. Let's head over to Chrome and let's head over to AWS, and I'm going to say sign into console. Alright, so let's head over to our DynamoDB over here. and let's head over to explore items. So as you can see, my subscriptions table is created. So let's press on that. And this is my subscription ID, that is the partition key that's present. Okay, so let's head over to explore items. So currently I'm going to delete all of my data. So as you can see, we have a bunch of subscriptions. For now I'm just going to say actions and then delete. Yeah, so there you go. So currently it's empty. So make sure you press on tables over here, create table, and pass in a table name, that is subscriptions. It should match the spelling over here. Okay, apart from that, given your subscription ID as your partition key, and leave everything as default, and then press on create table. That's it. So I have already created my subscriptions table, and this is my partition key, that is subscription ID. Okay, so let's come back over here, and let's first of all try it out for your uh, let's say for your Hinge Plus, and let's actually try it, and let's actually try for your Razorpay checkout if it all is opening or not. I'm just gonna press on get 1 month over here. Okay, nothing seems to happen. Let's give a console message just to check that if all this is getting triggered or not. Save. Okay, it's not getting triggered. I think this is Hinge Plus itself, and we have given the pay, that is for the on press. Okay, let's try to reload once, and then let's start off the application again. I'm gonna press on I. So yes, it's currently loading. So let's give this a try. I'm gonna go back to my profile screen and then the image. Let's press on any plan. Let's check if at all our function is getting invoked. I'm gonna press on this get 1 month. So there you go. So this is working absolutely fine. You also saw the loading indicator for a couple of seconds, and as you can see, the correct amount is being shown over here. So let's for now cancel it, and let's also hit the endpoint to check for any errors if at all there are any present. So let's come back over here. I'm gonna say yes, exit. Okay, so now I'm just gonna uncomment this, and save the file. So let's give this a try. So let's see if at all the subscription is working fine, and if at all the data is being stored in the subscription table. And also for this particular user, we need to add that particular detail into the subscriptions array. So let's press on get 1 month, and let's enter our details. I'm gonna say UPI over here, and I'm gonna enter my number, and I'm gonna say at OK HDFC Bank, and then continue. Yeah, so as you can see, once the payment is done, it's gonna wait for a couple of seconds, and it's gonna navigate back, and we're gonna hit the endpoint, and if that is successful, we're gonna go back to the previous screen. So as you can see, it's redirecting. Okay, so we do have error. Okay, it says user ID doesn't exist. All right, so user ID is not present. Let's get that from the context. I'm going to say user ID is going to be equals to use context of your auth context. So I'm going to say auth context over here. So make sure to import your auth context. So let's check if all the other details are present. Yeah, use context doesn't exist. So let's import use context over here. Save the file. And let's check if all of the other details are present. So plan is present, that is stored inside of state, and type also we have passed it over here. So now let's give this a try. I'm just going to press on get 1 month. It's loading, and again it is opening up. So I'm going to press on UPI over here, enter your number, and I'm going to say at OK HDFC Bank, and then I'm going to continue over here. So as you can see, it's currently processing, and once it's completed processing, it's gonna confirm the payment, and it's going to redirect now. And once it is successful, okay, so we do have error over here, that is after redirecting. All right, so it says error subscribing cannot read properties of undefined, that is reading 0, and here we have a status code of 500. Let's look into that. That is there over here, index.js. So for now, let's do one thing. Let's directly try to subscribe without doing the payment part, so that we could save some time. So let's come back to the Hinge Plus screen, and over here I'm just gonna give a comment for this, that is for the payments part, that is just this particular one. Save. And now we can directly subscribe, and let's check if at all it's working out correctly fine. Let's head back to our index.js and let's see where exactly it is erroring out. So let's say I'm gonna give over here console.log hello and then save. Let's try to subscribe. Yeah, so we are coming till there, but yeah, there might be some issue over here. Let's actually, before that, console.log each of these three things just to check we are getting the correct results. So I'm gonna say user and then the user ID. So user ID, apart from that, console.log your plan with that particular plan, and here I'm going to say console.log type with the type. Let's save. Let's first verify this if it all is coming correctly or not. Get 1 month. Yeah, so there you go. We have the user ID, plan, and then type hinge plus. Yeah, so this is working fine. We are getting the correct results from the front end part. So now I'm just gonna try to log the details over here, that is after we have come over here. Yeah, this is working fine. I think the error might be somewhere over here. Let's look into that. I think over here we need to add it in the form of a list, that is your array. So I'm gonna pass in an object and pass in the list, and it's gonna be an empty array initially. So let's try to save the file. So since we have defined in the form of a list, I think even over here we need to enter that. Previously we had just passed in an empty array. So now let's give this a try and let's check out if that was the error. I'm gonna press on get 1 month. All right, so we do have that error. Yeah, so the same error which says cannot read properties of undefined of reading 0. Okay, so let's first of all check which part is erroring out, because we have two kinds of implementations over here. One is to push the data into the subscriptions table, and this is the second implementation, that is to add the subscription detail into the users list. So let's check the backend if at all we have the subscriptions working fine. I'm going to press on subscription. So if this part has worked fine, we need to have a bunch of details over here. Let's press on that. Explore items. Yeah, so there you go. This is working absolutely fine. So hinge plus, and we have 1 month. So the end date is going to be, as you can see, February. That is the second month. Let's delete this. So this is working absolutely fine. So I'm going to say delete. So the error is coming from the second part, that is where we are implementing the details to push into the ID, that is this one. So the error is coming in the second part, that is where we are trying to push the subscription details into your user ID details. Let's actually check if we have the subscriptions array stored. So let's basically check out our user profile that is over here, and let's see if at all we have a subscriptions present. Okay, so it should be either empty or, yeah, it is present, but it is currently empty. So subscriptions, all right. So let's check for other users who are not subscribed to any plan. Let's say some random user, this one. All right, so they do not have an array that is known as subscriptions initially. So let's try to delete the subscriptions array from my profile, and let's see if it works. So here I'm going to go back over here and try to delete the subscriptions object and remove that. Save. Let's give this a try, because not sure where exactly it is erroring out. So subscriptions, empty list, and then new subscription. Okay. Yeah, let's comment this out for now, because it is actually filling the subscriptions table with the data. Comment, save, and then let's try to get 1 month. Okay, I think I found out the issue. Again, we have made a spelling mistake. That is, I've made a spelling mistake. So yeah, as you can see over here, new subscription spelling is wrong. That is with a double S. So it should be the correct spelling, whatever is there over here. Now it should work. Save. And let's say get 1 month plan. Okay, so not sure. Again, we have that error. I think even that was another issue, because the spelling was wrong. And let's furthermore deep dive into the issue. Not sure why it is occurring. Okay, so I think we need to provide in that string, that is S, over here as well. That is while querying in the user ID. So here I'm going to say user ID, and I'm going to say S should match your user ID. Probably because of that it might error out sometimes. Yeah, so this should be inside of an object. So save the file. Now let's give this a try. I'm going to press on get 1 month. So it's loading. So there you go, success, you've been subscribed to Hinge Plus. And then if I press on OK, automatically navigate back. Okay, so as you can see, that was the issue. I guess we need to provide it in the form of a string to match with the user ID. So yes, this part is done. So let's go back to the backend and then let's delete both of the details. Let's reload once. And I'm going to press on JSON view, scroll down. So there you go, subscriptions are present. Remove that now. Save. And let's also uncomment this as well. Save the file. Let's also uncomment our Hinge Plus. That is what I meant is this one. Save. Now let's give this a try. Not sure why for some reason the image is not being shown. Let's look into that later. So select this, get 1 month plan. So let's implement the payment. This was working properly fine initially. It's initially itself. So this part was working properly fine initially, so not an issue with this. And I'm going to say this one and then continue. So once the payment is confirmed, we're going to come back, redirect, and then hit the endpoint. This time it should work correctly fine. So as you can see, it's loading and then success, you've been subscribed to Hinge Plus. Okay. Here we're going to show some design if at all the user is a current subscriber. Okay. Let's go into the profile screen and then check for that. That is for your active subscription. So let's come back to the profile screen and you can actually verify in the backend it is working fine. It should work fine. So let's come to explore items, subscriptions. We should have one subscription as you can see. Let's go to the JSON view. So current date is today, that is 18th Jan, and since it's a 1 month plan, it's gonna be up to 17th of February. Again, 18th of February you won't have access to this plan. Okay, and currently status is active, so this is looking fine. Let's come back over here and let's come back to your profile screen and let's try to initialize the function that is to check your active subscription. So let's do that over here. So I'm going to say const is active, comma, plan is going to be equals to your plan name equals to check active subscription. Let's define the function over here. Here I'm going to say const check active subscription is going to be equals to, I'm going to say if not of user info or if not of user info dot your subscription, then in that case we're going to say return is active is going to be false, and furthermore plan is going to be null. So here we're going to check the condition that is for the active plan. I'm going to say const active plan is going to be equals to user info dot your subscriptions dot find method, and for every item your item dot status should be equals to active. Okay, and here we're going to say return active plan. If it is present, then is active is going to be true, and we're going to say plan, the active plan is going to be your plan. else we're going to say is active is going to be false, and we're going to say plan is going to be null. Okay, I think I made a mistake over here. The plan should be equals to, it should be the same spelling, plan should be equals to active plan dot your plan. Let's format once and let's try to save the file. And for some reason I'm not sure why the user info is not being shown correctly. Okay, info is null. Let's look into that. Let's come back to the home screen, and I'm sure that we are calling the function that is get user info or get user details initially. As you can see over here, get all user details or get user details, and here we are setting the user info, and this set user info is coming from auth context. Yeah, that is correct, but let's try to call this initially itself, that is the function. Yeah, so there you go. Now we are able to access that particular value. Okay, so now let's actually come back to the profile screen. We have defined the function for checking the active subscription. Here we're going to say if at all is active is present, then below that we're going to show some design. Okay, so let's come down to the return block initially. So I'm just going to paste in the code over here. Okay, so we're going to say is active is true, then render this particular view. Save. So there you go. As soon as I saved the file, since this particular user was a subscriber of the Hinge Plus plan, we are able to see that onto the screen. So now let's implement the same thing for your HingeX as well. It's going to be pretty much similar. Let's come back to the HingeX over here, and I'm going to initialize on press onto your pressable that's present. Let's say for this I'm going to say on press, it's going to be pay. Let's go on the top and then define the pay function. Here let's initialize our required things, that is const is loading, comma set is loading is going to be equals to use state, initially false. Let's get in our user ID. I'm going to say const user ID is going to be equals to use context of your auth context. And yes, apart from that, let's initialize our navigation as well. So const navigation is going to be equals to use navigation, and here I'm going to say const pay is going to be equals to async function. Here I'm going to initialize my try as well as my catch block. So catch of error, here I'm just going to give a console.log of error with that particular error message. And inside of your try block, I'm going to initialize my options again, that is from your Hinge Plus screen. And before that I'm going to say set is loading to be of true, and this is going to remain as is. After that I'm going to initialize my data. I'm going to say const data is going to be equals to await razorpay checkout, import that dot open of your options. Apart from that I'm going to say const type is going to be equals to HingeX, hardcode that. I'm going to say const token is going to be equals to await async storage dot your get item of your token, and I'm going to initialize my response value. So this is going to remain again as is, no change over here. Import Axios from Axios and the forward slash, and it's going to hit the endpoint forward slash subscribe, your user ID, your plan and the type, and then the headers with your authorization given over here. And again we're going to check the condition, that is if at all your response.status is going to be equals to 200, then show alert box which says you're subscribed to HingeX, import alert from React Native, format once, and then save the file. Alright, so this is your function for your HingeX part. So currently we have not made the implementation for checking the condition that if at all a user is already subscribed to a plan, they cannot subscribe to another plan or they cannot upgrade to another plan. Okay, so make sure to add a condition that if at all a user has an active subscription, then they can only be remained subscribed to that particular plan. They cannot again upgrade to HingeX or Hinge Plus. Okay, so yes, we have completed implementing your complete subscriptions part. We are also able to store that detail into the backend part, that is into the users table, subscriptions table as well. So now the next step is in the likes part over here. So if all the user is an active subscriber, then over here we need to make the condition for this, so that is the images should not be blurred out. So let's come back to your like screen. Here I'm gonna initialize my condition to check your active subscription of the current user. I'm gonna say const active subscription is going to be equals to, let's say, check active subscription, or just check active for now. And let's define the function that is const check active is going to be equals to a normal function over here. Here I'm going to say if not of user info, then just return. I think we need to initialize the user info over here, or we can actually directly get it from auth context, or you can call the function as well. So here I'm just going to call in the function that is, let's say, at the top over here. So make sure you have user ID. Yeah, that is coming correctly. Let's also initialize the state to hold the user info. I'm going to say const user info comma set user info is going to be equals to use state initially null. And in this particular function, yeah, this we have already defined. I've just copied it over here. Okay, and this is going to be dependent upon your user ID, and we're going to set the user info over here. So let's check the condition. Yeah, after this is done, we're going to return that is if at all there is no user info present. Else if it is present, I'm going to say return user info dot subscriptions dot apply the sum method in JavaScript. I'm going to say for every item, if my item dot status is going to be equals to active, okay, then just give this result, or it's going to be false. So as I said, I've not yet implemented the part where we actually track the status in the backend part. That is currently now it's correct, that is for a month it's going to be active. So after 1 month is done, we need a way to make this particular string as inactive or false, such that this condition becomes false. Okay, you can try to implement that on your own. So after this, I'm just going to say, yeah, this would be stored inside of this active subscription, that is either true or false. So based on the condition, we're going to render it over here. So let's come down to your images, that is into your, I think, render item method. Yeah, that is over here. Not render item, render profile, I guess. Yeah, so this is going to be disabled, that is for your pressable. This is disabled if there is no active subscription. And the next option is for your images. Okay, that is where we have the blur radius being provided. Let's come over here. Let's write the condition that is if at all active subscription is true, then blur radius would be 0. That means we need to see the images clearly, else it's going to be 20. So let's format once and then save the file. Okay, so now let's check it out. All right, so not sure why it is not giving us the correct result. Let's say console.log active subscription, save. Okay, so it's currently undefined. Not sure why that's undefined. Let's actually try to log the user info just to check if at all we have that over here. I'm going to say user info. All right, so the user info is actually null. Not sure why that is null. Okay, so basically the error is regarding your 404. That means our URL was wrong. So I was actually calling for get user info instead of just user info, because that is our correct name. If all I show you in my index.js file, So as you can see, it is forward slash user info, and I was calling for get user info. So that's the reason we were getting that 404 error status code. So now let's come back to our like screen and then try to save the file. Let's try to reload the app once, save, and hopefully now we should be able to see the correct images being shown. So there you go, just like that, it's working absolutely fine. Since the current user is a subscriber, they are able to see the image with no blur because this condition went true. So as you can see, this particular user is an active subscriber. We were able to see this particular images with no blur and it's working absolutely fine. So yes, this part is complete. So yes, that's it about this particular session of the video. So in the next part, we're going to focus on the small things that are remaining. That is, if at all I go back to my profile screen and then press on the roses button, that is this one, we need to be showing that particular roses. That is we need to show this particular rose screen, not a screen, it's basically a model. And once when we press on select, we need to be able to purchase the roses and we need to add it to the user's account. And apart from that, we also need to implement the animations that were discussed over here. That is, if at all you press on the heart button, once you press on send like, and once you press on a rose as well, we need to implement different animations for each of the things. So yes, that's it about this session. So let's see you in the next video and then thank you for watching.